ch2701 era of hegemony begins. Silverwing City, Zero Wing's residence. Along with a flash of brilliance in the underground secret room, Shi Feng's figure gradually appeared. Unlike the previous times he had logged into God's domain, Shi Feng now felt a little dizzy, the dizziness lasting for several seconds, and when he recovered he found that everything in front of him seemed completely different. If the previous God's domain looked like an extremely high-definition image in Shi Feng's eyes, then the current God's domain looked like the real thing. In other words, the sense of reality he got from the game was on a completely different level. This kind of realism is so nostalgic. A smile appeared on Shi Feng's face when he perceived his current situation. Most players wouldn't notice any significant changes in the game's realism after the major update. However, for Shi Feng, who had fought in God's domain for 10 years in his previous life, the changes were distinct. Previously, he constantly felt as if there was a barrier between his body and brain. He couldn't control his virtual body as easily as he did his real body no matter what. However, this barrier was now gone. It was like the difference between 99% and 100%. This kind of change might not mean anything to ordinary players, but the difference was massive for expert players. Take humans and gorillas, for example. Despite there being only a 1% genetic difference, the two were worlds apart. Combat in God's domain was different from combat in the real world. Due to physical limitations, there were many techniques the human body could not exhibit in the real world. Take a child trying to lift a 1-ton sword, for example. With how tiny the child's physique was, such a feat would be impossible. However, what if the child's physique allowed him to swing the sword easily? One could easily imagine how terrifying the child's destructive power would be. After adjusting to the changes, Shi Feng left the secret room, heading to his office to sort out the information on the major update. When Shi Feng walked out of the secret room, the Tier 3 NPC guard stationed at its entrance panicked. Like a frightened rabbit, the guard hurriedly straightened his back and put on a respectful look. "Good morning, my lord." The Tier 3 NPC respectfully saluted Shi Feng. "Good morning." Shi Feng nodded and smiled at the NPC named Flet. "It's finally here. I wonder how chaotic God's domain's major forces will become." In reality, the biggest change brought about by God's domain's first major update wasn't in the realism but the NPCs and monsters. Both NPCs and monsters gained their own thoughts after the major update. Yes, thoughts, not intelligence. But now, no matter how weak the monster or NPC was, they would all have their own thoughts. This would bring about a great change to God's domain. After all, from a certain perspective, NPCs and monsters were no longer different from real humans. With this change, fights with monsters and NPCs would feel no different from PvP fights. No. To be precise, fights against monsters and NPCs would become even more troublesome than PvP fights. Unlike players, monsters and NPCs were accustomed to fighting in God's domain. Some monsters and individual NPCs had started fighting at birth and accumulated 10, 20, 30 years or more of experience. Their combat experience far exceeded that of ordinary players that had been in God's domain for only 1 or 2 years. However, this still wasn't the greatest impact on God's domain's players. What would really affect players were the changes in the behavior of NPCs and monsters. From now on, NPCs would not only actively hunt monsters but also compete with players for various quests and resources at the Adventurers Association. They would even contest for the precious resources and opportunities needed for class promotions. When the first major update hit God's domain in the past, this change had given the various powers a huge headache. After all, not only had they lost their monopoly on resources, but NPCs and monsters had even stolen a significant portion of these resources. Of course, this change came with its benefits as well. For example, players unaffiliated with any powers could choose to join NPC teams to do quests. This option instantly increased the survivability of independent players. It also allowed independent players to get their hands on resources and equipment that were previously unattainable. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng left the underground hall, the NPC named Fret breathed out a deep sigh of relief. "The Lord seems strange today. He normally doesn't talk to us guards, yet he actually said good morning to me today." Fret, who was clad in silver mail armor, thought in confusion as he looked at Shi Feng's departing back. Did the Lord notice me slacking, so he greeted me as a warning? Thinking up to this point, Fret shivered involuntarily. This won't do. I mustn't slack off anymore. Such a good job is hard to find in the entire Star Moon Kingdom. If I lose it, those former colleagues of mine will definitely treat me as a joke. Fret raised his vigilance and straightened his posture even further. Meanwhile, when the other NPC guards in the underground hall saw Shi Feng, they also started secretly discussing Shi Feng's peculiar behavior today. Shi Feng was someone standing in a lofty position. In the past, he normally wouldn't even say a word to them. He was basically the representation of coldness and ruthlessness. Yet Shi Feng gave off the feeling of a spring breeze today. This sudden transformation made the guards in the underground hall uneasy for some time. At this time, these NPCs weren't the only ones feeling doubtful and insecure. The players throughout God's domain also felt surprised and confused by the changes to the game. The forums of God's domain were also burning with discussions. Why do those NPCs feel like living people? They're even discussing us players in private. What is going on here? You think that's strange? My personal guard actually asked for a day off to take care of his injured wife. You guys probably haven't been to the Adventurers Association yet, right? Right now, NPCs are taking on the quests posted there. One NPC even seduced the beauty in my party to go questing with him. For a while, the players of God's Domain were bewildered by these changes to the NPCs. Some found the changes novel, while others found them flabbergasting. However, most players rejoiced at these changes. Such sentient NPCs were simply unheard of. The players felt as if they had actually come to another world. This was especially true when they heard these NPCs discussing them. The NPCs would even rave about the experts among players. Some well-known expert players even had fans among the NPCs, a situation ordinary players couldn't help envying. However, unlike ordinary players, God's Domain's various major powers were far less delighted at these changes. In fact, these sudden changes were practically fatal to some of the smaller guilds. This was because the major update didn't just grant NPCs their own thoughts. The monsters out in the fields had also become much more troublesome to handle. This was especially true for monsters at the Lord rank or above. The wealth of combat experience they possessed made them even stronger than experts in terms of combat standards. A Lord-ranked monster could easily pummel a Tier 2 expert of the same level. Some great lords could even contend against Tier 3 experts. However, this still wasn't the worst part. The truly terrible change the major update brought was the removal of fixed dungeons. Dungeons were a stable source of equipment and materials for the various major powers in God's Domain. Quite a number of guilds would grind low-level dungeons for all sorts of materials rather than raid high-level dungeons. In fact, small guilds weren't the only ones to use this approach to secure materials. Even the various superpowers did so. After all, with the difficulty of high-level dungeons, raiding them would definitely result in casualties, which would, in turn, cause the players in the team to regress. Hence, the various superpowers took the more conservative approach to obtain materials. They would have only one vanguard team for raiding high-difficulty dungeons. That way, they could ensure that they possessed the latest and best equipment and materials available while simultaneously having a large amount of basic materials to supply the vanguard team. However, that all changed with the game's major update. After the update, all the fixed dungeons had disappeared. Now, only dungeons that appeared at random were available. Meanwhile, some of these dungeons were challenging, while some were a walk in the park. Moreover, every one of these dungeons could be raided only once before they disappeared. If one didn't raid the dungeon upon discovering it, there was a high chance someone else would raid it first. This change dumbfounded not only the various small guilds, but even the superpowers. With this situation, how are they supposed to develop their guilds from now on? Similarly, the various adventurer teams in God's Domain also started growing uneasy. Not only did resources grow scarcer, but NPCs had even emerged as competitors. One could easily imagine how intense the fight for resources would become in the future. The various superpowers might even remove their disguises and start fighting and competing for real. Silverwing City, Zero Wing's residence, guild leader's office, guild leader, everyone's arrived, Liang Jing reported as she looked at Shi Feng, who was arranging the latest information on God's Domain. Are Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow also here? Shi Feng asked. Although Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow had already exited the space-time maze, as they were transported to a special location, they couldn't contact others through the game at all. They could only contact others through the real world. They're here, but hesitation appeared on Liang Jing's face. Puzzled, Shi Feng asked, but what? Tentatively, Liang Jing whispered, I might be mistaken, but when I saw them just now, they felt alien. 2702, silence. Alien? Shi Feng failed to comprehend Liang Jing's words for a moment. As his assistant, Liang Jing didn't just take care of affairs in Zero Wing's headquarters. Normally, she would also help Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose with tasks in God's Domain. Hence, she had frequent contact with the two vice-guild leaders. In fact, Liang Jing should be even more familiar with them than he was. Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose had been absent from the guild for only some weeks. No matter how he looked at it, Liang Jing shouldn't have a reason to describe them as alien. Are you saying that their temperament has changed? Shi Feng asked after giving the matter some thought. A person's temperament would change along with the improvement of their knowledge and mental state, especially after a breakthrough in the limit of their brain activity. Shi Feng was a perfect example of this. No. Shaking her head, Liang Jing whispered in a somewhat uncomfortable voice. That kind of feeling, it's like looking at complete strangers wearing their faces. Wearing their faces? Liang Jing's words surprised Shi Feng. Are you sure? I'm very sure, Liang Jing said earnestly. Okay, Shi Feng nodded solemnly. This matter ends here. Just treat them like you normally do. Guild leader? Are the vice-guild leaders all right? Liang Jing asked worriedly. No matter how she looked at it, this change simply wasn't normal. If Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose really had a problem, Zero Wing would be in great danger. After all, the two vice-guild leaders were responsible for most of the guild's daily activities, whereas Shi Feng was mainly a figurehead. Shi Feng shook his head. I'm afraid I'll know what's going on only after I meet with them in person. Space-time mazes were very special existences in God's domain. Only an extremely small number of players would encounter a space-time maze when traveling through space-time passages. An even smaller number of players would encounter a mysterious space after leaving the space-time maze. This mysterious space was unresolvable. Many people attributed its appearance to a bug in the game. Every player that entered this mysterious space would end up in a very special world. Nobody knew what kind of world it was, and only one thing existed in this world: slaughter. One would either be hunted down endlessly, or hunt others endlessly, or fight on an endless battlefield. It was as if the fragments of countless memories in God's domain were collected in this special world. The concept of time in this world was supposedly blurred. The time players experienced inside this world was something only their minds perceived, with no effect on their real bodies. Hence, even when a player spent 1 or 5 years inside this special world, only hours or days might have passed in the real world. However, time was the scariest thing in existence. After all, time could wear down everything, let alone humans. If Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose really came out from this mysterious space, a lot of time must have passed for them already, so much so that even their memories had blurred. Hence, it was only normal for them to change. The only thing Shi Feng didn't know was how many years Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose had spent in that mysterious space. Meanwhile, according to the statistics from his previous life, the longer the time one spent in that special world, the greater the influence on one's mentality. Zero Wing Residence's top-floor conference room, Zero Wing's upper echelon and core team leaders were currently seated inside this magnificent conference room. Of these people, even the weakest was a level 116 tier 3 player, while the strongest were Violet Cloud and Fire Dance, who had both reached level 21 already. However, there was still a significant gap between them and Shi Feng, who was level 25. Fire Dance had already replaced her old gear with a set of dark red leather armor. Based on the magic patterns etched into her armor, the armor was a set. Moreover, it even gave off the glow effect unique to epic items. Fire Dance also had her hair tied up with a ribbon that resembled the starry sky. The ribbon gave her an indescribable sense of fierceness, as if she were the empress of the night sky. It seems Fire Dance also reaped a considerable harvest in the space-time maze. Shi Feng was slightly surprised at the dagger hanging by Fire Dance's waist. Not only did the dagger exude a faint sense of hostility, but it even roiled the ambient mana. If this dagger were unsheathed, he couldn't even begin to imagine the impact it would have on the environment. Even fragmented legendary items paled in comparison to this dagger. However, when Shi Feng swept his gaze across Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose, who sat on both sides of the conference table, he was taken aback. How can this be? Shi Feng was rendered speechless. After what Liang Jing had said, he had already mentally prepared himself for the worst. However, now that he saw them in person, he realized that the two's situation exceeded his worst expectations. Gentle Snow's and Aqua Rose's weapons and equipment remained the same as when they left the Western continent. Even their levels were still at level 117. However, the feeling the two gave off was utterly different. Gentle Snow had been rather aloof in the past, but still relatively sociable. On the other hand, Aqua Rose had been a cheerful and assertive woman, and her eyes had always sparkled with wisdom and ambition. Now, however, the two of them could no longer be considered human. Neither of them exuded the slightest hint of emotion, as if they were plants. They did not appear happy or sad. Although they were currently communicating with the others around them, their voices did not fluctuate with any emotion whatsoever. The only thing Shi Feng could sense from the two was a deathly silence, although the feeling of silence each gave off was slightly different. In the case of Gentle Snow, her silence resembled bones piled atop a battlefield. In the case of Aqua Rose, her silence was like a candle flame in the dark, carrying both death and hope. Besides Shi Feng, everyone else inside the room also sensed the changes in Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose. If not for the Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose they retained in their memories, everyone might have even had the urge to flee the scene immediately. Guild leader, did something happen to the two vice guild leaders? Yulin asked Shi Feng through a whisper. The change to Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose might not be noteworthy for those unfamiliar with them, but for those who were, this change was simply terrifying and creepy. Given how they are now, it seems something must have happened, Shi Feng answered, not hiding the truth. After all, this was obvious to everyone present. During the time Zero Wing's members were secretly discussing Gentle Snow's and Aqua Rose's changes, Shi Feng also shifted his gaze to the two of them. How long did you two live in that world? Shi Feng asked them through a whisper. 2003. 80 years. Shi Feng's words were like a drop of water falling into a silent ocean. Although it couldn't kick up any huge waves, it still caused ripples that spread out endlessly. As soon as Shi Feng finished voicing his inquiry, a hint of surprise flashed across Gentle Snow's and Aqua Rose's calm eyes. This surprise contained neither excitement nor joy. They didn't feel as if they found someone that understood them either. They simply felt a little surprised. They wondered why Shi Feng would know of this matter. However, their surprise soon disappeared, and darkness and calmness returned to their eyes. Afterward, Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow exchanged glances. Aqua Rose then turned to Shi Feng, an indifferent smile forming on her beautiful face. Sure enough, nothing can get past you, guild leader. We aren't sure how long we lived in that world. However, according to our calculations, it should be 80 years. 80 years? Shi Feng couldn't help but gasp. Even his mind had gone slightly numb. He had thought of the possibility of Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow living in that special world for a considerable period. He had even considered the possibility of them living there for a decade or two. But 80 years, many people lived only 80 years in their lifetimes. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow had spent 80 years fighting ceaselessly every day. The mere thought was chilling. To spend 80 years alone, just the loneliness alone was already unimaginable. Any normal person would have most likely gone crazy already. However, Aqua Rose's voice was incomparably calm. So calm that it was like she was talking about someone else's problem. 80 years, complex emotions filled Shi Feng's eyes as he quietly observed Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow. It's no wonder you two feel like monsters. The moment he laid eyes on Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow, he could already tell that the two of them were no longer human. After listening to Aqua Rose's explanation, he understood everything. If the two of them had spent 80 years in endless slaughter and combat, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were the strongest in the world in combat experience. Compared to them, the 10 years of combat experience he had in God's domain was nothing, not to mention, both of them were combat geniuses. At this time, in terms of combat power, he was most likely a baby in front of Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow. A baby trying to see through the thoughts and standards of an adult was simply a joke. Not to mention, Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow would be adults even among Grandmaster martial artists. This situation placed Shi Feng at a loss. He didn't know whether he should feel happy or helpless. It seems they're finally ready to act. Shi Feng didn't feel particularly surprised at this piece of news. After all, Duan Hanshan had already said that Frost Heaven would soon take action. Did she tell you their plan? She did. Liang Jing nodded with a slightly gloomy face. Guild leader, are we really going to participate in Frost Heaven's operation this time? If possible, I wouldn't want to either. However, Frost Heaven's offer is too tempting to refuse, Shi Feng said with a bitter smile. 3 reserved slots for the upper zone. This wasn't an opportunity one could come across every day. Even the various superpowers would pounce on it. Not to mention, the upper zone had an important benefit he needed. While Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose might have gained 80 years of combat experience in that special world and achieved inhuman levels of combat standards, these benefits came with a huge drawback. On the surface, it would seem as if the two had lived in that special world for 80 years. However, only weeks had gone by in the real world. The instant the two left that special world, it would be as if 80 years of memories had been downloaded into their brains, placing an unimaginable burden on both their brains and bodies. During his previous life, the players that lived in that special world for 2 or 3 years had gradually had problems with their bodies after they returned. Eventually, they became paralyzed and had to be hospitalized for a month before they recovered. After all, digesting all these memories had consumed a lot of their mental strength, which definitely wasn't a good thing. Meanwhile, both Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose had lived in that special world for 80 years. Shi Feng didn't dare imagine how massive a backlash they would suffer. For the two's safety, he had to bring them to the upper zone. Although the S-rank nutrient fluid had great recovery effects on the human body, it only helped a little in healing a person's brain and spirit. Only medicines for brain and spirit recovery could resolve this problem. Of all the medicines Shi Feng knew, even the life potion wasn't particularly effective in spirit recovery. The most the life potion could do was restore ordinary depletions of mental strength. It was utterly ineffective against a brain overload like this. The only solution he could think of now was the upper zone. The upper zone was a special region the Green God Company constructed. There were plenty of unknowns inside. In fact, the precious S-rank nutrient fluids and life potions circulating in the market were merely obsolete medicine the Green God Company produced. Guild leader, Frost Heaven is too ambitious, Liang Jing commented despite herself. If we're not careful, Zero Wing might very well perish. What are they planning to do? Shi Feng asked curiously. Their goal this time is to become one of the 12 great guilds of God's domain, Liang Jing said. The 12 great guilds wasn't a random title made up by players. Instead, this was a title given to the 12 strongest guilds recognized by the War God's Temple. The player guilds that become God's domain's 12 great guilds would enjoy numerous benefits across the main continent. They could even garrison an empire and be worshipped by the said empire. An empire's worship. Just this point alone was more than enough to allow a guild to pull ahead of the other superpowers. One could say that the position of the 12 great guilds was something all superpowers had to compete for. However, competing for this position wasn't an easy task. A guild had to satisfy a series of conditions to qualify. Firstly, guilds had to become one of the top 10 rookie guilds. After that, they had to compete for the 12 reserve seats of the 12 great guilds. However, this was going to be God's domain's first competition for the reserve seats. The War God's Temple had announced that 6 were empty this year. Hence, for this year only, player guilds could compete for the 6 empty reserve seats so long as they met the conditions for participation in the competition. Due to Zero Wing's poor foundation, Shi Feng never even considered participating in the competition. There were 4 conditions for participation. 1. Submit 2,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal to the War God's Temple. 2. Have a guild residence in the capital cities of 50 kingdoms and 12 empires. Simultaneously, the registering guild must also have the status of a 4-star guild. 3. Have over 1,000 Tier 3 players in the guild. 4. Have 30 guild cities under the guild's name. These 4 basic conditions were extremely harsh. Ordinary guilds shouldn't even dream of participating in the competition. In fact, even ordinary superpowers wouldn't qualify. Only the exceptionally strong superpowers could just barely meet the conditions. According to the information Zero Wing obtained from the secret pavilion, close to 20 super first-rate guilds and super guilds would participate in the competition for the reserve seats, every one of them a titan in the virtual gaming industry. One could easily imagine how intense the competition would be. No wonder Frostheaven made such a lucrative offer. Realization also dawned upon Shi Feng. In his previous life, Frostheaven had first entered the ranks of top 10 rookie guilds and eventually became one of the 12 reserve guilds before slowly climbing up to join the 12 great guilds. However, Frostheaven was not fully developed at this time. Trying to compete for one of the reserve seats so soon would most likely result in failure. Frostheaven had to know this as well, but was still grasping at a strand of hope. Guild leader, if we become Frostheaven's foreign aid, any guild Frostheaven confronts will probably treat us as a mortal enemy, Liangjing explained. The position of the 12 reserve seats was a throne built atop countless bones. At present, Zero Wing was in a very terrible situation already. On one side, there was Starlink. On the other side, there were the newly developed superpowers. There was even the extremely dangerous Saint's Hand in the Orc Empire. If they offended a few more superpowers now, Zero Wing would no longer have a future in God's domain. Although it is very dangerous, this is also a chance for Zero Wing. It would be a shame to let it go, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Fire Dance and the others should get ready. We'll set out immediately. While contesting for the 12 reserve seats was indeed dangerous, if they succeeded, even as foreign aid, Zero Wing would receive the War God's Temple's recognition as well as some basic privileges. For example, city garrison rights and worship rights. While getting an entire country to worship Zero Wing was impossible, getting one city to do so was still possible. This was also why many guilds had fought to become foreign aid for the participating guilds in the past. 2704 Maddening Starfire Dragon Empire, Flame Dragon City. Groups of players in black cloaks walked through the crowded commercial district of the imperial capital. What's going on? Why are there so many cloaked players on the streets today? Moreover, every one of them is so strong. A level 56 Tier 1 player who came to the commercial district to upgrade his equipment exclaimed in surprise when he saw the procession of cloaked players. Although Flame Dragon City was normally crowded with players, today's foot traffic was much more exaggerated than usual. Moreover, not only was the foot traffic triple the regular volume, but many of these new arrivals also gave off a strange vibe. In fact, players weren't the only ones wearing black cloaks. There were plenty of cloaked NPCs walking through the city as well, and every one of them radiated a terrifying aura. Although the city's resident NPCs were holding private discussions over this change, now that NPCs could think for themselves, they were deliberately avoiding players while discussing. This is normal. You've just started playing God's Domain recently, so you might not know this, but today is the competition for the reserve seats of God's Domain's 12 great guilds, a level 109. Tier 3 man explained to the newcomer of his guild. God's Domain's 12 great guilds? The rookie shield warrior was surprised at his senior's words. Isn't that something determined by the Virtual Gaming Association? In the real world, the Virtual Gaming Association determined the publicly recognized super guilds annually. These positions were mostly fixed. Very few changes would occur every year. No, this event is hosted by the War God's Temple to determine God's Domain's 12 strongest guilds. It isn't a competition hosted in the real world, the Tier 3 man explained, chuckling. Does our guild have a chance to participate too? The rookie shield warrior asked, a hint of fighting spirit surfacing in his eyes. He had never heard of such a huge event happening in God's Domain before. Moreover, with God's Domain's current popularity, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the world's biggest competition. If he could stand out in this competition, he would definitely rise to prominence. Currently, the various major corporations were offering unprecedented prices to recruit experts in God's Domain. In fact, the top 50 experts on the God's Domain's experts list made even more money than A-list celebrities. We want to join, but the entry threshold is just too high. Even first-rate guilds aren't qualified. The Tier 3 man smiled bitterly. Nowadays, the various powers of God's Domain were all talking about the reserve seat competition. Even NPCs were discussing it. The competition's influence was unprecedented. In that case, is everyone here to participate in the competition today? The rookie shield warrior asked. The cloaked people are most likely participants. As for everyone else, they should be here to spectate, the Tier 3 man explained. Spectate, can we go watch as well? The rookie asked eagerly. I'm afraid that's not possible, the Tier 3 man replied with some embarrassment. The entry fee alone is 300 gold, while the VIP rooms cost 5,000 gold and 20 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Moreover, there are only 1,000 VIP rooms available. 300 gold was a huge sum, even for current Tier 3 players. In fact, most Tier 3 players didn't have 300 gold in their pockets. After all, with how high a Tier 3 player's daily expenses were, saving a lot of money was simply impossible. As for the VIP rooms, they were for the exclusive use of large guilds. Individuals simply couldn't afford them. The 5,000 gold aside, just the 20 units of 7 luminaries crystal was already more than enough to distress first-rate guilds. What more second- and third-rate guilds? At this moment, the Tier 3 man wasn't the only person feeling embarrassed over this situation. Most of the other Tier 3 experts on the street also sighed. Spectating such a major competition would most likely yield a lot of benefits. I know, right? I heard that nearly 30 superpowers would participate in the competition, nearly one-third of them super guilds. Moreover, these superpowers are all sending their best. This is going to be the battle of a lifetime. I heard that too. Right now, everyone's going crazy over the VIP rooms. Some second- and third-rate guilds are even offering to pay double the price to get a room. Upon overhearing the discussions of other players on the street, the players who couldn't afford an entrance ticket yearned for one. God's domain's various superpowers rarely waged war. They generally only fought in small skirmishes. However, the superpowers were now going all out. One could easily imagine how intense the competition would be. Meanwhile, such a major competition was held only once a year. Flame Dragon City, War God's Temple. At this time, the various superpowers members had already thronged the majestic headquarters of the Fire Dragon Empire's War God's Temple, numbering in the tens of thousands. Even the War God's Temple had no choice but to dispatch level 180 guards to maintain order. Meanwhile, on the top floor of a high-class restaurant near the War God's Temple, these superpowers are really being careful. Every one of their participating members has hidden their statistics and strength with black cloaks, Mu Lingsha said, her lips curled in disappointment as she looked at the crowd outside. That's normal. This competition is going to determine which superpower will hold hegemonic rights over God's domain. It is only natural for them to try to hide as much information as possible. Anyone who exposes their cards now will only make easy targets of themselves. Unyielding Heart, who sat beside Mu Lingsha, said, chuckling. However, I didn't expect for so many superpowers to apply for the competition in the Fire Dragon Empire. Although there are many empires in God's domain, only 4 of them are ancient nations. Any confident superpower wouldn't let go of these 4 nations. While guilds can register for the competition at any empire's capital, the guild that wins a reserve seat in their registered empire will receive additional benefits from the empire. Sighing, Mu Lingsha continued, it's a pity Unyielding Soul lacks accumulations. Otherwise, we could have come here to try our luck too. I wonder who will secure the 6 reserve seats. When Unyielding Heart spoke of the reserve seats, a hint of yearning appeared in his eyes. We can probably already determine who will get 5 out of the 6 seats. The last is the important one. I'm afraid those guilds are going to have a bloody battle, Mu Lingsha said gloatingly. The competition for the reserve seats was most likely going to be extremely intense. After all, if nothing unexpected happened, 5 of the 6 available seats would go to the 5 great super guilds. This left the other superpowers to compete over just 1 seat. The mere thought of the competition's intensity scared her. Look, Mythology's people are here, Mu Lingsha said as she looked at a group of undisguised players walking down the distant street. At the head of this team was none other than Cold Shadow. Mythology's arrival instantly cast a grim shadow over the plaza in front of the War God's Temple. Setting aside the fact that Mythology was one of the virtual gaming industry's publicly acknowledged 5 great super guilds, just the fact that Mythology's members were doing nothing to hide their strength already proved how confident Mythology was in its strength. Although this team from Mythology wasn't the main force that would participate in the competition, even the weakest in the team of several hundred was a level 1116 tier 3 player. Moreover, the base equipment standard of these people was level 115 fine gold set equipment. So, this is Mythology's strength, as expected of one of the 5 great super guilds. Even the team they sent to register is already so powerful. I really wonder how strong Mythology's representative team on the Western continent is. The spectators from the various superpowers and large guilds couldn't help growing fearful when they looked at Mythology's team. Meanwhile, as Mythology's members submitted their registration to the War God's Temple, a round of exclamations suddenly rose from the plaza's edge. After Mythology's team, another team of players actually arrived uncloaked. Moreover, this team only had a little over a dozen players in it. Are they insane? Mu Lingsha froze in the middle of sipping her black tea when she saw this small team. After all, this team belonged to none other than the currently famous Zero Wing. ch2701, we have our way. They are as bold as ever. Cold Shadow, who was registering Mythology for the competition before the War God's Temple, was slightly surprised to see Shi Feng and the others among the crowd. They're tired of living. A nearly 3-meter tall, heavily armored man standing beside Cold Shadow said disdainfully. Previously, they rejected your kindness and missed out on a great opportunity. Now, they actually dare take part in this event, even exposing their own data. They shouldn't think of getting through the foreign aid selection at this rate. The various superpowers had all recruited foreign aid for this competition. However, due to the rules, they could recruit only 100 outside helpers, at most. Moreover, each helper cost 30 units of 7 Luminaries crystal to register, a huge burden on the various superpowers' finances. To make matters worse, recruiting foreign aid was one thing. Whether the recruited foreign aid could pass the preliminary selection and earn points for the guild they supported was another thing altogether. If the recruited foreign aid didn't pass the preliminary selection, then all the 7 Luminaries crystals spent would go down the drain. Due to these reasons, the various superpowers wouldn't let go of even the slightest chance to defeat their opponents, let alone give away advantageous information to their opponents. With the classes in God's domain countering each other, even peak experts would have trouble when going up against opponents that countered their class. In a situation where one side thoroughly understood their opponent's basic attributes and equipment, that side could accurately arrange the appropriate manpower to suppress their opponents. Now that Zero Wing had leaked all this information, its members would be hard-pressed not to get targeted. What is that Black Flame thinking? Did nobody tell them that this operation requires concealment? The eyes of a group of cloaked players standing at the edge of the plaza nearly fell out of their sockets when Zero Wing's members came into sight. The competition for the 12 Great Guild's reserve seats was an event of utmost importance. The various superpowers had spent a lot of effort just to hide their strength. Some superpowers had even purchased camouflage items for some of their ace members for fear that these members would get perfectly countered. However, Zero Wing had done none of that and boldly displayed its information to the various superpowers. Hong Xinyuan, are these the trump cards you spent 3 reserve slots to recruit? You've truly opened this old man's eyes. An elderly man with graying hair said as he looked at Hong Xinyuan standing beside him. The wrath in his voice made even Muxin and the other Vice Guild leaders nearby shudder. Brilliant Blue was one of Frostheaven's 5 frost pillars. Previously, Brilliant Blue had nearly flipped over Frostheaven because of Hong Xinyuan's decision to give away 3 upper zone reserve slots to Zero Wing. In the past, the Boulder Corporation had rejected Brilliant Blue's request for a reserve slot for his grandson. However, he had eventually dropped the matter. After all, the reserve slots were extremely precious, and the Green God Company wouldn't necessarily gift the Boulder Corporation with slots every year. Now, however, Hong Xinyuan had decided to give away 3 of these precious slots to a bunch of outsiders without even consulting with anyone. There was no way Brilliant Blue wouldn't get angry over this matter, especially with Zero Wing having made such a huge blunder now. An accident? Brilliant Blue laughed when he heard this. That's right, this is indeed an accident. An accident on a scale this old man has never seen before. Having no excuses for this situation, Hong Xinyuan said apologetically, some problems have indeed occurred this time, but Zero Wing's members are undoubtedly strong. They are indeed pretty good. Of the 17 of them, even the lowest leveled person is level 1117, while the highest has even reached level 111. Each of them also has 6 pieces of epic equipment on average. This is a rare sight even among the various superpowers main force teams, Brilliant Blue said. He then turned to the other elders present and continued, however, they have exposed all their data now. It will be child's play for the other superpowers to counter them. Frostheaven's 7 Luminaries crystals aren't easy to come by. Every piece is exchanged using the guild members' blood and sweat. I don't want to see those crystals wasted. I suggest removing Zero Wing now and having my grandson's subordinates fill up the remaining slots. When Brilliant Blue finished speaking, the guild elders present fell silent for a while. I think what Great Elder Blue said is logical. Now that Zero Wing has made such a blunder, we do need to replace them, one of the Vice Guild leaders standing behind Brilliant Blue said and nodded. Blue's words aren't unreasonable. I also think that it is necessary to replace them, a white-haired Grand Elder said. The dispute over the reserve seats will greatly impact God's domain's future. It might even determine Frostheaven's life and death. We cannot afford to be sloppy in this matter. We don't have to take such a risk either. That's right. There is indeed no need for us to take this risk. After the white-haired Grand Elder spoke up, the other guild elders present also started voicing their agreement with Brilliant Blue's suggestion. As for the matter of finding new foreign aid to replace Zero Wing's members, nobody present was concerned about that. The various superpowers had prepared plenty of substitutes for today's event. Naturally, Frostheaven wasn't an exception. Not to mention, Brilliant Blue's grandson wasn't some simpleton either. In fact, he had gained the title of Sloth in the Flower of 7 Sins. If not for his having joined the Flower of 7 Sins, he would have already become a Vice Guild leader in Frostheaven. Meanwhile, the Flower of 7 Sins was an organization proficient at assassination. Its members were natural killers. There was no superpower more adept at dealing with players than the Flower of 7 Sins, not even super guilds. Brilliant Blue's grandson was one of Frostheaven's trump cards in this competition. Having the Flower of 7 Sins' peak experts replace Zero Wing's members wouldn't be a problem at all. Of course, Brilliant Blue's selfishness also played a role in his decision. The 3 reserve slots Hong Xinyuan offered to Zero Wing were actually his personal property. They didn't belong to the guild or the Boulder Corporation. Brilliant Blue couldn't force Hong Xinyuan to give them to him. However, if Zero Wing got removed and Brilliant Blue's grandson helped Frost Heaven secure a reserve seat, Hong Xinyuan would have to give those 3 upper zone reserve slots to Brilliant Blue's grandson to preserve his reputation. Just as the various elders present were about to reach a consensus, someone interrupted them. "Dear elders, don't you think you're going a little too far?" Muxin said. "Muxin, where do you think we've gone too far? Do you find my words unreasonable?" Brilliant Blue asked in dissatisfaction. "What you said indeed makes sense, Great Elder Blue." Muxin nodded. "However, Uncle Hong contributed nearly half of the 7 luminaries crystals we used to recruit foreign aid this time. If not for his contribution, Frost Heaven would have had difficulty collecting so many crystals. Now, Uncle Hong is only taking 17 slots for his own use, yet you are arbitrarily deciding to replace Zero Wing already. Isn't that a bit much? At least let Uncle Hong decide this matter himself." At Muxin's words, the grand elders and elders present fell silent. What Muxin said was the truth. Without the 7 luminaries crystals Hong Xinyuan contributed, they really wouldn't have been able to register so many outside helpers for the competition. Now Hong Xinyuan wasn't even using 1/5 of the total slots. They indeed didn't have the right to reject or help Hong Xinyuan decide. "What you say is correct, but we are also doing this in consideration of the guild's future," Brilliant Blue said righteously. "Old Hong, didn't you contribute those crystals for the sake of the guild as well?" Just when Brilliant Blue wanted to say something more, a dignified, middle-aged man in the team suddenly spoke up. "Stop arguing. Do you plan to make fools of yourselves in front of the other superpowers?" As soon as this middle-aged man spoke up, everyone present fell silent. Respect also appeared in everyone's eyes as they looked at this man. However, Brilliant Blue still refused to budge. "Guild leader, we cannot afford to be careless in this matter. Others might be afraid of 7 Wonders, the guild leader of Frost Heaven, but not Brilliant Blue. Not only was Brilliant Blue one of the 5 Frost Pillars, but he was also 1 generation older than 7 Wonders. Hence, 7 Wonders still had to take his words seriously. Enough, 7 Wonders frowned. This matter ends here. We will not remove Zero Wing. However, what Great Elder Blue said is reasonable as well. Notify Zero Wing that we won't help them during the preliminary selection. This is their problem, so they have to solve it themselves. Frost Heaven does not have any excess combat power to spare. Guild leader. Muxin was startled. She never thought that 7 Wonders would make such a decision. This was equivalent to abandoning Zero Wing. Hong Xinyuan also frowned at this decision. Without Frost Heaven's assistance, Zero Wing would most likely have difficulty getting through the preliminaries. And even if Zero Wing passed, not many of them should remain. Enough. Get it done, 7 Wonders said resolutely. Understood, Muxin sighed. Muxin was powerless to change 7 Wonders' decision. She immediately relayed the news to Shi Feng. As for how far Zero Wing could reach, that would depend entirely on Zero Wing itself. Guild leader, Frost Heaven is having us fend for ourselves, Yan Tianxing said, startled by the message Shi Feng shared with the team. Yan Tianxing had advised Shi Feng to conceal their information. However, Shi Feng had rejected his suggestion. Now, look what happened. What do you guys think? Shi Feng asked Fire Dance and the others, chuckling. "Let them. We have our way of doing things. Why should we play by their rules?" Fire Dance said nonchalantly. "Big Sis Fire is right. I've also been itching for a good fight lately," Violet Cloud said, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes. Similarly, Cola and the others also expressed their eagerness for a good fight. "Since that's the case, let's go get registered." 2706 selection battle inside a high-class bar near the War God's Temple's plaza. A feminine man in a light gray cloak appeared silently beside a handsome young man drinking red wine inside the bar. As if the feminine man did not exist, none of the bar's other occupants noticed his arrival. "Young master, it'll be difficult to get those reserve slots." 7 Wonders did not remove Zero Wing. He only decided to let Zero Wing fend for itself, the feminine man whispered. Zero Wing's members have registered already. Now, all they have to do is wait 3 hours for the preliminary selection to begin. Zero Wing sure is lucky not to get removed even after making such a blunder. The handsome young man named Sorrowful Heaven frowned slightly, then said coldly, "However, Zero Wing shouldn't even think of getting its hands on even one of those reserve slots. Sorrow, how about I attack them directly afterward?" A girl with disheveled hair sitting beside Sorrowful Heaven suggested, excitement sparkling in her eyes. The woman had the Flower of 7 Sins' symbol imprinted on her arm. As soon as this small and delicate girl spoke up, everyone inside the bar shook visibly as they reluctantly recalled the scene in the past. "Hayes, you have to abide by the rules this time. Otherwise, I won't bring you out anymore," Sorrowful Heaven said. A hint of fear had also surfaced in his eyes when he looked at this harmless-looking girl. Even after becoming one of the 7 sins, Sorrowful Heaven still dared not act carelessly around this girl. After all, death was the best relief when one went against this harmless girl. Even the Flower of 7 Sins' mysterious leader got a headache when dealing with her. If they did not manage her properly, she would easily trigger a catastrophe. Don't worry. I'll definitely listen to you during this mission. I won't recklessly do anything to those people. The girl named Imperial Haze nodded obediently and giggled. That's good. Sorrowful Heaven breathed out a sigh of relief. He then said slowly, we don't have to worry about Zero Wing this time. Now that Zero Wing has exposed all its data, the other superpowers' foreign aid will target them first. We won't have to do anything to Zero Wing. On the contrary, while everyone else is focused on Zero Wing, we can search for the War God orders. The selection match for foreign aid was straightforward. All registered foreign aid would be teleported to a special space to search for the War God orders scattered there. They would have 5 hours to do so, and once the time was up, all participants holding a War God order would pass the selection. However, the number of War God orders was limited to 100. In other words, only 100 players at most could pass the selection. According to the information they obtained, 6 super first-rate guilds and 3 super guilds had come to the Fire Dragon Empire to register for the competition. This meant that 900 players would participate in the preliminary selection, and only 1/9 of these participants could officially become foreign aid. Everyone else would just be wasting their 7 Luminaries crystals. Meanwhile, Zero Wing only had 17 members participating in the selection. Trying to secure War God orders while going up against so many experts was simply a fool's dream. As Sorrowful Heaven was considering how he could capitalize on Zero Wing's predicament, Cold Shadow was resting inside one of the War God's temple's lounges. When she received news of Zero Wing's situation, she revealed a satisfied smile. Vice Guild Leader, did you receive good news? The female guardian knight Whitefeather asked in surprise. Yes, Cold Shadow replied, although I don't know which dumb guild it was that invited Zero Wing. Zero Wing is dead for sure this time. None of Zero Wing's members should even dream of passing the selection. Vice Guild Leader, Zero Wing's 17 members possess extraordinary strength. While not all of them can pass, there is still a chance that 2 or 3 of them will succeed, Whitefeather said, shaking her head in disagreement. It might have been possible before, but I'm afraid it's not anymore, Cold Shadow said in a playful tone. According to our spies, the Sky Dragon House and Pride Empire have come forward to work with Demon Palace and Miracle to annihilate Zero Wing. How is this possible? This revelation stunned Whitefeather. The competition for the 6 reserve seats was incredibly intense, and every participating power was treating the others as mortal enemies. 2 superpowers working together was already unbelievable. Now, 4 superpowers had actually banded together to target Zero Wing. What exactly had Zero Wing done to anger all these guilds? Nothing's impossible. Chuckling, Cold Shadow said, did you forget whom Zero Wing offended before? Is this Saint's Hand's doing? Whitefeather immediately thought of the incomparably mysterious Saint's Hand. That's right. Saint's Hand promised the 4 guilds something, and the 4 guilds agreed without hesitation. Cold Shadow nodded. Smiling, she continued, I doubt even Zero Wing would have expected that this preliminary selection would turn into their execution. Zero Wing is truly finished this time. Whitefeather sighed at this situation. Nearly half of the 900 players entering the battlefield were going to target Zero Wing. None of Zero Wing's members should even think of leaving the battlefield alive. After all, the preliminary selections battlefield was a special space that prohibited players from using berserk skills and tools and increased the consumption of stamina and concentration by 10-fold. Such rules would greatly restrict the participants' combat power. Even powerful players would have difficulty fighting for a long time and would be vulnerable to Zerd tactics. Meanwhile, players who died within that special space would not only lose 5 levels, but also be prevented from logging into the game for 5 natural days. This was the price for participating in the competition for the 12 Great Guilds reserve seats. Zero Wing had mobilized all its top combatants for the competition this time. If Zero Wing team wiped, the guild would undoubtedly suffer a devastating blow, following which, time passed quickly. Amid the various superpowers' anticipation, the 9 foreign aid teams arrived inside the War God's Temple's selection hall. A total of 900 players stood on all sides of the hall. Some groups were large, while others were small. However, aside from Zero Wing's members, everyone else present had concealed their information using black cloaks. Are they the targets? What a pitiful bunch. They probably don't know that our 4 forces have joined hands already. Once the competition begins, we'll attack them together. I wonder if they'll get scared silly at that time. How unfortunate. I wanted to challenge that black flame to check the results of my recent training. Now, this chance is gone. The helpers of the Sky Dragon family, Pride Empire, Demon Palace, and Miracle conversed with each other through the team chat, their words filled with ridicule and sympathy for Shi Feng's group. Sorrow, those teams are acting strangely. Every one of them is actually staring at Zero Wing's members, Imperial Haze stated as she looked at the 4 superpowers members. That's not surprising. Who asked Zero Wing's members to be so courageous? Sorrowful Heaven retorted nonchalantly. If I weren't afraid of Hong Xinyuan holding me accountable and refusing to give me those reserve slots afterward, I would send Zero Wing's members on their way even if the other superpowers didn't target them. Is that so? Imperial Haze still couldn't help growing uncertain as she looked at the 4 superpowers foreign aid teams. By the way, we'll first pretend to move together with Zero Wing afterward. However, so long as we come across other teams during the operation, we'll immediately split away from Zero Wing and let Zero Wing's members tie down the enemy. Remember, you better not take action, Sorrowful Heaven said sternly. I understand. Imperial Haze nodded. Shortly after Sorrowful Heaven finished speaking, everyone in the hall felt their vision blur momentarily. When they recovered, they discovered that they had already arrived inside a forested valley. After scanning his surroundings, Sorrowful Heaven found that the various teams were situated relatively close to each other. If they abandoned Zero Wing too soon, they would most likely get caught by a different team during their retreat. We'll move together with Zero Wing first, Sorrowful Heaven said through the team chat. However, even after Sorrowful Heaven gave this command, none of the Flower of Seven Sins' members moved. Instead, they all stood still, looking dumbfounded. This was because nearly half of the foreign aid teams present had started dashing in their direction like a bunch of madmen as Sorrowful Heaven issued his command. What's going on? Sorrowful Heaven was similarly stunned as he looked at the several hundred players charging at his team from all directions. ch2701 Fire Dragon's 6 absolutes upon seeing 400 people acting in unison, let alone Sorrowful Heaven, even the other foreign aid teams in the distance were dumbfounded by this situation. Are these people crazy? Zero Wing has only exposed some weaknesses that can be exploited. Do these people really need to behave like this? What kind of guild is Zero Wing? Did it desecrate these people's ancestral graves? In the preliminary selection, it wasn't far-fetched to say that aside from the members of one's team, everyone else was an enemy. There did not exist any possibility for cooperation. Yet, 4 teams were now working together to annihilate Zero Wing's members. Moreover, these teams had perfect coordination with each other. Nobody would believe it if someone said there was no hatred between Zero Wing and these teams. Boss Sorrow, these people should be aiming at Zero Wing, a level 117 tier 3 ranger from the Flower of Seven Sins reported to Sorrowful Heaven. When he observed the movements and goal of these 4 teams, he gulped nervously despite himself. What exactly did Zero Wing do to make 4 superpowers take such drastic action? At this moment, Sorrowful Heaven couldn't help staring at Shi Feng's group in shock. Based on the 4 teams' coordinated movements, it was clear they had discussed things beforehand. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone all out to annihilate Zero Wing's members as soon as the selection began. Zero Wing was merely an up-and-coming pseudo-superpower, yet it had actually provoked 4 superpowers into working together to deal with it. This was definitely a first in God's domain. If word of this situation spread, Zero Wing would instantly become famous throughout God's domain. Boss, what should we do? The Tier 3 Ranger asked. Let's wait and see first before making a decision, Sorrowful Heaven commanded calmly and quickly. Based on the 4 teams' killing intent, he could tell that they weren't targeting the Flower of Seven Sins. Even so, he still had to be careful. After all, every one of these foreign aid teams had famous experts in them, and even the weakest of their members was a Flowing Water Realm expert. Many of them were even Void Realm experts, an existence that even the guild leaders of first-rate guilds had to tread carefully around. The 4 teams' coordinated charge was equivalent to 400 guild leaders or vice-guild leaders of first-rate guilds charging together. Just the thought of it made Sorrowful Heaven's scalp prickle. Less than 10 seconds later, several dozen figures dashed past the Flower of Seven Sins members, their passage scattering the surrounding flowers and grass. Meanwhile, the moment these people passed by, everyone from the Flower of Seven Sins, with the exception of Imperial Haze, felt a sense of relief. The other Flower of Seven Sins members also nodded in agreement with this Tier 3 assassin's assessment. Although it was indeed true that even their weakest members were at the Flowing Water Realm, there were only 5 Void Realm experts on their team. While Sorrowful Heaven was a Domain Realm expert, in this special space, he would have difficulty going up against 3 Void Realm experts simultaneously. He might even get killed. In other words, if they excluded the monstrous Imperial Haze, the overall strength of the several dozen players that had just passed by was still above them. Meanwhile, this was only a small portion of the strength 4 foreign aid teams commanded. You think the strongest among these people are only at the Void Realm? After calming himself, Sorrowful Heaven couldn't help rolling his eyes at his subordinates. Boss Sorrow, are you saying there are peerless experts hidden among these people? Everyone gasped reflexively when they heard Sorrowful Heaven's words. Peerless experts. They were existences even super guilds had to be wary of, the important mainstays of the various superpowers. Otherwise, do you think those superpowers would spend so many 7 Luminaries crystals to recruit foreign aid? Glancing at the afterimage left behind by a muscular old man, Sorrowful Heaven took a deep breath and said, I suspect that old man who rushed past us just now is 3 Autumns, one of the Grand Elders that founded the Fire Dragon Adventurer Alliance. 3 Autumns? The person known as Skyshaker? The Flower of Seven Sins members shuddered at this name. According to the rumors, 3 Autumns was a phenomenal existence. Relying on his incredible Ghost Hammer technique, he had not only defeated several Apex experts from the Sky Dragon family, but also fought one of the Super Guild's Dragonheads to a standstill. After that feat, 3 Autumns had gained the title of Skyshaker in the Fire Dragon Empire. This, in turn, allowed the newly emerged and loosely organized Fire Dragon Adventurer Alliance to get a foothold in the Fire Dragon Empire. 3 Autumns should be the trump card of one of the foreign aid teams. The other teams should have their own peerless experts as well. As Sorrowful Heaven watched the 4 teams close in on Shi Feng's group, an indescribable sense of shock filled him. These 4 superpowers really think highly of Zero Wing. Although the Flower of Seven Sins team had Imperial Haze as a trump card, if it had to go up against 4 peerless experts simultaneously, only death awaited its members. Aside from Imperial Haze, everyone else wouldn't have any chance to survive. Just what kind of ability did Zero Wing possess to warrant such a frightening lineup? While Sorrowful Heaven was feeling stunned, the 4 foreign aid teams had arrived before Zero Wing's members. A total of 400 powerful experts were directing their killing intent at Shi Feng and his companions. The killing intent radiated by any one of these experts was more than enough to turn ordinary players pale. Now that all 400 of these people were releasing their killing intent simultaneously, the space around Shi Feng's group even started to darken. In fact, even from over 1,000 yards away, the Flower of Seven Sins' members still felt a chill crawl down their backs, and they felt an urge to flee. Young man, don't blame us for bullying you with numbers. If you have to blame someone, blame yourself for behaving too arrogantly and offending people you shouldn't offend, 3 Autumns said, sighing as he looked at Shi Feng. What's the point of talking to them? The sooner we get rid of them, the sooner we can get down to business. The one-eyed young male guardian knight standing beside 3 Autumns said, Red Rain, don't say that. At least let them die knowingly. That way, they can have a smoother path ahead of them. A beautiful woman with long elven ears and a graceful figure chided with a smile. Black Flame, I originally wanted to have a fair fight with you, but work comes first for me. Don't blame me for prioritizing victory over fairness. A white-haired youth wielding a greatsword declared as he walked out of the crowd. When these 4 people appeared, the crowd spectating in the distance couldn't help gaping and gasping in shock. Skyshaker, Red Rain, Elven Enchantress, and Mad Sword. Why are all these people here? At this moment, let alone the Flowing Water Realm experts, even a Domain Realm expert like Sorrowful Heaven spontaneously broke out in a cold sweat. He never thought that his guess was actually on the mark. 4 of the Fire Dragon Empire's 6 absolutes had actually gathered here. If these 4 people worked together, they could move unhindered in the Fire Dragon Empire. Even the Empire's super guilds wouldn't dare to offend them casually. Guild leader, these 4 people aren't ordinary opponents. It'll be risky for us to clash with them, Yan Tianxing warned as he looked at the 4 smiling people. The fame of the Fire Dragon Empire's 6 absolutes resounded even in the distant Star Moon Kingdom. This was because every one of these 6 absolutes had gained their fame through their astonishing battle records. They were different from experts whose reputations were due to the bragging of guilds. It seems even the heavens want Zero Wing dead this time. Sorrowful Heaven couldn't help but lament over this situation. However, despite his feelings over the matter, he still eagerly hoped for Zero Wing's demise. Otherwise, the upper zone would forever be beyond his reach. Black Flame, now that you're aware of the situation, if you want to hate someone, hate yourself for being too arrogant. As soon as the level 119 Elven Enchantress said this, she retrieved the bow slung on her back and shot an arrow at Shi Feng. Tier 3 skill, Sky Piercer. The next moment, a blue flash punctured a hole through space and crossed the 60-yard distance in the blink of an eye. The arrow's speed was so fast that even Sorrowful Heaven and the other spectators failed to react to it immediately. Moreover, the arrow carried so much power that the punctured space continued cracking even after the arrow had passed. I just didn't see you for a while and your arrow's speed has actually become faster? I could barely perceive it at this close distance, Red Rain said as he looked at Elven Enchantress. Isn't it better to let him die without pain? Elven Enchantress smiled faintly as she put her longbow away. Elven Enchantress's gentle smile awoke a sense of dread in the other 3 absolutes present. None of them objected to her words, though. If Elven Enchantress launched her arrow within 100 yards, even Tier 3 assassins would fall without knowing what hit them. Not to mention, Shi Feng was only a swordsman. However, as soon as Elven Enchantress finished speaking, a playful chuckle entered everyone's ears. Die? I'm afraid you're still not quite up to scratch for that. The next moment, a person actually walked out of the shattered space, and this person was even toying with the blue arrow Elven Enchantress shot out just now. 2708 Transient Sword. Upon seeing Shi Feng walk out of the shattered space, everyone from the 4 hostile teams fell deathly silent, their eyes nearly falling out of their sockets. He's fine? He actually blocked it? Everyone felt like they were dreaming when they saw Shi Feng emerge from Elven Enchantress's attack unscathed. Many of the Flowing Water Realm experts even rubbed their eyes to verify that they weren't hallucinating. That was one of Elven Enchantress's arrows they were talking about. According to rumor, the longbow Elven Enchantress wielded was a fragmented legendary weapon, and she could even repulse mythic monsters of the same level with its help. Moreover, Elven Enchantress hadn't launched just any ordinary arrow at Shi Feng either. The arrow she used was made entirely of precious mana jade steel. The arrow also had ancient magic runes carved on it. Even a Tier 3 player using an ordinary longbow could repel a mythic monster of the same level with this arrow. The combination of these 2 things was what made Elven Enchantress one of the Fire Dragon Empire's 6 absolutes. He actually blocked such a fast arrow? Black Flame is even stronger than what we heard. It seems the rumors of him being a peerless expert are true. The Flower of Seven Sins' Tier 3 members spectating in the distance couldn't help but marvel at this scene. Previously, they had failed to respond to Elven Enchantress's arrow despite having a bird's-eye view of the battlefield. If they were targeted by such an arrow from a distance of several dozen yards, they didn't dare imagine what would happen. He blocked it? Sorrowful Heaven eyed his subordinates with contempt when he overheard their discussion. You think he merely blocked it? Sorrowful Heaven's words only confused them. Look carefully. What is he holding in his hand? Sorrowful Heaven questioned angrily. He's holding an arrow? Everyone grew even more confused. You bunch are really stupid. Sorrowful Heaven was momentarily rendered speechless by his subordinates. He then turned to look at Shi Feng in the distance, horror surfacing in his eyes. Arrows are considered consumables in God's domain. So long as they hit something, they will disintegrate even if they get blocked by a skill or a weapon. Then, the arrow in Black Flame's hand, the Flower of Seven Sins members subconsciously turned to look at the blue arrow Shi Feng held. Immediately, a chill overwhelmed their entire bodies. That's right, the arrow never hit him. Instead, he snatched the arrow out of the air. When Sorrowful Heaven finished speaking, rank disbelief filled his eyes. Guild leader? Yan Tianxing also stared at Shi Feng in surprise. Elven Enchantress's attack was most likely top-notch even among the peerless experts in the current God's domain. Nonetheless, Shi Feng had caught the arrow. Was this really a feat players could accomplish? However, compared to the Apex experts present, Skyshaker, Red Rain, Elven Enchantress, and Mad Sword found this situation even more unbelievable. How did he do it? Elven Enchantress's expression turned solemn as she gazed at Shi Feng. She knew better than anyone just how fast her simple attack was. If she launched this arrow of hers within 100 yards of her target, she was confident that even the other 5 of the 6 absolutes wouldn't be able to block it. Even speed-type mythic monsters would get struck. Everyone, Black Flame is much stronger than we expected. I'm afraid the 4 of us will have to work together to take him down, Three Autumns suggested with a grim expression. Okay, I have no opinion, Red Rain nodded. It seems we can only do that, Mad Sword answered through gritted teeth. They had their pride as peerless experts, and they disdained ganging up on people. However, as experts, they could see the gap between themselves and Shi Feng after just a single exchange. To complete the task the 4 superpowers entrusted them, they had no choice but to work together. Moreover, there was another important point, the death penalty in the selection battle. Even peerless experts like themselves would suffer a tremendous setback if they died here. Good. In that case, Red Rain and I will keep Black Flame busy. Mad Sword, you and Elven Enchantress support us from the sides. Red Rain and I will use everything we have to create an opening. Once you find a chance, don't hold back, Three Autumns commanded quietly. Also, everyone else, once the 4 of us pin down Black Flame, use everything you have to get rid of Zero Wing's other members. Do not let them support Black Flame. No problem. Leave it to me to block him once the battle begins. Red Rain nodded confidently. He was a Guardian Knight, while Three Autumns was a Berserker. This was an excellent melee combination for dealing with stronger opponents and creating opportunities. In addition, Mad Sword was a greatsword-wielding swordsman, and Elven Enchantress was a ranger. Their classes were adept at executing finishing blows and ambushes. Black Flame, I truly underestimated you. It's no wonder those 4 superpowers are willing to work together to eliminate you. Elven Enchantress also grew serious as she took in Shi Feng's nonchalant attitude. She then responded quietly, although I don't want to, I'll do my best to support you this time. As a ranger, having her arrows caught barehanded was a huge humiliation. Playing a supporting role in a fight was also the last thing she wanted to do. However, she couldn't care less about her pride right now. Completing the mission had priority. Vice Alliance leader Autumns, leave Zero Wing's other members to us. We won't let any of them assist Black Flame. That's right, they're but 16 people. It'll only take us a few seconds to get rid of them. The other members of the 4 foreign aid teams also responded to Three Autumns' command, all of them expressing their confidence in resolving this matter quickly. Good. In 3 seconds, we'll take action together. Since nobody had any objections to his commands, Three Autumns nodded and focused his attention on Shi Feng, who stood 30 yards away. As for everyone else, they promptly spread out, seeking the optimal position to coordinate with each other. However, after the foreign aid team's members got to position, an indifferent voice broke the silence and made everyone shudder involuntarily. It seems you are finally ready. In that case, I can make my move now. Shi Feng's voice was indescribably calm. However, the meaning behind his words couldn't be any more obvious. He was basically making fun of the 4 absolutes' determination to work together. What arrogance! Furious at Shi Feng's words, Red Rain immediately activated the Tier 3 Justice Sprint and charged at the swordsman with his shield raised. The space around Red Rain turned blurry and chaotic, making it difficult for others to time and dodge or block his attack. Go! Upon seeing this situation, Three Autumns commanded everyone to take action before joining the charge himself. However, before Three Autumns could even take a step forward, everyone present suddenly felt as if time had switched to slow-mo. This illusion lasted for a moment, then everyone gasped. Before they realized it, Shi Feng was already standing behind Red Rain. A longsword as dark as night had also pierced Red Rain's heart. Immediately afterward, Shi Feng pulled the longsword from Red Rain's back, and the Guardian Knight's HP drained away until nothing remained. Red Rain then collapsed onto the soft grass, his eyes wide with horror and confusion. 2709, difference in strength. No content, 2710. Selection battle ends. No content, 2711. Lucky Zero Wing. No content, 2712. Arrogant person. Only 17 people passed the selection. Zero Wing's team seems to have 17 people. What exactly is going on here? After a brief silence, the various superpowers members turned their eyes toward Shi Feng's group, the doubt in their hearts deepening. There was indeed the possibility that the War God orders had been well hidden, and some might not be found even after the selection ended. This would result in less than 100 people passing the preliminary selection. However, even if that were the case, over 80 people should still have passed the selection. However, only 17 people had passed the selection. This number was far below the various superpowers' expectations. The upper echelons of Sky Dragon Family, Pride Empire, Demon Palace, and Miracle, in particular, were dumbfounded by this situation. They couldn't figure out what exactly had happened inside the selection battle. Their 4 guilds had paid an enormous price to recruit 4 of the Fire Dragon Empire's 6 absolutes. They had been very confident of winning the preliminary selection, hands down. Now, however, let alone ranking within the top 4, not even one of the foreign aid they recruited managed to pass the selection. What was even more unbelievable was the fact that Zero Wing's members had returned unscathed. How could they possibly believe this? Investigate what happened. I want to know what happened inside the selection battle. Almost immediately, the 4 guilds' upper echelons began frantically contacting their respective foreign aid team's members. Vice Guild Leader, did something go wrong with the selection? Whitefeather's eyes brimmed with surprise and confusion as she looked at the central stele. In response to Whitefeather's question, Cold Shadow glanced at the distant Shi Feng before looking toward the 4 guilds' side. From the commotion at the 4 guilds, it was evident that even the 4 guilds' people didn't know what had just happened. Something must have gone wrong. Only, I don't know what kind of trick Zero Wing pulled this time. All Cold Shadow could think of now was that Zero Wing was related to this abnormal situation. Out of the 900 players that entered the selection space, only 17 returned. Even if an intense battle occurred inside, there shouldn't be so few players returning. Not to mention, all of these returnees were even Zero Wing's members. As the various superpowers were investigating this strange situation, Frost Heaven's side was similarly at a loss. Guild Leader Black Flame, what happened inside? Why are you the only ones to return? Muxin couldn't help asking Shi Feng. Since Shi Feng was an insider in this situation, asking him would be much more efficient than asking around. If even Zero Wing's small team of 17 could return safely, there was no way the Flower of Seven Sins' team of 83 players couldn't. Not to mention, Sorrowful Rain was a domain realm expert. Following Muxin's and Brilliant Blue's questions, everyone from Frost Heaven turned to look at Shi Feng, curious to find out what exactly happened inside. However, Shi Feng directly ignored Brilliant Blue's question and turned to Muxin. Nothing special happened inside. We just conducted a normal team battle. As for the result, you saw it yourself, Shi Feng said calmly. Shi Feng's words were clear and straightforward. His logic was also seamless. However, none of Frost Heaven's members believed him. Even Muxin felt that Shi Feng was joking with her. Black Flame, do you take this old man for a fool? Do you think I will believe such words? Brilliant Blue was incensed. He already felt upset that Shi Feng ignored him. Now, Shi Feng was even insulting his intelligence by giving such a stupid answer. The other Frost Heaven members agreed with Brilliant Blue's words, and they started looking at Shi Feng with scorn. Although Shi Feng's answer sounded reasonable, it was also the least possible result. They would be fools to believe him. 900 Tier 3 experts had participated in the preliminary selection, many of them peak experts and apex experts. No matter how fierce the battle, these experts shouldn't have all gotten annihilated. After all, they could still flee if they couldn't win in a fight. Moreover, the selection battle was held in a special space that severely restricted a player's stamina and concentration. The difficulty and risks involved in chasing a fleeing opponent in this space were incredibly high. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's team was not only the smallest out of the bunch, but also the easiest to counter. If an intense battle occurred during the selection, Shi Feng's team should have faced the greatest difficulty returning alive. But what about now? Not only did Zero Wing's team suffer 0 casualties, but Zero Wing's members all wore incomparably relaxed expressions. They did not look like they had just survived an intense battle at all, but gone on an outing. Whether you believe it or not is up to you, Shi Feng retorted nonchalantly. The selection battle is over. If you don't have any other questions, we'll be heading back to rest. After saying so, Shi Feng turned around and left the hall, unconcerned whether Frost Heaven's members believed him or not. His goal in coming here was only the 3 upper zone reserve slots. Meanwhile, after glancing at the Frost Heaven contingent, Zero Wing's other members chuckled before following Shi Feng out of the hall. The behavior of Zero Wing's team thoroughly dumbfounded Brilliant Blue. He was one of Frost Heaven's dignified Frost Pillars, as well as a great elder of the guild. Yet now, he was being ignored by the guild leader of a pseudo-superpower with no background whatsoever. Brilliant Blue promptly glared at Hong Xinyuan and bellowed angrily, "Hong Xinyuan, take a good look. This is the trump card you recruited." However, Hong Xinyuan remained indifferent to Brilliant Blue's outburst. In fact, he was in a relatively good mood. After all, the return of Shi Feng's team meant that Frost Heaven had gained 17 foreign aid slots. Failing to get a reaction out of Hong Xinyuan, Brilliant Blue turned to Seven Wonders and snapped, "Guild leader, you've seen how Zero Wing's members behave. They are too arrogant. They aren't even taking us seriously. If we let them participate in the official competition, the consequences will be disastrous." Enough. Let's take a look at the situation first, Seven Wonders berated. However, when Seven Wonders glanced at Zero Wing's members' departing figures, a hint of dissatisfaction also flashed in his eyes. Meanwhile, although Shi Feng had spoken in a normal tone, everyone in the hall was a great expert. Even the weakest among them was at the Flowing Water Realm. Hence, they heard Shi Feng's words loud and clear. Black Flame truly is arrogant to the extreme. He's taking such an attitude even toward Frost Heaven. He'll most likely have a difficult path ahead of him. White Feather smirked when she saw the exchange between Shi Feng and Frost Heaven's leadership. However, Black Flame really knows how to spout nonsense. Does he think his team consists entirely of peerless experts? While Frost Heaven's members might be unaware, she knew full well that nearly half of the 900 players who participated in the selection battle had set their sights on Zero Wing. Zero Wing shouldn't have come out unscathed if a battle truly happened. However, even after White Feather ridiculed Shi Feng a bunch, Cold Shadow remained surprisingly silent. "Vice Guild Leader, is something wrong?" White Feather asked in confusion when she noticed Cold Shadow's solemn expression. "News just came from our insider." Taking a deep breath, Cold Shadow said slowly, "All participating foreign aides were annihilated." 2713, fame spreads across the Fire Dragon Empire. When White Feather heard Cold Shadow's words, she was stunned, her brain seizing up momentarily. "How is this possible?" White Feather exclaimed almost instinctively. The selection lasted less than 10 minutes. How could nearly 900 Tier 3 great experts slaughter each other so thoroughly within that time? Without a large gap in strength, a fight between Tier 3 experts would take at least 2 to 5 minutes to finish. This rule of thumb was already widely accepted in God's domain. Upon reaching Tier 3, almost every player would have at least a few life-saving skills. They could easily fight a battle of attrition. Hence, there was a popular saying that while Tier 3 experts could be defeated easily, killing them was challenging. No, they didn't fight each other. Cold Shadow shook her head. She then added calmly, "According to our insider, over half of the foreign aid teams chose to forfeit." Forfeit? White Feather grew even more confused at this revelation. She felt that the more she delved into this matter, the more incomprehensible it became. Meanwhile, inside the gloomy hall, Thousand Miles and the upper echelons of the many superpowers present also received news on what happened during the selection battle. They were inevitably bewildered. Have they lost their minds? Over half of them forfeited? Thousand Miles cursed out loud when he saw his subordinates report. Investigate immediately. Anyone who chose to forfeit shouldn't even think of receiving any of the promised benefits. With the huge numerical advantage they had, they could have annihilated Zero Wing's members even if they had to throw bodies at them. Vice Guild Leader Miles. The gray-robed berserker standing before Thousand Miles shrank back slightly before saying quietly, "The ones that forfeited aren't our guild's foreign aid." "What happened to our foreign aid then?" Thousand Miles asked in response. "Our foreign aid?" After peeking at Thousand Miles, the gray-robed berserker answered hesitantly, "Black Flame killed them all. Moreover, he didn't kill just our foreign aid, but also the other 3 guilds' foreign aid." "Are you sure Black Flame did it alone? Are they not messing with you?" Thousand Miles asked in disbelief. "I've verified with them already." The gray-robed berserker nodded. Black Flame indeed killed them by himself. Out of the 400 players that targeted Zero Wing, not a single one survived. He annihilated all 400 Tier 3 great experts? Thousand Miles suddenly felt a little dizzy. This information was too much for his brain to process. He even felt that he was hallucinating right now. Not only did a player obtain a mana domain, but said mana domain was even so powerful. If someone had told him such a thing before, even he would consider that person crazy. Either that or this person was a newcomer in God's domain and ignorant about mana domains. A mana domain? Thousand Miles' expression stiffened at this term. How can he have a mana domain? At this time, Thousand Miles wasn't the only person dumbfounded. The other superpowers' upper echelons were similarly bewildered when they heard this piece of news. After all, it was far more unbelievable than Shi Feng's feat of single-handedly annihilating 4 foreign aid teams. In God's domain, the mana domain was the standard that determined whether an NPC was strong or weak. So long as an NPC had a mana domain, they would be considered a true powerhouse in the whole of God's domain. After Frost Heaven's members received a detailed report of what happened during the selection battle, they too fell silent. Brilliant Blue, in particular, wore an extremely wrinkled and ugly look on his face. Previously, no one from Frost Heaven believed what Shi Feng had said. In their opinion, Shi Feng was only talking big. Brilliant Blue had even mocked Shi Feng for his arrogance. However, insiders were now telling them that everything was true. Moreover, the situation was far more terrifying than how Shi Feng described it. Old Hong, did you and Muxin know about this since the beginning? Seven Wonders couldn't help asking Hong Xinyuan. We knew a little. Chuckling, Hong Xinyuan added, however, for confidentiality's sake, we didn't tell anyone. Muxin also nodded in agreement. Only, even she was surprised by such an excellent battle record. She never expected that Shi Feng's mana domain would be so powerful when released. It was at least 10 times stronger than what she experienced. You two really know how to keep us in the dark. When Seven Wonders looked at Hong Xinyuan's indifferent expression and recalled the situation with Shi Feng before, he smiled bitterly. In that case, I'll leave Zero Wings matters to you in the future. After glancing at the silent Brilliant Blue, Hong Xinyuan faintly smiled and said, Guild Leader, please rest assured. After the end of the selection battle, news about Zero Wings spread like the plague. This was especially true for the details regarding Black Flame. Many of the major powers that had come to spectate the competition were shocked. Not only had Black Flame single-handedly dominated the preliminary selection, but he even possessed the rumored mana domain. This battle record instantly made Black Flame the focus of discussion for many players all over the Fire Dragon Empire. Quite a number of the Empire's players even sought to join the pseudo-superpower known as Zero Wing. War God's Temple, Mythology's Lounge, Vice Guild Leader, the situation has become somewhat troublesome now. Not only does that Black Flame possess a mana domain, but his fame has also spread throughout the Fire Dragon Empire. I'm afraid it'll become very difficult to realize our acquisition plan now, Whitefeather said anxiously when she saw that Black Flame's name was being mentioned everywhere in the Fire Dragon Empire's forums. This situation might even affect Miracle's ranking. Mythology had chosen to partner with Miracle for the competition this time. In terms of guild foundations and strength, Miracle was above Frost Heaven. However, not only did Miracle lose all its foreign aid, but Frost Heaven even had Zero Wing supporting it. The gap in strength between the two guilds had instantly narrowed by a large margin. Black Flame has indeed become a big variable now. Glancing at the battle report she received, Cold Shadow smiled and added, however, at the end of the day, the struggle for the reserve seats isn't something that can be decided by one person. Not to mention, even with a mana domain, Black Flame won't be able to survive for long in this competition. That great personage has already said he would personally take action against Black Flame. That great personage is going to make a move? This news surprised Whitefeather. Black Flame still thinks he is invincible just because he has a mana domain. He doesn't know that there is always someone stronger. Even a mana domain cannot save him now, Cold Shadow sneered as she read the detailed report on Shi Feng. While a mana domain was indeed powerful, it was a negligible existence in front of absolute strength. While the various superpowers were patiently waiting for the official competition to begin, Shi Feng secretly paid a visit to a bar called Moonfire in Flame Dragon City's outskirts. At this time, only one woman was sitting quietly at the bar counter. This woman wore delicate light blue robes, and just the view of her back could mesmerize countless people. However, this woman's aura was as hot as flames, deterring people from summoning up the courage to approach her. You're here. When the woman saw Shi Feng enter the bar, she greeted him as though welcoming an old friend she hadn't seen for a long time. Meanwhile, this woman was none other than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Phoenix Pavilion Master. Demon Queen Phoenix Rain, 2714, meeting Phoenix Rain. Again, accepting Phoenix Rain's invitation, Shi Feng walked over and sat beside her. In the time I haven't seen you, you've become a lot stronger again, Phoenix Rain praised as she scanned Shi Feng. Not too much. Going straight into the topic, Shi Feng asked, is everything alright on your side? He had suddenly visited the Moonfire bar because of a message from Phoenix Rain. Initially, he had been a little happy to receive the message. Since he had thought that Phoenix Rain would never appear before him again, he felt that the situation shouldn't be as terrible as Duan Hanshan made it out to be. However, the moment he laid eyes on Phoenix Rain, he instantly understood. The situation was much worse than he thought. This was because the Phoenix Rain he saw couldn't be considered human. All her information was labeled as unknown and couldn't be examined at all. Moreover, the feeling he got from her was as if she had wholly integrated her existence with the flowers and trees of God's domain. Shi Feng even got the impression that Phoenix Rain was native to God's domain. Meanwhile, at Shi Feng's question, a hint of surprise flashed in Phoenix Rain's eyes. She then smiled faintly and replied, you can say that it's alright, yet not alright at the same time. It seems the situation still isn't too terrible. Shi Feng nodded. He then asked another question. Can you tell me what exactly happened then? The disappearance of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's 3 pavilion masters had shaken the various superpowers of God's domain. If not for the pavilion having hidden this matter well, it would have long since made headlines in the real world. This, I cannot say. Phoenix Rain shook her head. I went to great lengths to come here to tell you only two things. Although Phoenix Rain's voice was calm, her eyes betrayed deep exhaustion. What is it? Shi Feng didn't probe too much into her situation. He could feel that Phoenix Rain wasn't joking with him. In that case, there wouldn't be any meaning for him to continue probing. The first is that I hope you can take care of my little sister, Phoenix Rain said, then took out an information card and handed it to Shi Feng. Her information and address are recorded here. I am no longer by her side. Although she has great abilities, the people who are troubling her are difficult. If you have the chance, I hope you can help resolve her problems. After glancing at the information card, Shi Feng was stunned. Phoenix Rain's little sister was residing in the upper zone. Aren't you in the upper zone too? Shi Feng asked in confusion. This shouldn't be a problem. I'll go take a look if I visit the upper zone in the future. Shi Feng nodded in agreement. Phoenix Rain had helped both him and Zero Wing a lot thus far. He didn't mind taking care of her little sister now. Thank you. Phoenix Rain breathed out a sigh of relief when she heard Shi Feng's answer. She then inhaled deeply before saying solemnly, Next, the second matter will be my 2 pieces of advice to you. Advice? Seeing Phoenix Rain's serious expression, Shi Feng couldn't help asking, Is it Saint's Hand? Based on the information from Duan Hanshan, the disappearance of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's leadership had something to do with Saint's Hand. Moreover, the various superpowers also appeared to be fearful of the guild. No, shaking her head, Phoenix Rain said, My first advice is for you to be wary of 3 people. 3 people? Shi Feng was somewhat confused. He could understand if Phoenix Rain wanted him to be wary of some powerful organization, yet she told him to be wary of 3 individuals. If not for Phoenix Rain's solemn expression and her lofty status, he would have most likely treated her words as a joke. Yes, 3 people. Slowly, Phoenix Rain said, I don't know these 3 people's names. They use various aliases, but not one of them is their real name. The only thing I can tell you is their characteristics. These 3 people are a madman, a girl, and a young, scholarly person. If you meet them, run as far as you can. Never approach them, or the consequences will be harsh. You must remember this point. That's all the information on these 3 people? Shi Feng memorized Phoenix Rain's words, but the information he had to work with was scanty and vague. I only know this much. Phoenix Rain shook her head and chuckled. She then continued, The next piece of advice is simpler, and that is to stock up on as many 7 Luminaries crystals as possible. This thing is incredibly valuable, and the more you have, the better. That's a realistic piece of advice. Shi Feng was startled to receive this advice. 7 Luminaries crystal was incredibly important during his previous life. Knowing this, he had tasked many guild members with finding and collecting the crystal. However, due to its rarity, the amount they managed to collect wasn't significant. After Shi Feng finished speaking, Phoenix Rain suddenly stood up and tossed 3 gold coins onto the table. She then looked at Shi Feng and said earnestly, I've said everything that can be said. How far you can progress will be up to you. You're leaving already? Shi Feng was again startled when he saw Phoenix Rain preparing to leave. Their conversation lasted less than 5 minutes. He hadn't even gotten to the other questions he wanted to ask. However, Phoenix Rain looked to be short on time. Oh yes. Suddenly, Phoenix Rain pulled out a black crystal from her pocket and tossed it to Shi Feng. I have you to thank for being able to make this visit. I can't use this thing at present, so I'll give it to you. What is this thing? When Shi Feng looked at the unidentifiable black crystal, he felt a sudden urge to eat the crystal whole. Upon noticing the hunger in Shi Feng's eyes, Phoenix Rain chuckled. You'd better not eat it. It's not edible. Shi Feng felt slightly embarrassed by this situation. He never thought that the black crystal would be powerful enough to affect his mind. Don't worry, I won't eat it, Shi Feng promised. Before I go, I'll tell you one more thing. Tier 4 is just the beginning. Your time, however, before Phoenix Rain could finish speaking, she suddenly disappeared. It was as if she never existed in this place. Now, only Shi Feng remained inside the spacious bar. Forced teleportation? Surprise colored Shi Feng's eyes as he looked at the space where Phoenix Rain had been. However, he quickly denied his conjecture. No, there were no spatial fluctuations. It shouldn't be a forced teleport, yet if she logged off, it should have taken a while before she disappeared. Despite pondering for some time, Shi Feng failed to figure out the mechanism behind Phoenix Rain's sudden disappearance. In the end, he had to give up and shifted his attention to the black crystal in his hand. At least he now knew that Phoenix Rain was safe. I got nothing from using an ordinary identification skill just now. It seems I can only try with omniscient eyes. Taking a deep breath, Shi Feng gathered the surrounding mana around his eyes and stared intently at the black crystal. Omniscient eyes, 2715 eternal item. As Shi Feng frantically gathered mana inside the bar, the mana around him started liquefying. The standard of his mana was undoubtedly at tier 4. A moment later, 2-fold magic arrays appeared in his eyes. If a player were to meet his gaze right now, they would most likely shudder instinctively. At this moment, Shi Feng's eyes seemed to be capable of penetrating all truths in the world. No secrets could exist before this pair of eyes. Sure enough, Omniscient Eyes' effects have improved significantly now that my mana has reached the tier 4 standard. Shi Feng was delighted as he looked at the black crystal in his hand. Previously, even when he used the advanced identification skill, he couldn't appraise the black crystal at all. However, with omniscient eyes, a loading bar had appeared. It was as if the black crystal's outermost firewall had cracked, and the skill was fervently exploiting this breach and trying to dig into the crystal's core. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 40 seconds. As the forces of the black crystal and omniscient eyes continued clashing, Shi Feng frowned. Although omniscient eyes has the strength to contend against the black crystal, it apparently still isn't enough. Omniscient eyes might be digging at the black crystal's firewalls, but the skill had a limited duration of only 1 minute. If it failed to break through the black crystal's defenses during this time, he would have to try again 10 minutes later. Only, the result would most likely be the same. Upon seeing omniscient eyes and the black crystal at a stalemate, Shi Feng started racking his brain on how he could break through the black crystal's power. The biggest difference between Tier 3 and Tier 4 is in mana. Since omniscient eyes has the strength to go up against the black crystal after being injected with Tier 4 mana, the difference between the two is mana. As of now, Omniscient Eyes still has plentiful mana. In other words, the amount of mana isn't crucial for breaking through the Black Crystal's defenses. If the amount isn't the problem, then the only other possibility is the mana's strength. However, after coming to this conclusion, Shi Feng did not smile in joy. On the contrary, he fell into even greater despair. After all, increasing the strength of mana was easier said than done. On the market, almost all items that improve their users' mana only increase the volume of mana their users held. Generally, if players wish to increase their mana's quality, they would have to either improve their control over mana or raise their tier. In other words, if Shi Feng wanted to increase his mana's strength right now, his only option was to raise his control over mana to a higher realm. After Shi Feng thought up to this point, a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. However, less than 5 seconds remained to Omniscient Eyes' duration. I have no choice but to try. Taking a deep breath, Shi Feng unsheathed the abyssal blade and promptly assumed the posture of using the mana technique Light Shadow. The mana swarming around Shi Feng instantly began condensing even further, taking on the shape of a greatsword. However, unlike when he used this mana technique at Tier 3, the Phantom Greatsword now looked much more tangible. Meanwhile, after executing Light Shadow, Shi Feng could sense a change occurring in the magic arrays in his eyes. They showed faint signs of evolving into threefold magic arrays. Good, it's effective. Shi Feng couldn't help growing excited. However, the third layer's formation abruptly stopped. The mana still isn't strong enough? Shi Feng frowned. If I want to increase it even further, I'll have no choice but to use Holy Devour. Holy Devour was a move he dreaded to use. Executing the complete Holy Devour was too taxing. It shouldn't be used frequently, even by Tier 4 classes. With the reserve seats competition about to begin, he had to keep himself in his peak state. Although executing Holy Devour once wouldn't overwork his brain, it would still exhaust his concentration. However, after thinking for a second, Shi Feng gritted his teeth and threw caution to the wind. To hell with it. Although Phoenix Rain currently wasn't in a life-threatening situation, that was true only for now. There were far too many unknowns and secrets surrounding her. Saint's Hand's side was also filled with mysteries. There was no guarantee that he wouldn't meet a similar fate to Phoenix Rain in the future. Hence, he needed to identify the Black Crystal. Only by doing so would he have a chance at finding some useful information. Immediately, Shi Feng changed his stance once more, and the aura he exuded skyrocketed in intensity. Holy Devour. Boom. Suddenly, ethereal flames enveloped the bar. The flames were so realistic that they triggered the magic arrays set up inside the bar. Some of these magic arrays even started cracking, evidently unable to withstand the powerful mana Shi Feng condensed. Meanwhile, as if violently stimulated, the two-fold magic arrays in Shi Feng's eyes completed their transformation into three-fold magic arrays. Using Holy Devour directly elevated Omniscient Eyes' strength to a whole new level. Crack. Shi Feng suddenly heard a crack coming from the black crystal. However, half a second later, dizziness assaulted his brain. The horrific mana condensed by Holy Devour also instantly dissipated, leaving behind a tattered bar. Several seconds later, his mind started to clear up. He immediately shifted his gaze to the black crystal in his hand. Did it succeed? Shi Feng inspected the black crystal anxiously. This time, the crystal didn't put up any resistance when he tried to read its information. Row after row of text appeared before his eyes. Upon seeing this information, Shi Feng was stunned. An eternal item? This is actually an eternal item. Shi Feng couldn't help doubting his eyes as he read the information before him. World Stone Eternal Item Effect 1. Stabilizes the principle of all things. Effect 2. Unknown. Effect 3. Indestructible object. In God's domain, so long as an item was related to eternity, it was an item of God's. Eternal items were legends among legends. According to rumor, even gods had difficulty obtaining one, and some gods would even fight frantically for one. There were various rumors as to the cause of the Great Ancient War, one of which attributed the war to a struggle for eternal items between ancient gods. It seems I still can't do anything about this situation. Shi Feng smiled bitterly as he looked at the World Stone. He had fought for 10 years in God's domain in his previous life. However, he was well aware that he was still ignorant of plenty of secrets regarding God's domain. God's Domain wasn't just a game like the general masses thought it to be. Otherwise, the various international corporations wouldn't go so crazy over it. This eternal item told him that the problem Phoenix Rain faced was extraordinary. It wasn't something a Tier 4 Sword Emperor like himself could look into. After all, even the god-ranked experts in his previous life had great difficulty obtaining such an item. He would most likely have to wait until he reached Tier 5 or even Tier 6 before he could find out more about the situation. Otherwise, he would share the fate of all those missing experts. While Shi Feng was having goosebumps from thinking about the problem Phoenix Rain was involved in, Yulan suddenly contacted him. "Where are you now, guild leader?" Yulan asked anxiously. "The various superpowers members have already started to gather." "Okay, I'll head over now." Shi Feng smiled and nodded. He decided to shelve Phoenix Rain's matter temporarily. Now, the only thing he needed to do was improve both his and his guild's strength as much as possible. Only by doing so would he have a better chance of handling the various crises plaguing him. After ending the call, Shi Feng stored the World Stone and dropped a bag of gold coins on the table. He then left the Moon Fire Bar. 2716 God's Domain's Apex Battleflame Dragon City, War God's Temple. Despite being the size of 3 sports stadiums, the plaza outside the War God's Temple was currently crowded with players. Aside from the various participating superpowers members, a large portion of these players was here as spectators. Everyone quietly waited for the official start of the competition. Quick, look. They're about to announce the battlefield. Suddenly, a huge holographic projection appeared in the sky above the War God's Temple. The projection was hundreds of meters wide, and the image displayed was visible even from several miles away. Meanwhile, with the emergence of this holographic projection, excitement surged in both the players and NPCs in Flame Dragon City. It's finally starting. This competition will determine the future direction of the entire God's Domain. Many of the various superpowers' hidden experts will reveal themselves. Once you guys enter the arena, make sure to record these experts' data. They're going to become the giants of God's Domain in the future. We must make sure we don't accidentally offend any of them. The guild spent a fortune to reserve a VIP viewing room to let you experience this competition as close as possible. Cherish this opportunity and learn as much as you can from those top talents. The various major powers here to spectate the competition spent time instructing their guild talents and newcomers to cherish this viewing opportunity. After all, this was going to be the apex battle of God's Domain. Talents? I want to see just how powerful they are. I heard many of the people on the God's Domain's experts list would appear. I wonder if we'll get a chance to see a showdown between these experts. The various major powers, talents, and newcomers grew excited upon hearing their superiors' words. They all wished they could take part in the competition themselves. The players in Flame Dragon City weren't the only ones paying attention to this competition. Players all over God's Domain were also interested. Unfortunately, the people who could directly spectate the battle numbered very few, which had many players gnashing their teeth in frustration. There were only 100 VIP viewing rooms, each capable of accommodating only 100 players. There were also only 10 million normal viewing seats available. Compared to God's Domain's player population, this number was insignificant. However, this still wasn't the most frustrating part. Instead, what frustrated players the most was that aside from players, even NPCs could purchase these viewing tickets. According to the War God's Temple statistics, 20% of the tickets were bought by NPCs, 60% by guilds, and only 20% by independent players. Displayed on the projection was an ocean with turbulent waves and dark thunderclouds. At a glance, it was evident this wasn't a place players could enter casually. Strewn across this ocean were 18 islands of varying sizes. The small islands were roughly the size of small leveling maps, while the large islands were around 3 times the size of the small islands. A considerable distance separated these islands. With calm seas, a bronze speedboat would take at least 2 hours to travel from one island to another. The appearance of waves and storms could double this travel time. What? It's going to be a naval battle? No, there are quite a few islands on the ocean. Is it an island occupation battle? The players outside the War God's Temple were surprised by the unveiled battlefield, and heated discussions promptly broke out. However, before anyone could reach a conclusion, the specific rules for the reserve seat competition were listed one after another. Players will be teleported to a random island in teams. Each team must have at least 100 players and can have at most 1,000 players. Every island has between 12 to 30 resource nodes. Different resource nodes will grant different amounts of guild points. Basic resource nodes will grant 10 guild points per hour. Intermediate resource nodes, 20 guild points per hour. Advanced resource nodes, 30 guild points per hour. The competition will last 24 hours. The top 6 guilds with the highest score will receive the reserve seats at the end of the competition. The larger of the 18 islands will place greater restrictions on players' stamina and concentration. Players cannot use any berserk skills or magic tools. The guilds ranked within the top 5 of each island's point ranking can travel to other islands. If players die during the competition, they will be automatically teleported out of the competition venue and lose 2 levels. When the players in the plaza saw these rules, they gasped in shock. After all, this competition depended heavily on guild foundations and leadership. The use of individual strength would be greatly restricted in this competition. Moreover, if a guild didn't handle its distribution of teams properly, it might suffer complete annihilation. The rules favor guilds with greater numbers. Mulingsha frowned as she gazed at the rules displayed above the war god's temple. The minimum requirement for players in this competition was Tier 3. Even if most of the participating superpowers had roughly the same number of guild members, there was a huge difference in the number of Tier 3 players. Take Unyielding Soul, for example. The guild had only 4,500 or so Tier 3 players. However, the Super Guild Sky Dragon family had over 8,000. Of course, the guilds participating in this competition had 6,000 Tier 3 players on average, so the difference between the participating guilds wasn't as significant. Even so, this situation would still create a huge gap between the participating guilds. To begin with, each of the 5 great super guilds had over 20,000 Tier 3 players. This wasn't a number any of the other superpowers could hope to compete with. This was also why none of the other superpowers held any hopes of competing for the 5 other reserved seats. With the revelation of these rules, the gap between the 5 great super guilds and the other participating superpowers became even more significant. For example, the 5 great super guilds could form 21,000-man teams each, whereas the other superpowers couldn't even form 10. And given the random assignment to the various islands, the number of islands the 5 great super guilds could occupy right off the bat would already be several times higher than what the other superpowers could hold. To make matters worse, if a guild couldn't even rank within the top 5 of an island's point ranking, it couldn't leave for other islands to seek greener pastures. These rules are excellent. Miracle's victory is basically sealed now, Cold Shadow said, smiling as she read the competition rules. At this time, Miracle's upper echelon was also ecstatic. After all, Miracle had over 13,000 members participating in the competition this time. As to why the guild could have so many Tier 3 experts, it was thanks entirely to the special tools mythology provided. These tools allowed Tier 2 experts that had trouble with their promotion to overcome the final hurdle. Although these artificially produced Tier 3 experts were lacking in combat standards compared to other Tier 3 experts, they were still bona fide Tier 3 players and much stronger than Tier 2 players. With the addition of these artificial Tier 3 experts, Miracle had the 6th largest player count in this competition. In contrast to Miracle's upper echelon, 7 Wonders and the rest of Frostheaven's upper echelon currently looked pale. Frostheaven had only a little over 7,500 members participating. The guild was just barely ranked within the top 10. If not for the competition venue and rules, Frostheaven could have easily fought for the 6th seat. Now, however, it was evident this wouldn't be possible. Our only choice is to take the risk and form more teams. Otherwise, we won't have a chance of securing a seat, 7 Wonders stated calmly to the elders and grand elders present. That's the only thing we can do. Otherwise, we won't stand a chance against the guilds with greater numbers, Hong Xinyuan said, nodding in agreement. The grand elders and elders present similarly agreed with 7 Wonders' opinion. Since that's the case, I'll start assigning the teams. Although we have to split our numbers into as many teams as possible, we also need to consider the balance of combat power and the struggle for resource nodes. The 5 grand elders and 12 elders present will each lead a team of 300. Your goal is to secure a basic resource node. If your combat power is lacking, you can merge with another team to secure a resource node. Me, Old Hong, and Brilliant Blue will each lead a team of 500 and the 10 swords. We'll do our best to secure an intermediate node each, or a basic node at the very minimum. The 3 Vice Guild leaders will lead the remaining members together with Zero Wing to secure an advanced node or an intermediate node at minimum. 7 Wonders' distribution was considerably conservative, ensuring the least number of problems for the guild. Firstly, it ensured that the guild had enough teams to provide sufficient coverage across the 18 islands. Secondly, every team would more or less have the strength for self-conservation, even if it came across a hostile 1,000-man team. Of course, the chances of actually coming across a 1,000-man team were relatively low. Since each guild only had so many players participating in the competition, using these limited players to form 1,000-man teams was a huge extravagance. To spread their influence as wide as possible, the various participating guilds would naturally form as many teams as possible without compromising their overall combat power. What do you think? 7 Wonders asked as he looked at the guild upper echelon present. In response, the guild elders exchanged looks with each other. However, none of them voiced any objections. 7 Wonders nodded. In that case, just as he was about to finalize his decision, however, a low voice entered everyone's ears. I object. Immediately, Frostheaven's upper echelon turned to look at this voice's origin. The owner of this voice was none other than Shi Feng, who had just arrived. However, instead of getting upset at Shi Feng's interjection, 7 Wonders instead asked sincerely, Guild Leader Black Flame, do you have any better suggestions? Following 7 Wonders' question, the Grand Elders and Elders present also turned to Shi Feng. Their actions showed that they were of the same mind as 7 Wonders, and they all looked forward to hearing Shi Feng's suggestion. What happened to these people while I was gone? Shi Feng was a little surprised at 7 Wonders and the others' response. Before he left, these people couldn't even be bothered to look at him. Now, not only did Seven Wonders' attitude change for the better, but even Frost Heaven's Grand Elders and Elders had become more amiable. What Shi Feng didn't know was that news of his frightening battle had already spread. With such terrifying combat power, let alone Frost Heaven, even super guilds would treat him respectfully. However, Shi Feng didn't dwell on the matter. I can't say it is a good suggestion. Calmly, Shi Feng added, I just think that we should change the grouping slightly. Seven Wonders asked curiously. Shi Feng then stretched out an open palm. 5. My suggestion is for Zero Wing to lead 5 separate 100-man teams, while your vice guild leaders lead the remaining 500 players. This way, we can maximize our combat effectiveness. 2717 Gambit, 5 separate teams. Frost Heaven's elders gasped involuntarily when they heard Shi Feng's suggestion. They were at a disadvantage in numbers, and even the slightest mistake could put paid to securing the 6th reserve seat. Meanwhile, although Seven Wonders' distribution was conservative, it would allow Frost Heaven to avoid significant problems. However, Shi Feng was now suggesting that they split their numbers into 5 additional teams that met the bare minimum requirement of 100 players. This surpassed aggressive action and bordered on madness. Guild leader Black Flame, isn't this a little too aggressive a maneuver? Muxin couldn't help but worry. At this point, everyone already knew that Shi Feng possessed frightening strength. Even if he led the smallest sized team, he should still be able to handle most of the problems he encountered. However, the 4 other teams wouldn't have such an assurance. After all, no one else possessed the frightening combat power of Shi Feng. Among Zero Wing's team, the second strongest person was Violet Cloud, and her control over mana was far from comparable to Shi Feng's. This was something Muxin had verified through Violet Cloud's duel with Tian Cheng. As for Zero Wing's other members, their average combat standards didn't even reach the Void Realm. While they could still become useful combat power, they couldn't change the tide of battle by themselves. In fact, even Domain Realm experts couldn't do so. This was also why Seven Wonders had decided to have Frost Heaven's Grand Elders and Elders lead 300-man teams at a minimum. At this moment, Muxin wasn't the only person puzzled by Shi Feng's suggestion. Even Yulan and Yan Tianxing couldn't help staring at Shi Feng in confusion. Zero Wing had indeed made great progress recently. The guild's top combatants had even experienced continuous improvements. However, they had yet to reach the standard of peerless experts. Aside from Shi Feng, the only other person who could safely lead a team of 100 players in this situation was Violet Cloud. If they split their forces across 5 teams of 100, a single mistake could lead to a team wipe. After all, this competition wasn't some children's game, nor was it a struggle for just a small part of God's domain. It was a competition for the 12 great guilds' reserve seats. None of the various superpowers would hold back this time. In fact, in this competition, even Void Realm experts would only be foot soldiers. Every participating team would most likely have several or even more than a dozen of such experts assigned to them. Not to mention, 100-man teams were only the bare minimum in this competition. If Apex experts came across a 500-man team by themselves, even they would most likely suffer. And if they came across 1,000-man teams, only death awaited them. It is indeed a little aggressive. However, this is also our only chance to secure a seat. Shi Feng did not refute Muxin's words. After all, what she said was true. Otherwise, Frost Heaven won't have a single chance at victory. I'm sure you understand this as well. In the past, due to an inadequate foundation, Frost Heaven failed to secure a reserve seat during the first competition. Meanwhile, the start of the island battle was incredibly important. If they couldn't spread their forces across as many islands as possible, they would basically have to write off the competition. There were only 6 reserve seats up for grabs. Ignoring island sizes, they needed to occupy at least 3 islands worth of resource nodes to have a considerable chance of winning. However, fully occupying 3 islands was easier said than done. When Shi Feng finished speaking, Frost Heaven's upper echelon fell silent. After some time had passed, Hong Xinyuan suddenly stepped forward and said, I also agree with guild leader Black Flame's point of view. We are basically gambling on luck if we only have 21 teams. We might as well put up a fight in that case. However, if luck doesn't favor us and one of our 100-man teams gets isolated, the team won't be able to do much either, Brilliant Blue said, shaking his head. A total of 30 guilds were participating in the competition one. On average, there would be at least 2 guilds on every island. If one of their 100-man teams had bad luck and got isolated on an island, the team definitely wouldn't have a good outcome. At Brilliant Blue's words, Frost Heaven's members fell silent once more. After giving the matter some thought, Seven Wonders looked at Shi Feng and said, How about this? I'll agree to form 5 more 100-man teams. However, we will support these 5 teams with only ordinary Tier 3 experts. I'm afraid we cannot afford to assign any peak experts to you. Guild leader? Hong Xinyuan couldn't help but frown at Seven Wonders' words. Although Seven Wonders had agreed to form 5 additional teams, if no peak experts supported these teams, Zero Wing's members would basically be walking a tightrope. It wouldn't even be far-fetched to say that Seven Wonders was treating these 5 teams as sacrificial pieces. Of course, Hong Xinyuan could understand Seven Wonders' decision. These 5 teams were a last-ditch effort. They naturally couldn't invest too much combat power in these teams. However, in his opinion, since they were gambling anyway, they might as well add chips to the bet. Old Hong, don't try to persuade me. I've made my decision, Seven Wonders said firmly. I understand. Hong Xinyuan had no choice but to hold his tongue at these words. As Frost Heaven's guild leader, Seven Wonders was the guild's authority. Since Seven Wonders had already decided, Hong Xinyuan would have no way of changing the decision. Guild leader, Zero Wings members aren't familiar with Frost Heaven's members. How about I join them? This way, guild leader Black Flame can command the teams better, Muxin suggested to Seven Wonders. Okay, you'll be the liaison with Zero Wing. Seven Wonders nodded in agreement. Just like Muxin had said, Shi Feng knew nothing about Frost Heaven's members. Without proper understanding, he wouldn't be able to make the best decisions. Meanwhile, as one of Frost Heaven's vice guild leaders, Muxin's understanding of the guild's members was excellent. She was indeed the best candidate for the liaison. Big sis, are you crazy? Karui, who stood beside Muxin, stared at her incredulously. You dare participate in such a gambit? Dying in this competition meant losing 2 levels. For players of their level, losing 2 levels was no laughing matter. After all, they were only one small step away from the crucial level 120 threshold. If they died in this competition, it would severely delay challenging their Tier 4 promotion. Don't worry, my dear little sister. I will follow guild leader Black Flame's team. I believe there shouldn't be any problems in that case, Muxin said, chuckling. Karui was momentarily rendered speechless by Muxin's words. Afterward, Frost Heaven's members split up into different teams according to Seven Wonders' arrangement. Simultaneously, 483 Frost Heaven members were assigned to Shi Feng. As for how Shi Feng would distribute these players, Seven Wonders stayed out of it. Guild leader Black Flame, everyone has arrived, Muxin stated after counting the Frost Heaven members on their side. She then asked curiously, how do you plan on distributing them? I've thought about it already. Chuckling, Shi Feng said, I'll lead a team by myself. Afterward, Gentle Snow, Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, and Fire Dance will each lead a team. The rest of Zero Wings members will follow Violet Cloud's and Fire Dance's teams. Isn't this? Muxin was momentarily dumbfounded. She had anticipated Violet Cloud leading a team by herself, while the rest of Zero Wings members would be split across the 3 remaining teams. After all, Violet Cloud also possessed a mana domain of her own. Yet Shi Feng was having Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose lead teams by themselves instead. At this moment, let alone Muxin, even Yulin, Yan Tianxing, Yi Luafei, Alluring Summer, Zhao Yueru, Kola, Shadow Sword, Silent Blade, Turtle Dove, Ye Wumian, Flying Shadow, and Rampant Blade were stunned. Of the Zero Wing members present, the ones who needed support the most were the 2 Vice Guild leaders. After all, the 2 of them hadn't improved their levels and equipment in the slightest over the past few weeks. Although Gentle Snow's and Aqua Rose's weapons and equipment were still far superior to those of the various superpowers peak experts, the 2 of them were still slightly inferior to Violet Cloud and Fire Dance in combat standard. Not giving them any support was akin to going all in on a gamble. Ignoring everyone's doubts, Shi Feng turned to the 2 people in question and asked, Snow, Aqua, are you fine with this arrangement? No problem. The 2 responded indifferently as if this matter had nothing to do with them. Good, that settles it then. Shi Feng did not make any additional explanations. Following this, the various superpowers waited for another hour or so until a loud bell tolled in the War God's temple, the sound echoing throughout Flame Dragon City. The competition for the 12 Great Guilds reserve seats officially began. Immediately, the participants thronging the War God's temple's plaza turned into streaks of light and vanished one after another. 2718 Team Distribution. No content 2719. Gentle Snow's sword above the competition venue, inside a VIP room, this is bad. Miracle's 1,000 Miles discovered Gentle Snow's team. Flourishing Willow said nervously as she stared at a dense forest on island number 3. Gentle Snow will be in trouble. 1,000 Miles' team is a 1,000 Miles' team are astonishing B. Inklus's the 7 Miles' team are astonishing. I'm afraid there are at least a dozen peak experts and 2 apex experts. Galaxy Past, the Star Alliance's guild leader, also frowned when he saw this situation. As a guild of Star Moon Kingdom, the Star Alliance had frequently clashed with Gentle Snow's Ouroboros during the early stages of the game. In fact, Galaxy Past had even treated Gentle Snow as his rival. Hence, Galaxy Past paid close attention to Zero Wing in this competition. This was especially so for his ex-rival, Gentle Snow. Galaxy Past had even set Gentle Snow as a priority target on the spectator's interface. So long as she fought in a battle, he would be notified of it immediately. The gap between the 2 sides is too large. Purple Eye, who was now a level 117 Tier 3 Great Mage, shook her head and sighed. If Gentle Snow were leading Zero Wing's main force, she might still stand a chance. However, with her strength alone, there's no way her team can win. Even escaping will be a problem. Although the Star Alliance had been in conflict with Ouroboros and even the current Zero Wing, as guilds originating from Star Moon Kingdom and peak experts from the same kingdom, Purple Eye still hoped to see Gentle Snow and Zero Wing perform well in this competition. Damn it. If only we could join the battle. The other Star Alliance upper echelon present also sighed and grumbled. They never thought that Gentle Snow's team would be so unlucky as to encounter a 1,000-man team right off the bat. Miracle has started moving, Gentle Snow. Why haven't you noticed them yet? Flourishing Willow reflexively stood up in worry and pointed at Miracle's members on the holographic projection. A 100 versus 1,000 battle already placed Gentle Snow's team in an overwhelming disadvantage. Moreover, Miracle's team was even stuffed with experts, while Frostheaven's members were obviously no good. Even the strongest among them had reached only the refinement realm. Most of them weren't even at the half-step refinement realm standard. Let alone Miracle's experts, even the Star Alliance's main force could trounce these Tier 3 experts from Frostheaven. However, despite the Star Alliance's members' thoughts and shouts, Miracle's experts had already sneaked within 100 yards of Gentle Snow's team. For Tier 3 players, such a distance required only a few steps to cross. Gentle Snow's team had no chance to flee now. Rest assured, Vice Guild Leader. Leave that young lady to these two old men. Elder Rock, a white-bearded old man clad in black robes and armed with two pitch-black short swords, answered. If we take action, she won't have a chance to escape. Elder Feather, an old man with golden pupils, said, smiling. He wore dark gray leather armor and carried a white-winged feather bow. I am naturally confident in your abilities. Both of you are our guild's top-ranking ambushers. However, Gentle Snow isn't an easy target either. In terms of combat power, she rivals Domain Realm experts already. Killing her will definitely deal a huge blow to Zero Wing, Thousand Miles said, smiling. Thousand Miles felt reassured that Elder Rock and Elder Feather were taking action. After all, the two elders could hold their ground even against a peerless expert if they worked together. This was why the guild had let these two elders join a 1,000-man team. However, he did not wish to repeat his mistakes. He would use everything he had, even to deal with a minor problem. When Thousand Miles finished speaking, the magical class players in the team had also completed the incantations for their spells. Vice Guild Leader, all preparations are done. We can make them disappear from the island at your command, a level 118 Tier 3 Great Mage reported quietly. Good. Thousand Miles did not doubt his subordinate's words at all, since the 20 magical class players had jointly cast 8 destruction spells. These powerful spells would devastate even level 120 mythic monsters, let alone Tier 3 players. The magical class players on the team grew excited. After all, they rarely had an opportunity to use such high-caliber spells. The bosses in dungeons normally wouldn't give them a chance to cast such spells. Only during siege battles would they have such an opportunity. Now that they could use Gentle Snow's team for target practice, they were naturally more than happy to do so. Immediately, Thousand Miles turned to look at Gentle Snow's team. However, the instant Thousand Miles turned around, his entire body shuddered. Before anyone noticed, Gentle Snow had already appeared before his team's magical class players. The Tier 3 Great Mage that reported to him was even laughing, wholly unaware of Gentle Snow's arrival. Not good, we got discovered, Thousand Miles shouted instinctively. At this moment, Thousand Miles wasn't the only person to have noticed Gentle Snow's sudden appearance. The other Miracle members noticed her too. Only, their minds failed to react to the situation. Gentle Snow, who had used Instant Flash to arrive before her ambushers, had no intention of giving her opponents time to react. She immediately swung the Glorious Will replica, which had already been upgraded to the Fragmented Legendary rank, at the Tier 3 Great Mage leading Miracle's magical class players. Gentle Snow's slash was straightforward, so fast that the Great Mage could only watch as her sword descended. He didn't even have time to dodge using instantaneous movement. The next moment, the Great Mage was cleaved in half, and his HP plummeted straight to 0. What a quick slash! Thousand Miles couldn't help gasping when he saw his subordinate getting killed. The Great Mage in question was a Void Realm expert. Normally, so long as his opponent made any movements, he would instantly sense his opponent's intentions and react appropriately. Moreover, all magical class players possessed skills or spells like instantaneous movement. Hence, in order to finish the Great Mage in one hit, even Domain Realm experts had to launch an attack without the Great Mage's awareness of the situation. However, despite Gentle Snow executing an attack right before the Great Mage's eyes, the latter had actually failed to respond to it. Little girl, you are really courageous. Aren't you afraid of making a one-way trip? Elder Feather sneered as he looked at Gentle Snow. However, despite his confident words, he still observed Gentle Snow cautiously. He then privately whispered to Elder Rock, "It seems this little girl is much stronger than we imagined, Old Rock. I'll try to create an opportunity for you in a moment. Leave it to me." The black-clad Elder Rock also understood that the woman before them shouldn't be underestimated. Immediately, the short swords he held behind his back bloomed with a pitch-black brilliance. As soon as there was an opening, he would use his strongest move to finish off Gentle Snow. However, before Elder Feather and Elder Rock could make their move, Gentle Snow seemed to see through their intentions already. Before the two elderly men realized it, 16 swords of light were flying at them, the abrupt attack catching them off guard. To make matters worse, they actually couldn't perceive the presence of these 16 light swords. Damn it! Immediately, both Elder Feather and Elder Rock used their life-saving skills simultaneously. The next moment, a storm brewed around Elder Feather, who was a Tier 3 ranger, the storm deflecting all attacks around him. As for Elder Rock, who was a Tier 3 assassin, he executed bewildering footwork and instantly split into 6 identical copies of himself. It was impossible to tell the real one from the fakes. After Elder Feather and Elder Rock, 1000 Miles was the quickest to react among the miracle members present. He raised his divine skeleton shield and dark red battle axe and charged at Gentle Snow, leaving behind an afterimage, Tier 3, skill, triple purgatory flash. The next moment, 1000 Miles brandished his axe and summoned 3 black crescents that attacked Gentle Snow from 3 different directions. The attack was so fast that even Domain Realm experts had to focus all their attention on it if they wished to dodge or block it. However, 1000 Miles did not see Gentle Snow paying any attention to him. As if he were only an ant by the roadside, she completely ignored his existence. Die! Feeling extremely humiliated by Gentle Snow's attitude, 1000 Miles bellowed in anger. Simultaneously, the 3 black crescents' power also strengthened slightly, enough to shatter space itself. However, 1000 Miles quickly felt despair overwhelm him. Even now, Gentle Snow still ignored him. She merely swung her greatsword at the crescent approaching her from the front. Immediately afterward, the black crescent deflected along the greatsword's trajectory and smashed into the 2 other black crescents. To 1000 Miles' surprise, after the latter 2 crescents got struck, their courses actually deviated toward himself. How is this possible? 1000 Miles was dumbfounded. Although he wanted to repulse these 2 black crescents, his body simply couldn't react in time. Boom, boom. 2 dull sounds appeared, and 1000 Miles stumbled 2 consecutive steps backward. Each step was accompanied by a significant loss of HP. By the end of the attack, 2 deep cuts had appeared on his armor, and his HP had fallen below 50%. Just when 1000 Miles thought he could catch a breather, he noticed that his surroundings were surprisingly quiet. You guys, what happened? 1000 Miles couldn't help his confusion when he saw his teammates' shocked expressions. However, before 1000 Miles could take in the situation, another black crescent flew across his neck and left behind a black line in space and a flying head. 2720. Beyond the Domain Realm, when 1000 Miles' body collapsed to the ground, the miracle members in the dense forest shuddered involuntarily. The Star Alliance's members spectating in their VIP viewing room also gaped in shock. How did she become so strong? Purple Eye exclaimed in disbelief. Not only did Gentle Snow slay a Tier 3 peak expert after going deep into Miracle's ranks, but she had also taken the initiative to attack 2 Domain Realm experts. While doing so, she had even casually killed the Purgatory Knight 1000 Miles. The last part, where Gentle Snow faced 1000 Miles, was especially amazing. 1000 Miles should have generated those 3 black crescents using a skill, yet Gentle Snow had made it look as if she was the one who summoned them. It was simply unbelievable. Has the gap between us gotten so big already? Galaxy Past was at a loss for words as he stared at Gentle Snow's figure in the holographic projection. They were both Star Moon Kingdom's top-ranking experts, yet it was now obvious that the actual gap between them was massive. They were already in completely different worlds. Guild leader, I plan to leave Star Moon Kingdom temporarily after this competition. I want to explore other places, Flourishing Willow said. She was similarly shocked by Gentle Snow's strength and felt unreconciled. The gap between them clearly hadn't been so massive before. Both of them were experts ranked in the God's Domain experts list. Now, however, Flourishing Willow doubted she could survive even one move against Gentle Snow. How could she possibly accept this situation? Sure, Galaxy Pass did not question Flourishing Willow's decision. On the contrary, he turned to Purple Eye and asked, how about you take a look outside too? The guild doesn't have many matters to deal with now, and I can handle them by myself. Thank you, guild leader. Purple Eye nodded while gritting her teeth. I won't disappoint you. Although the Star Alliance normally mingled in Star Moon Kingdom's neighboring countries as well, compared to Zero Wing, whose members fought all over God's domain, the Star Alliance's chessboard was truly insignificant and laughable. During the time the Star Alliance's members were in shock, the members of Miracle inside the dense forest were likewise stunned. As if they had just encountered a ferocious monster, every one of them stood stock still. One move. Gentle Snow had killed 1000 Miles in just one move. With such strength, she already rivaled peerless experts. Elder Rock and Elder Feather, who had successfully evaded Gentle Snow's attack, were dazed, fear and confusion coloring their faces. Impossible. How can a little girl like you reach such a realm? Elder Rock couldn't help doubting his eyes as he gazed at Gentle Snow. They hadn't thought much of it when they saw Gentle Snow kill the Void Realm Great Mage. However, after seeing Gentle Snow kill 1000 Miles, they finally understood what happened. The woman before them wasn't some powerful expert rivaling Domain Realm experts. Instead, she was an existence that had transcended the Domain Realm. When the 2 elderly men looked at the young lady before them, they suddenly felt they had lived their lives in vain. After all, they had racked their brains just to reach the Domain Realm's upper stage, yet Gentle Snow was already beyond the Domain Realm. How could they not despair at this discovery? Even in veteran superguilds, anyone capable of reaching the Domain Realm's upper stage was generally over 60 years old already. As for the existences that had transcended the domain realm and reached the higher domain realm, they were true old monsters. These existences were the mainstays of the 5 great super guilds. However, during the time Elder Rock and Elder Feather were in a daze, Miracle's other Tier 3 experts regained their senses and suddenly charged at Gentle Snow. Kill. This woman killed Vice Guild leader Miles. We must not let her leave alive. That's right. In this special space, even peerless experts can't afford to duke it out with us. The next moment, over 100 Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors activated their defensive skills and closed in on Gentle Snow. Simultaneously, the magical class players on the team started casting combination spells one after another. Old Rock, let's leave. It'll be too late otherwise, Elder Feather suggested as he glanced at Elder Rock. He then activated a skill without hesitation and transformed into a gale. He crossed several dozen yards with every step he took, showing no intention of fighting whatsoever. Snapping out of his daze, Elder Rock hurriedly used wind steps, which he had upgraded to Tier 3, and entered stealth. Elders? Miracle's members were stunned momentarily. What was up with this situation? Despite being the 2 strongest combatants in their 1,000-man team, Elder Rock and Elder Feather had actually fled. At this moment, let alone Miracle's members, even the Star Alliance's spectating members couldn't help gaping in shock. What's going on? Why are those 2 Apex experts running away? Despite having entered the flowing water realm already, Galaxy Past, Flourishing Willow, and Purple Eye were bewildered by Elder Rock and Elder Feather's decision to flee. Domain realm experts were existences that even the various superpowers wouldn't want to offend casually. Not to mention, both Elder Rock and Elder Feather had clearly made significant progress in the domain realm already. The 2 of them working together could most likely go up against peerless experts. Not to mention, they still had the 1,000-man team supporting them. Even a peerless expert wouldn't want to clash head-on with such a force. Yet, the 2 Apex experts had actually fled? While everyone was bewildered by this situation, Gentle Snow executed a vertical leap, vanishing from sight. When she reappeared, she was standing 50 yards away from her original position. The glorious will in her hands bloomed with dazzling brilliance. Will of light. Instantly, 12 brilliant flashes streaked through the dense vegetation, brightly illuminating the entire forest. What is she doing? Frost Heaven's members, who were spectating the fight from a distance, were confused. Likewise, Miracle's members also found this situation odd. They couldn't help wondering why Gentle Snow would launch an attack at empty air. Who could she possibly hit? However, this thought lasted for only half a second in everyone's mind. Boom. A deafening boom spread through the area. Immediately afterward, web-like cracks formed within the dense forest space and spread up to 300 yards away from the explosion's epicenter. Then, the entire region collapsed. The cracked space transformed into a pitch-black area with space and time in disarray. A boundless spatial storm subsequently raged through the area, devouring all of Miracle's members. Even Elder Rock and Elder Feather, who had escaped beforehand, got swept up in this chaotic storm, their HPs draining like running water. Several seconds later, the shattered space started returning to normal. However, at this point, Miracle's 1,000-man team was nowhere in sight, and from above the island, it looked as if a huge meteorite had struck the dense forest, leaving behind only a huge impact crater. What exactly did she do? ch2701 Uproar Guild Leader, did you see that? Purple Eye goggled in shock as she pointed at the huge crater in the holographic projection. Gentle Snow, how did she do that? Gentle Snow should have destroyed the space in the surrounding area to annihilate Miracle's 1,000-man team, Galaxy Past answered calmly. I know that, but I'm not referring to that, Purple Eye said, shaking her head. She then turned to Galaxy Past and continued, I'm talking about Gentle Snow's 12 consecutive slashes. She actually stacked the power of those 12 slashes. It was challenging to combine the power of multiple sources. The more sources one tried to combine, the greater the difficulty. In fact, the difficulty increased exponentially. Even Apex experts who had reached the domain realm could, at best, combine the power of 6 attacks. Yet now, Gentle Snow had actually combined 12 attacks into one. Moreover, she had accomplished this feat while wielding a greatsword. This was no longer a matter of strength. Such a feat should be impossible for humans. Gentle Snow was a genius of their generation. They had also entered God's domain at the same time. Even if Gentle Snow had made rapid progress, reaching such a level should be possible for her. At this point, she couldn't even be considered human anymore. She was a monster in human skin. Purple, calm down, Galaxy Past advised. You should be aware of Zero Wing's strength. Zero Wing has always been able to accomplish feats other guilds can't. Gentle Snow might have learned a powerful skill that allowed her to perform such an action. Galaxy Past could sympathize with Purple Eye's unreconciled and helpless feelings. After all, this kind of power already exceeded the realm of humans. It was no exaggeration to say that Gentle Snow had become an existence that they would never surpass in their lifetimes. Meanwhile, inside a lounge in Miracle's headquarters in the real world, the lids of 2 virtual gaming cabins opened slowly. We still died. We didn't even have a chance to escape. With this, we'll have to wait even longer before we can start our Tier 4 promotions, Elder Rock grumbled as he sat up in his gaming cabin, a bitter smile forming on his face. We are lucky. If this were the preliminaries, we would have lost 5 levels. Elder Feather frowned as he sat up in his cabin. A hint of awe appearing in his eyes, he continued, Truly, that kind of monster isn't something we can go up against. She actually destroyed the entire space to prevent us from escaping. Even short-duration invulnerability skills are useless against that kind of attack. 1,000 miles truly screwed us over. His information is absurdly inaccurate, Elder Rock snarled. In hindsight, that little girl is the real monster, not Black Flame. What do you mean, Old Feather? Elder Rock asked, puzzled. I relayed this information to the guild leader before we got killed. I'm sure the others know about this by now, Elder Feather said. Now that it is revealed that Frost Heaven has a higher domain realm expert in addition to Black Flame, I'm sure you should know what this means. Are you saying the guild leader will relay this information to the other superpowers? Elder Rock couldn't help growing a little excited. That was a higher domain realm expert they were talking about. On island number 3, there was no way Black Flame could cause an upset by himself. However, it would be a different story if a higher domain realm expert were added to the equation. Zero Wing might actually be able to secure 2 resource nodes and become the 6th ranked guild on island number 3. In that case, Frost Heaven's chances of winning the 6th reserve seat would increase significantly. However, once Miracle spread this information, the various superpowers would most likely band together to prevent Frost Heaven from ousting them. Just as Elder Feather assumed, Miracle did not conceal Gentle Snow's information. On the contrary, the guild publicized it throughout the arena. Every participating guild became aware of Gentle Snow's existence. Higher domain realm? Zero Wing actually had such an expert? Could Miracle be lying to us? That's the higher domain realm we are talking about. How can a little girl like Gentle Snow reach it? That shouldn't be the case. According to our members on island number 3, Gentle Snow did indeed clash with one of Miracle's 1,000-man teams. Moreover, their fight created quite a commotion. It could be heard even from miles away. After our members inspected the battlefield through magical observation, they found that Miracle's 1,000-man team had indeed been annihilated. Moreover, Gentle Snow had even wiped out Miracle's team with just one move. For a time, the various participating guilds had heated discussions over this matter. Although most of them remained dubious of the claim that Gentle Snow had reached the higher domain realm, they were still afraid of her. The higher domain realm was a secret among the various superpowers. Ordinary players weren't even aware of its existence. Currently, those who had reached the higher domain realm were old monsters belonging to the 5 great super guilds, and these old monsters almost never revealed themselves to the public. In fact, the public had mostly forgotten about them. However, the various superpowers understood that the reason the 5 great super guilds could be referred to as such was precisely because of these existences. So long as this group of old monsters took action, even peerless experts wouldn't be able to stop them. After all, peerless experts were merely a bunch of people still stuck in the domain realm. Even the stronger ones had reached only the domain realm's upper stage. A more significant part of the reason peerless experts were called as such was their basic attributes, which far surpassed those of other domain realm experts. However, it was a different story for higher domain realm experts. These existences possessed inhuman combat standards. Moreover, there was almost no trial in God's domain that could trouble them. They could easily overcome the hurdles they faced and secure as many opportunities as they wanted in God's domain. One could say that in terms of both basic attributes and combat standards, higher domain realm experts far surpassed peerless experts. Even one such existence could turn the tide of a war. Now that Gentle Snow was suspected of having reached the higher domain realm as well, the various superpowers would have no choice but to take precautions against her. Meanwhile, when Frost Heaven's members heard this piece of news, every one of them was shocked. How is this possible, that Vice Guild leader from Zero Wing is actually in the higher domain realm? Brilliant Blue felt like he was dreaming when he read his subordinate's report. He simply couldn't bring himself to believe it. This was the higher domain realm they were talking about. However, at this time, the various participating superpowers were all talking about this matter. Moreover, the Frost Heaven members with Gentle Snow acknowledged that she had single-handedly wiped out Miracle's 1,000-man team. Miracle even publicly admitted that Gentle Snow had killed Rock and Feather, 2 of Miracle's elders, in a single move. After taking all these factors into account, this matter was almost certain to be true. The heavens haven't forsaken Frost Heaven. Seven Wonders grew ecstatic upon hearing this news. He then looked at Hong Xinyuan, who had reported the matter to him, and said, "Old Hong, you've really found a huge treasure for our guild this time. Guild leader, you overestimate me." Hong Xinyuan shook his head with a smile. In reality, even he had not been aware that Gentle Snow had reached the higher domain realm. Had he known, he wouldn't have offered just 3 upper zone reserve slots to Zero Wing. Meanwhile, when Muxin on island number 3 received the news about Gentle Snow, she was lost in thought for a long time. Black Flame, is Gentle Snow really at the higher domain realm? Muxin couldn't help asking Shi Feng. Probably. Shi Feng chuckled. Probably? What do you mean, probably? Has she reached it or not? Muxin got irritated at Shi Feng for persisting in keeping her in the dark. The various superpowers already believed that Gentle Snow was a higher domain realm expert, yet Shi Feng was still so close-mouthed about it. Shi Feng couldn't help smiling bitterly at Muxin's reaction. Truthfully, he didn't actually know what realm Gentle Snow had reached. After all, he didn't know what kind of world the higher domain realm was. In addition, when he looked at Gentle Snow, he felt as if he was looking at a cloud. He couldn't see through her at all. However, while he didn't know whether Gentle Snow was currently at the higher domain realm, he was sure of one thing. Gentle Snow was undoubtedly #1 in the world in combat experience. However, Miracle has played a really vicious move this time. Shi Feng frowned as he read Miracle's public announcement. At Shi Feng's words, Muxin's face darkened. "Are you saying Miracle plans to kill with a borrowed sword?" "That's right," Shi Feng nodded. On the surface, Miracle is expressing its indignation over Gentle Snow annihilating one of its 1,000-man teams. In reality, it is announcing to the other guilds that Frost Heaven has a great chance of securing the 6th seat. This way, the other guilds will have to consider banding together to target Frost Heaven. What should we do then? Muxin understood how vicious Miracle's move was. If they didn't handle this matter properly, Frost Heaven might come under attack from all sides. "Should I notify my guild leader of this?" Shi Feng sneered. "Since Miracle wants Frost Heaven to become a thorn in the various guilds' eyes, we'll make the various guilds understand that the 6th seat belongs to us. ch2701, no regrets. Have the various guilds acknowledge us." Muxin revealed a wry smile when she heard Shi Feng's words. "But out of the 6 reserve seats available, only 1 is obtainable. How can the other guilds possibly give up on it? There are 6 reserve seats up for grabs, yet the various guilds have given up on 5 of them. Why do you think that's the case?" Shi Feng responded with a question of his own. "Isn't that obvious? It's because the 5 great super guilds are too strong." "There's no way the other guilds can compete with them," Muxin answered, failing to understand why Shi Feng asked such a question. Who the owners of 5 of the 6 reserve seats were was common knowledge for everyone. Otherwise, the various guilds wouldn't be competing so desperately for the 6th seat, with some guilds even risking everything they had. "That's right. It is because those 5 super guilds are sufficiently strong," Shi Feng said, nodding. "Hence, those guilds don't dare compete with them. Do you mean to make the various guilds deem us too strong to provoke?" "That's impossible," Muxin said, shaking her head. She felt that Shi Feng was building castles in the air. Frost Heaven doesn't have that kind of strength right now. Indeed. "Frost Heaven doesn't have the necessary strength right now," Shi Feng said unceremoniously. "That's why we need to go crazy, so crazy that the other guilds become afraid of us. Only by doing so do we stand a chance of victory. They couldn't afford to act defensively, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to protect anything. In a situation where every other guild, aside from the 5 great super guilds, were Frost Heaven's enemies, even Shi Feng couldn't turn the tide of battle. After all, this was a competition for resource nodes, not a contest of strength. Even if he occupied every resource node on an island, there were still 17 other islands. Frost Heaven would still lose. Not to mention, occupying an entire island would be a challenge, even for him. The size of island number 3 was like a level 100 neutral map. If the various guilds players hid from him, he would have great difficulty locating them, regardless of his mana domain. Moreover, every participating player was a tier 3 expert. When not subjected to any debuffs, they could run very fast. In addition, he would have to occupy the many resource nodes on the island while also ensuring their safety. How do we do that? Even if we go crazy, we still need a target. Muxin understood what Shi Feng was saying. However, she found it truly hard to imagine how they could make the various guilds fear them and actively give up on competing with them. Of course, we have one. Smiling, Shi Feng added, "And it's even ready-made." "No, not Miracle. How can Miracle possibly be qualified for such a role?" Shi Feng smiled while shaking his head. "Didn't you already mention which guilds the other guilds don't dare to offend?" Muxin gasped involuntarily when she heard Shi Feng's words. "Are you saying—" "That's right, the 5 great super guilds." Shi Feng nodded. "Of course, we won't have to target all 5 of them. Going for mythology should be more than enough." In his previous life, Miracle had relied on mythology to secure one of the reserve seats during the first official competition. Since he was already going against Miracle in this life, it was only a matter of time before he had to deal with mythology. In that case, he might as well strike first to gain an advantage. Isn't this a little too crazy? That's one of the 5 great super guilds we are talking about. Muxin couldn't help feeling a little afraid at the mention of making an enemy out of one of the 5 great super guilds. The 5 great super guilds were like the sun in the virtual gaming industry. While most guilds might declare their intent to surpass the 5 great super guilds, it was another thing altogether to actually fight one. For the various superpowers, the stronger they grew, the more fearful of the 5 great super guilds they became. After all, the depth of the 5 great super guilds' foundations was simply unfathomable. This isn't madness. Shi Feng shook his head. In an earnest tone, he said, "This is Frost Heaven's only way out. Whether you secure a seat will depend on your decision. Afterward, Shi Feng stopped trying to convince Muxin and had her relay this proposal to Seven Wonders. Whether they went through with his plan or not would depend on Frostheaven's guild leader. Declare war on mythology? Is Black Flame insane? Brilliant Blue trembled when he received Shi Feng's suggestion. Immediately, he contacted Seven Wonders and protested, "Guild leader, that's one of the 5 great super guilds we are talking about. Even 3 Frostheavens wouldn't be a match for it. I understand." Seven Wonders also wore a gloomy face. Helplessly, he said, "However, we only have 2 options if we wish to secure a reserve seat. One is to fight the numerous participating guilds, and the other is to fight mythology. There are no other options." Miracle's ploy was simply too vicious. If Frostheaven went up against the various superpowers, it wouldn't stand a chance whatsoever. After all, in this scenario, Frostheaven would lose the initiative to attack other guilds, constrained to defending its territories. However, how could it possibly defend against so many guilds with its limited numbers? Frostheaven's only other option was to attack mythology. If Frostheaven succeeded in causing mythology to suffer even a minor setback, it would still be of great help to Frostheaven in securing the 6th reserve seat. Meanwhile, after Seven Wonders finished speaking, Brilliant Blue also sank into deep thought. We have only one choice now. Looking at Brilliant Blue's face on his screen, Seven Wonders asked, "Do we fight or not?" "Guild leader, even if I wish to fight, how do we go about it? That's mythology we are talking about." "We stand no chance whatsoever," Brilliant Blue said with a bitter smile. The island number 11 he was assigned to had only 3 teams from Frostheaven. His own 500-man team, a 300-man team led by an elder, and Violet Cloud's 100-man team for a total of 900 players. On the other hand, Mythology had a total of 2,600 members on island number 11. Moreover, the person leading this force was the Divine Spear Demon Rex, the commander of Mythology's Trunk Card Legion and a legendary figure even in Mythology. "Do you think the other islands have a chance of winning?" Seven Wonders rolled his eyes at Brilliant Blue. Mythology's members were distributed very evenly. Any island it had a presence on had at least 2,000 Mythology members. And of the 7 islands Frostheaven's teams were assigned to, only island number 17 did not have Mythology's presence. However, you don't need to hurry. "Group up with Zero Wing's members first before taking action," Seven Wonders said. "I understand. Even if I have to put my life on the line, I will make Mythology suffer." Brilliant Blue did not oppose Seven Wonders' decision. This upcoming battle would decide whether Frostheaven would rise or fall. Afterward, Seven Wonders relayed his command to the Frostheaven members on the other islands. In 2 hours, they would launch a simultaneous assault on Mythology's resource nodes on Frostheaven's 6 islands. As Frostheaven's members waited quietly for their fateful moment, fierce battles occurred one after another on the various islands. The savage clash between superpowers thoroughly dumbfounded the spectating major powers. They never thought that the foundations of these superpowers would be so astonishing. If not for this competition, none of them would even suspect that the various superpowers' younger generation had already developed to such a frightening extent. Not only had many of these younger generation talents reached the Void Realm already, but some had even reached the Domain Realm. Given enough time, these Domain Realm youths would definitely become leading lights in God's domain. Shortly after the first bout of battles, the various resource nodes also fell under the ownership of players. To no one's surprise, the 5 great super guilds held an overwhelming advantage over the other participating superpowers. Close at their heels were Miracle and Sacred Temple. Both Miracle and Sacred Temple had managed to rank 6th on 5 of the islands they were assigned to. If this situation persisted, there was no doubt that the 6th reserve seat's owner would emerge from one of them. However, as everyone was guessing which of these 2 guilds would secure the 6th seat, some spectating players and participating guilds noticed a peculiarity. "What's going on with Frostheaven? They're not even trying to compete for resource nodes. I know, right?" Aside from ranking 5th on island number 17, they haven't taken any action on the 6 other islands. They're not giving up, are they? Have they gotten scared? Many of the participating guilds laughed at Frostheaven's performance. Initially, Frostheaven should have had a high chance of winning because of the dark horse known as Zero Wing. However, it was also because of Zero Wing's existence that Frostheaven did not dare compete with the various superpowers lest it be ganged upon. Vice Guild Leader, do you think Frostheaven will give up just like that? When Whitefeather read the summary on the battle situation, she couldn't help growing curious about Frostheaven's behavior. It's not impossible. Miracle's ploy is truly vicious. So long as Frostheaven dares make a move, every other guild will target it. Smiling faintly, Cold Shadow said, "What a pity. If Frostheaven hadn't invited Zero Wing, it might have had a chance to fight for the 6th seat. Now, it has no chance at all." At this moment, Cold Shadow wasn't the only person who thought that Frostheaven had given up. The various participating superpowers believed the same and deemed it a wise decision. After all, if Frostheaven chose to fight, it would only end up getting annihilated. Conserving its strength to fight next year was undoubtedly the better choice. While the various guilds were watching their guild points rise, Frostheaven's members were sneaking up to Mythology's resource nodes, their hearts pounding with anxiety and excitement. After glancing at the distant advanced resource node that mythology guarded tightly, Shi Feng checked the time. It's time! Move out! 2723 arena shaken. The scorching sun was high up in the sky, and the sea breeze blowing through the islands was calm. The embers of war on the various islands were weakening. At this point, aside from attacking and occupying more resource nodes, what was more important for the participating superpowers was defending their resource nodes. Hence, any guild that had secured resource nodes would be able to allocate only a small portion of their manpower to fight for more resource nodes. Due to this reason, the balance between the guilds stabilized. At this rate, the struggle for the 6th seat should be between Miracle and Sacred Temple. A hint of envy flashed in Mulingsha's eyes when she saw the various islands' resource node distribution data. Although the winners of this competition wouldn't join the ranks of the 12 great guilds and couldn't garrison an entire empire, the reserve seats still allowed guilds to garrison the cities of an empire. In addition, reserve guilds could also garrison powerful kingdoms and be worshipped by the kingdom. At that time, they could directly influence the development of the kingdom. In fact, reserve guilds could initiate kingdom wars to plunder the resources of other countries and expand their own kingdom's territory and resources. At that time, the resources the reserve guilds could obtain would far surpass that of other guilds, making it impossible for other guilds to catch up. All the other guilds would be able to do was watch as the reserve guilds grew stronger by the day. However, Frostheaven is behaving really strangely. Unyielding Heart studied the battlefield's stabilizing situation in puzzlement. Frostheaven clearly had a chance to secure the 6th seat before. There's no reason for it not to put up a fight. After all, the various guilds banding together is only a possibility. So long as Frostheaven doesn't behave too aggressively right off the bat, I'm sure those guilds won't deliberately join hands. At most, they will come to a tacit understanding to contain Frostheaven. Frostheaven has already missed its chance. Even if it tries to fight now, it doesn't have a ghost of a chance of winning, Mulingsha countered, shaking her head. Now that the situation between the guilds was stabilizing, Frostheaven would have difficulty snatching resource nodes. And if it really started snatching resource nodes, the various guilds would definitely gang up on it. This was because the various guilds all understood one thing. Every one of them would secretly cooperate with this tacit understanding. And the result of such thinking would be that the various guilds really would act on their thoughts, annihilate Frostheaven, and fight over Frostheaven's resource nodes. Hence, Frostheaven truly did not have any chance of winning anymore. Black Flame is taking action. Mulingsha quickly redirected the interface to Island number 3 and focused on Shi Feng, whom she had set as a priority target beforehand. Black Flame's moving at this time? What is he thinking? Unyielding Heart stared in confusion at Shi Feng, who was hiding in a forest, together with his team. It was pointless for Zero Wing to appear and compete for resource nodes at this point. Currently, out of the 18 islands, Frostheaven occupied resource nodes on only island number 17. It hadn't claimed a single resource node on the other islands. Even if Zero Wing managed to secure 2 resource nodes on island number 3 and became the 6th ranked guild there, it still wouldn't get Frostheaven out of its rut. Wait, that's not right. Mulingsha gaped in shock when she saw the advanced resource node Shi Feng's team was charging at, her eyes wide with confusion and surprise. His goal seems to be mythology's advanced resource node. Unyielding Heart was similarly stunned by this situation. How dare he? That was mythology they were talking about. Mythology was one of the 5 great super guilds and in existence the various superpowers dreaded, yet Shi Feng was taking the initiative to provoke it. However, before Mulingsha and Unyielding Soul could recover from their shock, another notification appeared on their spectator interface, followed by a small image at the bottom of the screen. This, is Zero Wing planning to wage war on mythology? Depicted in the smaller image was Gentle Snow leading her 100-man team in a charge against mythology's intermediate resource node on island number 3, and she showed no signs of stopping whatsoever. The Unyielding Soul members in the VIP room gasped at this abrupt change. How dare they? This action challenged mythology's authority. Moreover, regardless of whether Zero Wing succeeded or not, mythology definitely wouldn't let Zero Wing off the hook. Not to mention, Zero Wing had nothing to gain whatsoever from doing so. At this time, besides Unyielding Soul's members, the powers paying attention to Shi Feng and Gentle Snow were similarly dumbfounded by the two's actions. They never thought that Zero Wing would be so crazy as to challenge one of the 5 great super guilds directly. Wait, it's not just Black Flame and Gentle Snow. Zero Wing's other teams are also making a move against mythology's resource nodes. That's not all. Frostheaven's teams are doing the same. The news of Zero Wing's and Frostheaven's teams attacking mythology's resource nodes caused an instant sensation among the various major powers in the VIP viewing rooms. Everyone was shocked by the 2 guilds' actions. That's mythology we are talking about. How dare they? Frostheaven and Zero Wing have truly lost their minds this time. Setting aside whether they will succeed or not, aren't they afraid of mythology's retaliation after the competition? Are they really not afraid that mythology will exterminate them? The various major powers felt puzzled by Zero Wing's and Frostheaven's actions. They simply couldn't figure out what the 2 guilds were thinking. The 5 great super guilds' position in the virtual gaming industry was as stable as a mountain because no superpower dared to offend them. Any superpower that dared to do so would get eliminated from the industry without exception. Now that Zero Wing and Frost Heaven were openly provoking mythology in front of everyone in the world, mythology definitely wouldn't spare them in order to maintain its authority. Has Seven Wonders lost his mind? Cold Shadow was incensed when she read the report that mythology's resource nodes had come under attack on 6 islands. They actually dare provoke us? Do they not know what death is? She never thought that Zero Wing and Frost Heaven would pull such an astonishing move after remaining silent for so long. Moreover, they had even chosen to challenge one of the 5 great super guilds directly. This would definitely turn mythology into a laughingstock. Interesting. This is truly interesting. I wonder if that old drunken ghost is jumping in rage right about now? When a mighty, middle-aged man with brown hair on island number 2 received news of Zero Wing's and Frost Heaven's actions, he burst into laughter. This middle-aged man was none other than the guild leader of Netherworld Empire, one of the 5 great super guilds. Guild leader, it is still too early to be happy. How can mythology's resource nodes be so easy to capture? Zero Wing and Frost Heaven are just looking to humiliate themselves, a tall man clad in dark gray armor said disdainfully. Zero Wing could be said to be a guild that had relied entirely on external aid to reach its current position. Although Black Flame and Gentle Snow indeed possessed noteworthy combat standards, they were still negligible existences in front of the 5 great super guilds. Regardless, having mythology lose some face is always a good thing, the middle-aged man said, chuckling. As for how long Zero Wing and Frost Heaven can last, that's not important. Mythology was one of the 5 great super guilds. It possessed trump cards beyond the imagination of ordinary superpowers. The forces it had stationed on the various large islands were particularly exceptional. Even working together, Black Flame and Gentle Snow would most likely have a tough time threatening any of mythology's resource nodes. Not to mention, both of them were taking independent action. As the various powers were feeling surprised and shocked by Zero Wing's and Frost Heaven's actions, Shi Feng's 100-man team had arrived before mythology's advanced resource node. 2724, a gap beyond imagination. It's starting. I wonder if Black Flame can snatch that advanced resource node. As I see it, with his mana domain, Black Flame should fear group battles the least. However, mythology's side isn't filled with pushovers either. The one leading the defense of that advanced resource node is the Silver Ghost Prosciutto. The legion under him is amazing. I heard they killed a level 100 superior mythic ranked world boss some time ago. The feat sent waves across the entire western continent. Crap, they're that strong? In that case, Black Flame is really in danger. I heard that superior mythics all possess mana domains. Combined with their frightening basic attributes, it shouldn't be possible for players to defeat them. Everyone in the arena paid close attention to Shi Feng's 100-man team. It was no exaggeration to say that nobody present wished to miss out on this earth-shattering battle. Many of the major powers in the VIP viewing rooms had even stopped paying attention to the other battlefields and focused solely on Shi Feng's 100-man team. At this time, as if long prepared for this, Mythology's members summoned a magic barrier as soon as Shi Feng's team arrived. The barrier covered a 500-yard radius, thoroughly enveloping the advanced resource node and Shi Feng's team. Under the magic barrier's oppressive power, not only did everyone on Shi Feng's team feel their bodies growing heavier, but even their basic attributes started falling rapidly. This is an advanced magic barrier? Muxin was shocked when she saw how much her basic attributes had fallen. How is this possible? Advanced magic barriers were incredibly rare in God's domain. Just one set of magic array scrolls for an advanced magic barrier was worth a fortune. However, as the current competition prohibited the use of magic tools, players could only rely on themselves to erect magic barriers. Only, there were strict requirements for players to use magic barriers without any external aid. Just casting an intermediate magic array required 100 players. Moreover, of these 100 players, 20 of them needed to be at the intermediate magician standard and 5 at the advanced magician standard. Otherwise, the magic array wouldn't operate. If intermediate magic arrays had such stringent requirements, one could easily imagine the requirements needed to summon an advanced magic array. Nevertheless, Mythology's team had actually summoned one. This was simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, an advanced magic barrier was capable of suppressing even mythic monsters. Needless to say, it would have a tremendous effect on Tier 3 players. So, this is Mythology's foundation? Amazing. With this, even if Black Flame summons his mana domain, he will still have difficulty resisting the magic array's suppression. The audience gasped when they saw Mythology's advanced magic barrier. On a battlefield that prohibited the use of magic tools, having the ability to summon advanced magic barriers would basically make one invincible. Of course, a magic barrier summoned entirely through the effort of players wasn't unbeatable. The greatest flaw of such a magic barrier was the immense burden on the caster's mana. If the players supporting the barrier did not replenish their mana, they wouldn't last more than 10 minutes. However, on this battlefield, 10 minutes were more than enough to decide the outcome. While everyone was marveling at Mythology's capabilities, 100 players walked out of the advanced resource node. The person in the lead was a silver-haired young man with an amiable expression on his face. However, everyone present was aware that this friendly youth was also known as the Silver Ghost, one of the leaders of Mythology's younger generation. Guild leader Black Flame, we meet again, Prosciutto greeted Shi Feng in an indescribably calm voice. He showed no eagerness for a showdown at all. Instead, he behaved as if he was chatting about family affairs. At Prosciutto's words, Muxin looked at Shi Feng in surprise. Prosciutto was a big celebrity in God's domain. He had risen to the position of vice commander in Mythology's Trump Card Legion at a young age and was the designated successor of the Legion's monstrous commander. You know him? We've met once on the Western continent. Shi Feng nodded in response to Muxin's curiosity and surprise. There was no point in hiding the matter. After all, he had caused quite a huge scene in the Starlight Fortress, and most of the Western continent's superpowers probably knew about his clash with Mythology already. You really are heartless with your words, Guild Leader Black Flame, Prosciutto sighed. The fight in the Starlight Fortress is the only humiliation I've suffered ever since entering Mythology. My memory of that fight is still fresh, yet you don't take it seriously at all. Humiliation? Smiling, Shi Feng said. That's hyperbole, right? Your Eminence only failed to have your way. No, it is already a humiliation for me, Prosciutto disagreed, shaking his head. Earnestly, he continued, previously I stated that we would meet again, only our reunion happened much sooner than I expected. Although I still don't think the time is right, allow me to repay some of the humiliation I suffered before. As soon as Prosciutto finished speaking, the 100 Tier 3 experts behind him promptly released their auras. It immediately felt as if a demon god had descended onto the battlefield. Of the group of 100, over 30 peak experts exuded auras rivaling that of mythic monsters. The Frostheaven members nearly collapsed to the ground under this pressure. This is an advanced combat array. Over 30 peak experts with strength rivaling mythic monsters? No, this must be an illusion. How can there be such a large gap between our guilds? At this time, the Frostheaven members on Shi Feng's team weren't the only ones suffering a mental breakdown. Even the various major powers in the VIP viewing rooms were dumbfounded, despair flooding their hearts. Sure enough, the gap is much bigger than we thought. Unyielding Heart smiled bitterly as he looked at Mythology's 100-man team. Yes, this was the 5 great super guilds' strength. The world had always regarded the various superpowers' existence as second only to the 5 great super guilds. However, these superpowers all knew full well that, aside from a select few super guilds, every other superpower was far behind the 5 great super guilds. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that they were living in 2 different worlds. This was also why no single superpower dared to declare that they would replace the 5 great super guilds. It's over. It's really over now. How can the gap be this massive? Fear bloomed in Muxin's heart as she looked at the approaching 30-plus peak experts. Even her breaths became stifled. She had long since known that Mythology wasn't a pushover and that the 5 great super guilds' strength the various superpowers had seen thus far was only the tip of the iceberg. However, she never thought that the reality of the situation would actually be so hopeless and suffocating. Black Flame. Sandstorm grinned smugly as he glared at Shi Feng. You only beat me last time thanks to your mana body. I'll let you know what true strength is this time. If you couldn't do it last time, then I'm afraid you still can't do it this time, Shi Feng retorted, shaking his head as he watched Sandstorm approach. Still acting stubborn even in the face of death? I want to see what other tricks you have up your sleeves this time. After saying so, Sandstorm immediately charged at Shi Feng, his speed as fast as a shooting star. The distance of 100 yards seemed almost non-existent to him. Before Frostheaven's members could react, Sandstorm was already standing in front of Shi Feng. The dagger he wielded also turned into a phantom snake that bit at Shi Feng's heart. Tricks? Shi Feng shook his head when he saw this scene. He then stretched out his hand. Boom. A violent storm enveloped the entire battlefield, kicking up dust and dirt into the air. How is this possible? The next moment, everyone stared at the 2 figures standing amid the dust cloud in stupefaction. At this time, Sandstorm's dagger hovered half an inch away from Shi Feng's heart. Meanwhile, before anyone realized it, Shi Feng had actually caught Sandstorm by the wrist, intercepting the hand holding the dagger. How is this possible? Sandstorm was stunned when he saw his captured wrist. ch2701 warm-up over? How did he do it? That other guy's power is comparable to mythic monsters. Yet, Black Flame actually received the attack directly? Black Flame should be under the magic barrier's suppression now, right? So, this is Black Flame's true strength? After a moment of silence, the audience in the arena instantly broke into an uproar, never having expected things to turn around so quickly. When Mythology revealed its frightening combat power, almost everyone believed that this fuss caused by Zero Wing and Frostheaven was over. Yet, it turned out that Zero Wing still had the strength to contend against Mythology. How could anyone not entertain expectations in this situation? After all, far too few people in God's domain dared challenge the 5 great super guilds. Regardless of the outcome, after this challenge to Mythology in this competition, Black Flame's name would become known to everyone in God's domain. However, unlike the spectating players, the mythology members at the advanced resource node showed no signs of surprise. This was especially true for the 100 players forming the battle array. Sandstorm is too reckless. The vice commander previously warned him that Black Flame isn't a simple opponent, yet he actually charged into battle all by himself without a word. Foolish. He is truly foolish. He actually ignored the vice commander's words. He's going to turn us into a laughingstock for the other superpowers. The 30-plus Void Realm experts from mythology did not feel a shred of pity for Sandstorm, only anger that he had allowed himself to get caught. Their vice commander Prosciutto had gone to great lengths to create a scenario presenting mythology as an existence that should never be provoked. Now, Sandstorm had single-handedly ruined this scenario. Sandstorm, come back. Stop shaming yourself in front of guild leader Black Flame, Prosciutto said, sighing as he looked at Sandstorm and his dumbfounded expression. At Prosciutto's words, Sandstorm snapped out of his daze, and his expression turned unprecedentedly grim and fearful. His hands even started trembling slightly. I can't disappoint the vice commander. Die. You must die. Only if you die can I wash away my shame. Sandstorm turned to Shi Feng, a hint of fear and madness in his eyes as he looked at Shi Feng. However, the fear he felt wasn't because of Shi Feng, but Prosciutto. Immediately, Shi Feng felt the power resisting his hand strengthening. What did he do? Doesn't the competition venue prevent the use of berserk skills? A hint of fear appeared in Muxin's eyes as she gazed at Sandstorm hovering in midair. Compared to his previous self, the current Sandstorm was like a completely different person. Not only did his aura intensify, but even his life rating had received a significant improvement. No, it's not a berserk skill. He's just reverting to his original form, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Even he was a little surprised when he saw Sandstorm's transformation. Mythology truly is amazing. To think they actually managed to get their hands on the demi-dragon bloodline. Someone among them even managed to endure the bloodline's violent power. In God's domain, aside from bloodlines that increased a player's life rating, there were special bloodlines that functioned differently. One such example was the violent demi-dragon bloodline, which could raise a player's life rating to the archaic species standard, granting players a much greater improvement than ordinary bloodlines. However, this bloodline had a drawback. Due to the demi-dragon bloodline's overly violent power, players paid a heavy price to use it. Whenever a player activated their demi-dragon bloodline, they would be subjected to unimaginable pain beyond the tolerance of ordinary humans. Hence, very few people were willing to accept such bloodlines. Shi Feng never thought that Sandstorm would manage to not only assimilate the demi-dragon bloodline, but also endure its violent power. You must be crazy. Muxin was exasperated to see Shi Feng marveling at Sandstorm's strength. The strength of his aura has more than doubled. I even suspect he has already reached the Tier 4 standard in terms of the strength attribute. Yet you still have the time to admire his strength? That's right. In terms of physique and basic attributes, he is indeed on par with bona fide Tier 4 classes. Shi Feng nodded in affirmation. Muxin couldn't help goggling at Shi Feng's composure. She simply couldn't understand what was going through his mind. It was as if he had forgotten who had driven Sandstorm to such an extent. Lena, you guys go help him as well, Prosciutto ordered calmly to the blonde female shield warrior beside him. At this command, the mythology members standing around Prosciutto turned to him in surprise. The blonde girl named Lena was Prosciutto's right-hand man. She was a bona fide domain realm expert, and her strength ranked within the top 3 in this team of theirs. Now, Prosciutto was actually having her join the fight as well. Yes, sir. Lena made a respectful bow before joining Sandstorm together with 5 other players behind her. What's going on? What is Prosciutto thinking? Does he think Sandstorm isn't enough to deal with Black Flame? That's not possible, right? That Sandstorm can be considered a Tier 4 monster already. Maybe the others were told to deal with Frost Heaven's members? At this time, everyone in the audience was eyeing Lena's group curiously. Because of the battle array's buff, the 6 all possessed strength and defense close to matching mythic monsters. Any of them could easily annihilate a superpower's 1,000-man team. Having 6 of them move together was simply overkill. Isn't Prosciutto overestimating us? Muxin felt like crying when she saw Lena's group joining the fight. While the fact that Prosciutto had dispatched such a force to deal with them meant that he thought highly of them, she couldn't bring herself to appreciate the gesture. After all, they would have to deal with 4 peak experts with basic attributes close to matching mythic monsters. However, before Muxin and the other Frost Heaven members could prepare themselves, the aura of Lena's group suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, 6 more demi-dragons appeared hovering in the air. What is Prosciutto trying to do? Crap. 7 bona fide mythic combatants. I must be dreaming. This is the real power of the 5 great super guilds? The various spectating powers and players gasped involuntarily when they saw the 7 demi-dragons in the air. Bastards? Mythology is really a group of bastards. Mythology's 1,000-man team possessed not only over 30 near-mythic combatants, but even 7 bona fide mythic combatants. This situation was simply mind-blowing. While the audience was feeling fearful over the absolute power Mythology displayed, Lena flew toward Shi Feng and stopped near him. Your Excellency Black Flame, we sincerely apologize for Sandstorm's sudden assault on you, Lena said, her golden eyes carrying great respect as she looked at Shi Feng. According to our Vice Commander's will, let's end the warm-up here and have both sides show our true strength. This is the respect we deserve, right? Sure, you're right, Shi Feng nodded. Shi Feng's words echoed in everyone's mind like a deafening thunder and instantly silenced everyone. What? Warm up? They were just warming up before? I didn't hear things right. That woman actually told Black Flame that they should stop warming up? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. This is a lie. This must be a lie. The spectating powers and players felt their minds growing silly when they heard the exchange between Lena and Shi Feng. Based on Lena's words, Black Flame had still been holding back thus far, and now she was requesting him to fight with his full strength. Meanwhile, Shi Feng agreed to her request. If what Lena said was true, how much weaker were they in combat power compared to Mythology and Black Flame? At this time, Muxine stared at Shi Feng in disbelief. Shi Feng had previously stopped Sandstorm's attack, which carried power at the near-mythic standard, while under an advanced magic barrier's suppression. Yet, he hadn't used his full strength back then? However, before Frost Heaven's members could react, a surge of mana flooded in from the surrounding environment, with Shi Feng as the center. The ground and sky even shook from the sheer volume of power being gathered. The magic barrier enveloping Frost Heaven's members also began cracking. Less than a second later, boom. The advanced magic barrier shattered, transforming into countless particles of light and disappearing. Simultaneously, a mana domain enveloped the entire advanced resource node, causing everyone present to feel an unprecedented fear and oppression. A domain? Is this really a mana domain? 2726 Battle of Monsters with Shi Feng as the center. A dark space with a 1,000-yard radius enveloped the advanced resource node and its surroundings. The mana inside the dark space flowed so rapidly that even ordinary players could sense the flux. The feeling of devastation and oppression this dark space gave off made even the audience and the distant spectator stands fearful. How can such a powerful mana domain exist? Even the mana domain of superior mythics isn't this strong. The advanced magic barrier shattered? Shouldn't mana domains be weaker than magic barriers? Many of the major powers spectating from the VIP viewing rooms had knowledge of mana domains. Some of them had even experienced one before. However, compared to what they had seen and experienced, Shi Feng's mana domain was on a completely different level. So, this is his mana domain? Muxin, who stood near Shi Feng, was stunned right now. When she looked at Shi Feng again, she felt as if she was seeing him for the first time. She had heard from Frost Heaven's deceased foreign aide that Shi Feng's mana domain was incredibly powerful. However, the mana domain before her was not just powerful but a whole new ballgame altogether. Shi Feng's mana domain had essentially created a world of its own, and within this world he controlled everything. In this space, Tier 3 experts were basically ants in front of Shi Feng. Meanwhile, Sandstorm hovering in midair was dumbfounded when he saw Shi Feng's astonishing mana domain. A player's mana domain can actually be this strong? Sandstorm's heart roiled with doubts as he felt the strong repulsive force coming from all directions. Shi Feng's mana domain was much stronger than that of superior mythics. Even after transforming into his demi-dragon form and gaining a Tier 4 physique and basic attributes, Sandstorm still suffered a significant restriction in his movements. By his estimates, he had lost around 20% of his basic attributes. His reaction speed and movement speed had also fallen by 30%. Now, his overall combat power was barely at the Tier 4 standard. Let's get started then. After glancing at Lena and the other demi-dragons, Shi Feng unsheathed the abyssal blade and vanished. Where did he go? Shi Feng's sudden disappearance confused Frost Heaven's members. He disappeared? At this moment, let alone Frost Heaven's members, even the audience in the spectator stands were stunned. A living human had actually disappeared from their godlike perspective. However, before anyone could react, an explosion suddenly sounded in midair. Boom, what happened? Everyone gaped in shock when they saw the figure on the ground, their eyes wide with disbelief. Without anyone realizing it, Shi Feng had appeared amid the flock of hovering demi-dragons, fresh blood coating his longsword. Meanwhile, the figure on the ground actually belonged to a demi-dragon. At this moment, not only did this demi-dragon's armor sport a bone-deep cut, but 1/8 of his HP had vanished. The speed of Shi Feng's attack was simply unheard of. However, compared to the audience and Frost Heaven members, the mythology members spectating the fight were much more surprised by this situation, especially Sandstorm. A hint of confusion lingered in his eyes as he glared at Shi Feng. After transforming into our demi-dragon form, with the combat arrays buff, we wouldn't lose even 3% of our HP after taking a direct hit from a mythic monster. How can Black Flame have such great strength? Fear surfaced in Sandstorm's eyes as he analyzed the situation. As demi-dragons, they could be considered bona fide Tier 4 combatants. Yet, even in such a situation, they still were no match for Shi Feng. Sandstorm simply couldn't fathom how much strength Shi Feng had, as expected of the demi-dragon bloodline combined with an advanced combat array's assistance. It'll be difficult to finish one of them quickly. When Shi Feng looked at the demi-dragon on the ground, he was slightly surprised. Although he didn't use any skills or spells in his attack, he wielded a fragmented legendary weapon and wore several fragmented legendary items. In terms of the strength attribute, he already rivaled superior mythics of the same level. This was why he could slay tier 3 players effortlessly. However, despite having such basic attributes, he had only managed to take away 1/8 of the demi-dragon's HP with his normal attack. The defense of the demi-dragon he targeted could rival that of superior mythics. Everyone, don't get entangled with him. His attributes and speed are above ours. All we need to do is deplete his stamina and concentration. Lena commanded calmly and without hesitation. Maintain your distances. Jack, prioritize protecting our healers. He definitely won't last long in a protracted battle. Understood. Lena's command boosted the demi-dragon's fighting spirit, and they promptly went into action. With Lena taking the lead, 5 demi-dragons surrounded and attacked Shi Feng. In addition, 1 demi-dragon oracle stood at the rear, casting defensive spells and buff spells one after another, boosting the other demi-dragon's attributes. No longer having to worry about taking damage, the 5 demi-dragons in the vanguard fought Shi Feng desperately, intending to trade blow for blow. Moreover, the 5 of them had excellent coordination, moving as one. For a time, explosions continually shook the earth and sky. Countless afterimages also danced across the sky. The tier 3 experts in the spectator stands were stupefied. They couldn't tell what was going on at all. They couldn't even tell which afterimage belonged to whom. They only saw some of the brief clashes at best. Of the spectators watching the fight, only those in the VIP viewing rooms could get a clear picture, thanks to the spectator interface's slow-motion mode. The 5 Vanguard demi-dragons perfectly merged their skills, spells, and combat techniques. They also had perfect coordination with one another. When one of them exposed a chink in their defense from clashing with Shi Feng, the others would immediately attack, preventing him from landing a fatal blow. As the clash continued, the expressions of Muxin and the other Frost Heaven members also grew darker. Although the two sides seemed evenly matched, Shi Feng had to deal with the 7 demi-dragons' back-and-forth offensive all by himself. He had no time to rest at all. His stamina and concentration consumption were far greater than Mythology's 7 demi-dragons. At this rate, Shi Feng would run out of stamina and concentration before Lena and the others did. Black Flame, you will lose for sure this time. While we aren't a match for you by ourselves, how long can you possibly last against our joint assault? Sandstorm grew increasingly excited as the fight went on. Although he had suffered plenty of attacks from Shi Feng and lost a lot of HP, he continuously received healing from the rear-line healers. Hence, he quickly recovered the HP he lost. Black Flame, you can't blame us for bullying you with numbers. It's your fault for not having anyone capable of backing you up, the tall man beside Sandstorm said, laughing. At these words, Frost Heaven's members lowered their heads in shame. Against such strength, tier 3 experts like themselves were nothing but jokes. They wouldn't even qualify to be distractions. After all, they couldn't keep up with these people's speeds. It seems this is Zero Wing's limit. However, it's already plenty amazing that Black Flame managed to last this long. It's a pity there aren't any capable combatants among Frost Heaven's members. Otherwise, they could have put up a fight against Mythology. Many of the spectating major powers couldn't help pitying Shi Feng. He clearly possessed inhuman strength that even Mythology had to be wary of. Unfortunately, the gap between the 5 great super guilds and the other superpowers was simply too massive. Even if all of Frost Heaven's participants were there right now, they still wouldn't be able to threaten Lena's group of 7. However, this is a valiant defeat for Black Flame. He can actually hold his ground against 7 tier 4 monsters simultaneously. He deserves his title of Sword King. Sword King? As I see it, he's strong enough to rank within the top 6 of the God's Domain experts list. Only the 5 great super guilds' old monsters can fight him. Many of the tier 3 experts spectating the fight admired Shi Feng. Those that previously held doubts about his title of Sword King also stopped doubting him. The seconds and minutes flew by. While everyone was feeling unreconciled for Shi Feng, the man himself suddenly leaped backward, distancing himself from the 5 Vanguard demi-dragons. Don't even think of escaping us. We have wings. We are by no means slower than you when it comes to flying. Upon seeing Shi Feng pulling away, Sandstorm immediately accelerated, chasing after him. When players gained a mana domain, they became capable of flight. However, flight achieved through this method was significantly slower than flying mounts. In comparison, demi-dragons could fly nearly as fast as flying mounts. Escape? Shaking his head, Shi Feng said, I just thought the time is almost up, so I plan to end this battle. You're still arrogant even in the face of death. I want to see how exactly you're going to end this battle. Sandstorm sped up at Shi Feng's words. Time is almost up? Lena felt that something was amiss when she saw Shi Feng's calm expression. What does he mean? However, before Lena could ponder on the matter, Shi Feng sheathed the abyssal blade. You said before that I shouldn't blame you for bullying using numbers. I very much agree with this point. Gazing at Sandstorm and the other demi-dragons, Shi Feng unsheathed the other longsword hung by his waist and said, Now, you shouldn't blame me either for bullying with numbers. After Shi Feng finished speaking, the twilight blade in his hand suddenly shone brightly, illuminating a radius of several thousand yards. Twilight's shadow, twilight of the gods. The next moment, 8 physical phantoms split out from Shi Feng's body, every phantom identical to him. ch2727 Sword Emperor. When the 8 copies of Shi Feng appeared above the battlefield, the audience momentarily fell silent. Doppelgangers? Crap, something like this is possible? The spectators' hearts were filled with an indescribable sense of shock as they looked at the 9 Shi Fengs in the air. If anyone else had summoned doppelgangers, they wouldn't have thought much of it. However, Shi Feng was someone capable of single-handedly going up against 7 bona fide mythic combatants with Void Realm combat standards. Now that Shi Feng had summoned 8 doppelgangers of himself, meanwhile, Lina and the other demi-dragons turned pale when they saw the 9 Shi Fengs before them, their hearts plunging to the very bottom of the abyss. They had to give it their all just to deal with 1 Shi Feng. Now that 8 more had appeared, even if these doppelgangers had significantly weaker basic attributes, the demi-dragons would still suffer tremendously. Let's start the second round then, Shi Feng said, a faint smile appearing on his face as he looked at Lina's group. The next moment, Shi Feng's 8 doppelgangers split up and charged at the 7 demi-dragons, their speed hardly any slower than Shi Feng's. It's just a doppelganger. Do you think you can scare me with it? Sandstorm stabbed his dagger at the doppelganger approaching him, the weapon instantly transforming into a dozen shadow snakes. Advanced combat technique, rampant bites. Seeing the approaching shadow snakes, the doppelganger brandished its sword. 6 extreme slashes. The next moment, 6 sword lights tore through space, shattering the shadow snakes. One of the sword lights even bypassed the shadow snakes and landed on Sandstorm's shoulder. After the sword light passed through, a bone-deep cut appeared on Sandstorm's shoulder. The assassin's body shot backward like a meteor and smashed into the ground. As for his HP, it had fallen by over 1/8 of its total. Aside from Sandstorm, the other demi-dragons were also sent smashing into the ground by Shi Feng's doppelgangers and suffered heavy injuries. They were utterly incapable of resisting the doppelgangers at all, and they could only watch as their HPs continuously decreased. Out of the 7 demi-dragons, only Lina, who had activated a Tier 3 life-saving skill and reduced the damage she sustained by half, was in a better condition. However, as she had to cope with 2 of Shi Feng's doppelgangers, her HP still decreased steadily. It was only a matter of time before she got killed. Those doppelgangers are so strong. Aren't those doppelgangers a little too much? I get the feeling that just one of Black Flame's doppelgangers is more than enough to kill a mythic monster already. Everyone present had seen doppelgangers before. However, this was the first time they had seen a player's doppelganger capable of suppressing Tier 4 combatants. No wonder. So, this is why Black Flame is confident in provoking mythology. Unyielding Heart felt endless admiration for Shi Feng when he saw Lina's group getting beaten up. It had been a long time since anyone had dared challenge the 5 great super guilds in the virtual gaming industry. Now, not only did Shi Feng possess the combat power to overwhelm 7 Tier 4 combatants, but it was also almost certain he would be able to capture mythology's advanced resource node. On the battlefield, Lina and the other demi-dragons saw their HPs fall below the critical level. With only 3 or 4 more exchanges, they would fall to Shi Feng's doppelgangers. However, before the battle could continue, several dazzling sword lights struck at the doppelgangers. Boom, 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 boom. Shi Feng's doppelgangers hurriedly defended against the attacks, the collisions resulting in explosions that created massive spatial rifts. Vice Commander? Lina and the others were ecstatic when they saw the origin of the sword lights. The person that just took action was none other than Prosciutto, the Vice Commander of Mythology's Trump Card Legion. However, Prosciutto's appearance had already undergone a drastic change at this time. Runes had appeared all over his pitch-black armor, and complex magic arrays covered his forehead and eyes. He also exuded a majestic aura reminiscent of a demon god. Even Shi Feng's mana domain couldn't suppress him. A bronze combat array? Shi Feng's eyes were blank with surprise as he looked at Prosciutto's transformation. However, he soon shook his head in denial. No, a bronze combat array shouldn't be something Tier 3 players can activate. Moreover, it's impossible for bronze combat arrays to make an appearance at this stage of the game. Before Shi Feng could analyze the situation in detail, Prosciutto raised the purple greatsword he wielded and instantly appeared before him. The aura he exuded could make even mythic monsters fearful. No, impossible. Is he really a Tier 3 player? His aura is stronger than even that of superior mythics. Everyone spectating the fight gasped spontaneously at Prosciutto's astonishing transformation. Muxin, who stood on the battlefield, couldn't help staring at Prosciutto in horror and surprise. She couldn't bring herself to believe this was true. Previously, Lina and the others had already displayed monstrous strength. Muxin never imagined that Prosciutto would be even more monstrous. At this time, Prosciutto could no longer be considered a Tier 3 player. He looked more like a dragon wearing human skin. The terrifying aura he exuded caused the Tier 3 experts present to stumble backward, none of them daring to meet his gaze. The only time Muxin had felt such a terrifying aura was when she faced a Tier 4 dragon. Guild leader Black Flame, you have truly surprised me, Prosciutto said as he observed Shi Feng, his voice full of fighting spirit. You are the first person to have forced me to use this form. As a token of my gratitude, I will be your next opponent. As soon as Prosciutto said so, the audience in the spectator stands cheered inwardly. Crap, are you kidding me? Even Prosciutto intends to take action. A fight between the formidable Prosciutto and unfathomable Black Flame. This will definitely be the apex fight of God's domain. It's more than just an apex fight. Look how the initial clash between the two already shattered the sky. If the two really fight each other, the entire island might get destroyed. Monsters. These two are real monsters. Just getting the chance to spectate a fight between them is well worth the ticket price. At this time, besides the players on the spectator stands, the various major powers in the VIP viewing rooms were also greatly shocked by Prosciutto's declaration. They immediately had all their members focus their attention on Prosciutto and Shi Feng, as well as record the two's battle. After all, it was normally impossible to collect such information in the outside world. Only in this competition venue would they have the chance to do so. However, after hearing Prosciutto's declaration, Shi Feng abruptly turned away. Are you two not going to come together? Shi Feng asked loudly as he looked at the empty sky. Shi Feng's words confused everyone present. Is he talking to himself? Is there something in the sky? Impossible. My screen isn't showing anything there. Black Flame must have seen wrong. However, before anyone could dismiss their doubts, a deep voice suddenly came from the void and echoed throughout the sky. Amazing. As expected of the person Prosciutto and Cold Shadow are interested in. The next moment, a black shadow gradually appeared in the air. When this black shadow revealed itself, everyone saw that it was a white-cloaked man of indiscernible age. Moreover, despite the man clearly standing in midair, it was as if no one could perceive his existence in their mind. Everyone looking at him ignored his existence automatically. Crap. Isn't he that existence from mythology? Insane. This is insane. Mythology actually let this person join the competition. Is mythology trying to secure the championship? The players in the spectator stands were unfamiliar with this white-cloaked man. On the other hand, a wave of exclamations swept through the VIP viewing rooms when they saw him. After all, this white-cloaked man was one of the terrifying existences in mythology who had reached the higher domain realm. Nobody knew his true age. The only thing others knew was that this man, called Odin, was one of mythology's 3 grand elders. Even mythology's guild leader had to obey his words. Sir, why are you here? Prosciutto put on an indescribably respectful expression the moment he saw the white-cloaked man. It was as if he had just seen a real god. I only came here to deal with some matters, but it seems that won't be possible now, Odin said before glancing at Shi Feng. He then continued calmly, pack up. We're abandoning this advanced resource node. We're abandoning it? Prosciutto was stunned. But why? This was the perfect chance for him to eliminate Shi Feng. How could he possibly be willing to give up at a time like this? At this moment, let alone Prosciutto, everyone spectating the battle was dumbfounded. Since when was mythology so generous? Because, taking another glance at Shi Feng, Odin chuckled. He is already a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. 2728, Sword Emperor's Maya Sword Emperor. Prosciutto was stunned when he heard Odin's words, his eyes doubtful as he looked at Shi Feng. Although some experts in God's domain had already reached level 120, reaching level 120 and getting promoted to Tier 4 were two entirely different matters. Reaching level 20 only meant that a player had met the most basic of requirements for the Tier 4 promotion. According to the various guilds' understanding, players would need to search for their Tier 4 legacy lands after reaching level 120, a truly challenging task. Even the 5 great super guilds would need a lot of time to search for just one legacy land. Not to mention, players would then have to challenge this legacy land to obtain their legacy. Meanwhile, Shi Feng was merely the guild leader of a pseudo-superpower. How could he possibly locate a legacy land faster than the various super guilds, a Tier 4 Sword Emperor? No way. It's only recently that some people have reached level 20, yet he's already gotten promoted to Tier 4 Sword Emperor. This is a lie. This must be a lie. That's a Tier 4 class we're talking about. Even the kings of the various kingdoms fear a Tier 4 existence. How can anyone possibly get promoted to Tier 4 so soon? The spectating players had likewise heard Odin's words, and a wave of commotion immediately spread among them, everyone expressing their doubts about Shi Feng's successful promotion to Tier 4. Although Shi Feng had indeed displayed frightening combat power, they still found it possible for a Tier 3 player to do so. After all, many treasures in God's domain could allow players to become incredibly strong. Lena's group of 7 was a perfect example. However, reaching Tier 4 was a different story. Tier 4 existences were powerhouses publicly acknowledged by the NPCs in God's domain. Take the current Tier 4 NPCs for example. No superpower dared offend Tier 4 NPCs. The 5 great super guilds were no exception. This was because Tier 4 was a taboo that had been deeply engraved in the bones of God's domain's players. Tier 4 NPCs were existences that shouldn't be offended under any circumstances. In fact, the various major powers suspected that even the superpowers Tier 3 experts would have to wait until around level 130 to get promoted to Tier 4. On the battlefield, Muxin stared at Shi Feng in shock and expectation. If this is true, when Muxin considered the possibility that Shi Feng was a Tier 4 Sword Emperor, a passionate flame burned in her heart. If Odin's words were true, then Frostheaven's position on island number 3 was secured. This also meant that Frostheaven would have a chance of securing the 6th reserve seat and becoming one of the true giants in God's domain. While players like herself were still agonizing over unlocking their mana bodies and thinking about how to search for their legacies after reaching level 20, Shi Feng had already completed all these tasks and even reached tier 4. No matter how she thought about it, this situation was simply implausible. Are you really a Sword Emperor? Prosciutto couldn't help asking Shi Feng. Although Odin had already spoken, Prosciutto still wished to verify this matter with Shi Feng. Immediately, everyone in the arena focused on Shi Feng, wanting to hear the truth from his mouth. That's right, I am indeed a tier 4 Sword Emperor. Shi Feng nodded. At the same time, he glanced reflexively at Odin, his eyes full of surprise. If a player did not register themselves at the Adventurers Association and redeem their tier 4 class emblem, it should be impossible for others to notice their identity. This was especially true if the player in question had hidden their aura and concealed their identity using special tools. In Shi Feng's opinion, he had concealed his promotion very thoroughly all this time. When he fought earlier, he even limited himself to low-tier skills and spells. He also had the Nightwalker's cape to conceal his life aura. As for his mana domain, that couldn't be used to prove anything. The mana domain's acquisition and strengthening mainly depended on a player's control over mana. The better one's mana control, the stronger the mana domain they could summon. It was unrelated to one's tier at all. Meanwhile, following Shi Feng's acknowledgement, silence spread across the entire arena. At this stage of the game where even tier 3 players were rare, a tier 4 player had actually come into existence. It was as if Shi Feng was making a joke of all their efforts. No, that's impossible. I won't acknowledge it. Sandstorm's eyes turned bloodshot as he glared at Shi Feng. How can you possibly have reached tier 4 already? You must be lying. You're trying to fool us into giving you this resource node without a fight. I won't let you succeed. I will expose you. At this point, Sandstorm had already thoroughly lost his mind. Sandstorm had thought that he had grown a lot stronger since his last defeat at Shi Feng's hands, and anticipated that the gap between them had shrunk significantly already. Now, he was being told that not only did the gap not shrink in the slightest, but it had even widened instead. In Sandstorm's opinion, Shi Feng was merely the guild leader of a small guild. How could Shi Feng possibly surpass him, who was an elite among elites even in the 5 great super guilds? The next moment, Sandstorm's aura burgeoned in intensity, and the size of his body increased by a large margin. Scales also started growing on his face and body. Now, he practically looked like a miniature infant dragon. Flapping his powerful wings, Sandstorm swept up a gale and instantly arrived before Shi Feng. Abandoning his weapon, he swiped a claw at Shi Feng. The instant Sandstorm's claw moved, the space around it shattered. Even the flow of time in the vicinity slowed. The power of his attack approached the standard of mythic-ranked archaic species. Why bother? Shi Feng couldn't help sympathizing with Sandstorm when he saw the latter's frenzied assault. After all, he had once fallen into such despair himself. This was especially true after he saw those geniuses who joined the game much later than he did. However, he had long since moved on from this despair. He realized that all he needed to do was live his life well. What was the point of comparing himself with others? Cool your head first, Shi Feng said, waving his hand. A ripple of mana then spread out from under his feet and instantly enveloped a 500-yard radius. Tier 4, Legacy Skill, Blade Domain. A magic sword suddenly appeared before Sandstorm, who was only half a yard away from Shi Feng. The magic sword then struck the assassin like a streak of lightning. Slash. The next moment, an arm flew into the air. In the face of this magic sword, even the sturdy dragon scales were no different from a piece of flimsy paper. Upon seeing his arm flying away, Sandstorm instantly sobered up. He hurriedly activated a tier 3 defensive skill, increasing his defense by a significant margin and doubling his maximum HP. However, no sooner had Sandstorm used his skill than 7 more magic swords appeared in the air. They then transformed into streaks of light that cut him. Each slash plundered 20% of Sandstorm's HP, the 7 swords instantly robbing the assassin of all his HP. The swords also burned his body into ashes, eliminating him from the arena. The entire process might seem long and arduous, but it had taken only an instant in reality. How is this possible? The audience in the spectator stands gaped in shock at this scene. Their minds even froze momentarily. Sandstorm was a demi-dragon that rivaled tier 4 archaic species in strength. Previously, he still managed to exchange multiple blows with Shi Feng. Yet now, Shi Feng had instantly executed him without even giving him a chance to resist. 2729 Shi Feng and Odin, one move? The gap between tier 3 and tier 4 is actually this massive? When the various major powers experts in the VIP viewing room saw Shi Feng slay Sandstorm, they gasped involuntarily. Although they had long since known that tier 4 was the milestone separating the strong from the weak in God's domain, they never expected the gap between tier 3 and tier 4 players to be so massive. Just a moment ago, although Lina and the other demi-dragons were struggling with Shi Feng's attacks, they at least possessed the strength to put up a fight. However, as soon as Shi Feng stopped holding back, that bastard, he was actually toying with us all this time. A tall demi-dragon man cursed as he glared at Shi Feng in anger and frustration. No, that probably isn't the case, Lena said, shaking her head. What do you mean? He wasn't toying with us? The tall man asked strangely. This is only my guess, but peeking at Shi Feng, Lena continued quietly. He might have been on his guard against Sir Odin since the start of the battle. He was wary of Sir Odin? Realization dawned on the other demi-dragons when they heard Lena's conjecture. Odin was an elusive existence in mythology. If he hadn't taken the initiative to appear, none of them would have noticed his presence. Only after Shi Feng exposed him did Odin reveal himself. The tall man and the others shuddered. If what Lena said really was true, then Shi Feng was much more terrifying than they had thought. Meanwhile, after killing Sandstorm, Shi Feng turned to look at Odin in the distance. From the moment he arrived before the advanced resource node, he had sensed a vague killing intent directed at him. If not for him having reached Tier 4 already and received a qualitative improvement to his physique and concentration, he wouldn't have noticed this killing intent at all. Due to this threat, he had held back his strength. Even when clashing with Lena's group, he refrained from using his full strength. Also, he could respond when the owner of this hidden killing intent took action. However, the moment Sandstorm went crazy and lashed out, Odin had also thoroughly displayed his killing intent. Truthfully, even Shi Feng had to be wary of Odin. In his previous life, everyone had heard of Odin's name. Not only was Odin an invincible existence even among Tier 6 God-ranked experts, but fighting enemies of a higher tier was also commonplace for him. In the past, Odin had fought against a Tier 5 NPC while he was still Tier 4. In the end, their battle had not only ended in a draw but even leveled an entire NPC city. This was despite the gap between Tier 4 and Tier 5 being even greater than the one between Tier 3 and Tier 4. The reason Tier 4 classes were feared by players and recognized as powerhouses in God's domain wasn't just their extraordinary physiques and frightening control over mana. Instead, a larger part was due to the Tier 4 skills and spells they wielded. In God's domain, there was a qualitative difference between Tier 3 and Tier 4 skills. This was because Tier 4 skills mainly relied on mana in the natural world to activate. In comparison, Tier 3 skills relied on the user's mana to activate. Due to this difference, the power levels of the two were worlds apart. With the aid of Tier 4 skills and spells, Shi Feng dared to fight against even true Tier 3 infant dragons, let alone kill a demi-dragon like Sandstorm. However, to Shi Feng's surprise, Odin never actually took action. He only used his killing intent to create an illusion of wanting to take action. Youngsters nowadays really are getting better and better. A smile appeared under Odin's hood. The man then looked at Prosciutto and said, "Let's go." "Yes, sir." Prosciutto no longer hesitated this time. However, when he walked past Shi Feng, he also gave the latter a glance. Although he didn't say anything, the intention his eyes conveyed was obvious. "We will meet again." Afterward, Prosciutto and the rest of Mythology's 1,000-man team left the advanced resource node. They gave up the resource node very decisively and departed for another resource node together with Odin. They left? They left? Just like that? That Odin actually didn't take action? The audience was stunned by this situation. The originally heaven-defying battle had actually ended in such a manner. Moreover, Mythology's members had given up the fight so decisively. This was completely different from how the 5 great super guilds operated normally. At this moment, even Muxin was taken aback by this situation. Is this our victory? Muxin couldn't help asking Shi Feng. Odin's name was synonymous with destruction to the various superpowers. Now that Mythology had mobilized even Odin, she found it truly inconceivable that Mythology would give up just because of one Tier 4 player. After all, while a Tier 4 existence was an invincible enemy for the various superpowers, that might not necessarily be the case for the 5 great super guilds. I guess so. Shi Feng nodded while looking at Odin's departing figure. Odin's decisiveness had caught even Shi Feng off guard. Initially, Shi Feng had already braced himself to fight for his life. He had even resolved to use some of the trump cards he had kept hidden all this time. However, he now felt as if he had just punched at empty air. "Do we still take control of this resource node?" Muxin asked. "Of course," Shi Feng answered decisively. "We went through great difficulties to win it. Okay, I'll have the others set up a perimeter now." Upon hearing Shi Feng's answer, Muxin immediately had her subordinates take up stations around the resource node to prevent others from stealing it. After leaving the resource node, Prosciutto couldn't help turning to Odin in confusion. "Sir Odin, since we surrendered the resource node to Black Flame so easily this time, I'm afraid the other 4 guilds will most likely ridicule us. Some superpowers might even start to make light of us because of this." "Are we really not going to do anything?" Prosciutto asked. In Prosciutto's opinion, even if Shi Feng was a Tier 4 player, their team still had a fighting chance, especially since Odin was present. It wouldn't even be strange if they managed to take down Shi Feng, yet Odin had unexpectedly given away the resource node without a fight. "Now isn't the time to fight," Odin replied, shaking his head. "Moreover, we know too little about Zero Wing." "It isn't the time to fight?" Prosciutto grew even more confused at Odin's words. "Why?" With Mythology's strength, they wouldn't fear fighting the 4 other super guilds, much less Zero Wing. In fact, he was confident Mythology could triumph over any of the other 4 guilds. Now, they were actually retreating because of Zero Wing. When news of this matter spread, mythology would most likely become the various superpowers' laughingstock. Take a look at these. Odin did not grow angry over Prosciutto's doubts. Instead, he forwarded a few videos to Prosciutto before saying, "You'll understand the reason once you finish watching them. How is this possible?" Prosciutto was stunned when he saw the videos Odin sent him. This was because every one of these videos depicted a battle at the other resource node's mythology occupied. Moreover, these battles shared a common point. Zero Wing's experts took part in them. All of them lost? 2730 Unfathomable Zero Wing. As Prosciutto watched the videos Odin sent him, his heartbeat gradually grew erratic. Even his complexion turned somewhat gloomy. "Vice Commander?" Lena prompted, a little puzzled by Prosciutto's reaction. However, Prosciutto did not respond to Lena's worry. Instead, his gaze suddenly turned indescribably grim. Impossible. The commander actually failed to take down that girl? Prosciutto's mood fluctuated violently after watching one of the videos. "Vice Commander, what happened? Did something happen on the commander's side? How is that possible? Even the 4 other guilds wouldn't dare pick a fight with the commander unless they're tired of living." Prosciutto's strange performance surprised and puzzled Lena and the others. They couldn't understand what had happened to provoke such emotional swings in their vice commander. After seeing Prosciutto's reaction, Odin smiled and said, "Now you know why, right? I have to admit that the new era has truly come. Whenever I see you youngsters, I can't help but feel that I really have grown old." Odin's words confused Lena and the others even more. However, as if triggered by these words, a hint of excitement flashed in Prosciutto's eyes. "I see. Thank you for your teaching, sir. I will take this as a warning," Prosciutto said sincerely. "Good. Now, this is the little fellow I used to fancy." Odin nodded in satisfaction. "Mythology will have to rely on your bunch in the future." "Sir Odin, what exactly happened?" Lena asked Odin nervously. Initially, with her status, she shouldn't be questioning Odin at all. However, after seeing Prosciutto's transformation, she couldn't help her curiosity. "It's nothing. We simply had 4 of our other resource nodes snatched away," Odin said, chuckling. 4 other resource nodes were taken? How is this possible? Lena gaped in shock, unable to get her mind around it. Who is so bold to actually do this? Is it the 4 other guilds? Besides Lena, the peak experts of mythology standing nearby were also stunned by Odin's words, their eyes full of disbelief. Their giving away 1 resource node was already plenty unbelievable. Now, they were hearing that 4 more of the guild's resource nodes had been taken. This sounded more like fiction than reality. You guys have a look too. Seeing the doubtful gazes focused on him, Odin laughed and passed the information to everyone. The information Odin sent consisted of 4 videos showing the battles that took place in the 4 other resource nodes. Moreover, these had occurred when their team was fighting Black Flame. Aside from peak experts, there were also 3 Domain Realm Elders defending the resource node. One of the 3 had even reached the Domain Realm's upper stage. Yet, even after all 3 of them activated their Demi-Dragon bloodlines, they actually failed to last more than 10 moves against Gentle Snow. 10 moves. In front of Gentle Snow, the 3 elders' fierce and enigmatic attacks were jokes. Not only did the woman easily unravel their attacks, but she even turned their attacks against them. She used the combination skill the 3 elders executed to instantly obliterate the elder that had reached the Domain Realm's upper stage. In this battle, mythology had lost over 400 experts. If not for Gentle Snow refraining from pursuing the fleeing members, the guild's losses would have been even worse. In the second battle video, the person leading the attack was Fire Dance. Although Fire Dance did not possess Gentle Snow's monstrous techniques, her basic attributes were not the slightest bit inferior to those of Tier 4 existences. In addition, her speed was simply godlike. From start to end, not one peak expert managed to touch her. The peak experts could only watch as Fire Dance inflicted cut after cut after cut on their armor, continuously plundering their HPs until nothing remained. Of the defending team at the second resource node, only the Lightning Hammer, Vice Commander Howard Waz, who was the core of the team, could keep up with Fire Dance's speed. In fact, the 2 of them were evenly matched, neither able to get the better of the other. However, Alluring Summer was in Zero Wing's team. With her full strength, she cast a Tier 3 super spell on him. This left Howard Waz with no choice but to defend. Otherwise, the super spell would level the resource node itself. During the brief moment Howard revealed a gap in his defense, Fire Dance seized the opportunity to land a heavy blow, breaking one of his arms. Hence, Howard's combat power plummeted. Subsequently, Zhao Yuru triple cast 3 Tier 3 curses on him, finishing him off. With Howard's death, Zero Wing and Frost Heaven's team, which was originally at a disadvantage, immediately gained the upper hand and eventually captured the resource node. Meanwhile, the battle in the third resource node was even more astonishing. Lena and the others nearly went crazy upon watching it. After all, the third resource node's defender was none other than the divine spear demon Rex, the commander of mythology's trump card Legion. Rex was a legendary individual in mythology and someone Vice Commander Prosciutto had never once beaten. Yet, in the third video, Rex was actually evenly matched with a girl. Although this girl's basic attributes were only nearing the Tier 4 standard, her control over mana was superb. Wielding 300+ magic blades, she prevented Rex from gaining the upper hand. In fact, the girl even slaughtered many experts from mythology during their clash. Afterward, Rex grew thoroughly enraged and used the combat array he kept in reserve to try to land a fatal blow on Violet Cloud. However, before this hit could land, a tall man carrying a massive shield blocked it. Subsequently, the battle continued for quite some time. Relying on her nimble movements, Violet Cloud always managed to duck behind Cola's protection at critical moments. While Cola bore the brunt of Rex's attacks, she would also instantly heal Cola back to full HP. The duo's combination turned them into undying zombies, and they held out until Rex's combat array expired. Although both sides suffered equally heavy losses after the long battle, as Rex no longer had the combat array's support, he was utterly powerless to do anything about Violet Cloud. To make matters worse, as Zero Wings and Frost Heaven's numbers dwindled, their members became more difficult to kill. In contrast, the rate at which Mythology's members got killed only increased as the battle continued. Eventually, in order to avoid the other guilds taking advantage of Mythology, Rex had no choice but to abandon the resource node to conserve his team's stamina and concentration. While the outcome could be said to be a draw since Mythology gave up the resource node, the overall result was still a loss. We lost 3 resource nodes, just like that? Lena protested in denial after watching the 3 videos. After calming down though, she said hurriedly, even so, there's no reason to let Zero Wing off the hook. While Zero Wing had indeed displayed astonishing combat power, Mythology could easily reclaim its lost resource nodes after reorganizing its forces. After all, they already knew what Zero Wing was capable of. It would be much easier to counter Zero Wing's forces afterward. Impossible. You'll know once you take a look at the 4th video, Prosciutto said. The 4th video? Lena was puzzled. What relation did the 4th video have with their not being able to deal with Zero Wing? Even if Black Flame was a Tier 4 Sword Emperor, Mythology still had the means to deal with him. Even if Zero Wing had 1 or 2 more powerful combatants, it still wouldn't be a match for Mythology. However, Lena still listened to Prosciutto and played the 4th video. What's going on? Why isn't there anything here? Lena asked when she saw only an empty plane in the video. That's right. There is nothing at all. Prosciutto nodded. He then added slowly, because that place was thoroughly flattened. ch2701 mind-blowing. Although Prosciutto's voice was plain, every word he said thundered in everyone's mind. Flattened? Lena examined the image in the video again. A moment later, her heart began racing and her breathing became stifled. Aside from sand, there was nothing else within the 1,000-yard radius displayed in the video. However, after careful inspection, she noticed piles and piles of fallen trees stacked outside the 1,000-yard radius. Many of these trees were uprooted, and most of them had shattered into dozens of pieces. The video then zoomed out, and she found that the so-called sandy area actually lay within a large forest. It looked as if something had thoroughly smoothed out the area. How is this possible? A Tier 3 Great Mage at the Void Realm exclaimed, that sandy area doesn't have any mana. At this Great Mage's reminder, Lena and the others also came to this realization and gasped. They had forgotten that the so-called battle video was actually a type of recording magic in God's domain. It could perfectly record the battlefield situation, which included the ambient mana. This allowed players to analyze the battle situation accurately. Meanwhile, they had watched this battle video as if they were watching a video in the real world. They had completely neglected the presence of mana, or lack thereof. Is this Zero Wing's doing as well? Lena asked when she saw the wasteland in the middle of the forest. The wasteland had a 1,000-yard radius. Moreover, the attack used had thoroughly consumed all mana in the area. Even Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells would have difficulty accomplishing such a feat. Not to mention, the only Tier 4 player known to exist was Black Flame. Yes, someone from Zero Wing did it. According to subsequent reports, that person should be Aqua Rose, one of Zero Wing's Vice Guild leaders. Her specific strength is still a mystery, Odin said, nodding. However, based on the spell scale, we can think of her as a Tier 4 Great Wizard who wields Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells. Her destructive power is roughly 10 times that of Black Flame. How is this possible? Isn't Zero Wing just an up-and-coming pseudo-superpower? After hearing Odin's simple analysis, Mythology's members fell silent for a long time. They couldn't help doubting the veracity of the reports. Not only did Zero Wing have a Tier 4 Great Wizard, but this Great Wizard even possessed Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells. If this was the case, then this matter was much more serious than they imagined. After all, a Great Wizard wielding large-scale destruction spells could easily destroy even major NPC cities. At this stage of the game, such an existence would be invincible, be it in offensive or defensive battles. But are we really going to just give up? Lena asked. Mythology was one of the 5 great super guilds. It was sheer humiliation for the guild to get provoked on such a stage. If Mythology didn't do something, the whole world would start to look down on it. Of course not. Odin suddenly smiled. We must settle this account one way or another, but now isn't the time for that yet. Instead, we should learn from Miracle's example. Learn from Miracle? Lena parroted, confused. Miracle was merely a slightly above average superpower. What could mythology possibly learn from it? Sir Odin is right. We have to learn Miracle's way of doing things, Prosciutto said with brightened eyes. We have to publicize this matter so that all the guilds will know about it. Zero Wing might be able to help Frost Heaven secure the 6th seat this time, but what they don't know is that the real doomsday will come after they secure the seat. The reserve seats of God's Domain's 12 great guilds were meant for the capable. If a guild relied on the strength of only a handful of individuals to secure one of these seats, then only destruction would await this guild. Moreover, after this competition, Zero Wing would also debut on the international stage. A guild capable of using mythology as a stepping stone wasn't a problem for only mythology. The other 4 of the 5 great super guilds couldn't afford to ignore Zero Wing either. Hence, the 5 great super guilds would not allow such an existence to exist in this world. Good. I will leave this matter for you to handle. Odin nodded in satisfaction when he saw Prosciutto realizing what had to be done. He then vanished from the group as if he had never been there. Shortly afterward, every participating guild in the competition received an astonishing piece of news. Zero Wing had defeated Mythology and stolen 5 of Mythology's resource nodes. The battle videos at the 5 resource nodes even spread to the various superpowers. The sight of Black Flame killing Sandstorm in one move, Gentle Snow killing over 30 Tier 3 peak experts in one move, Aqua Rose flattening a resource node with one spell, Violet Cloud forcing the Divine Spear Demon into retreating, and a handful of Zero Wing's members killing the Lightning Hammer were thoroughly etched into everyone's mind. After all these accomplishments, Frost Heaven became the biggest dark horse in this competition. The mind-blowing news shook the various participating guilds in the arena. This is fake. This must be fake. Didn't Zero Wings and Frost Heaven's members launch an attack on Mythology only recently? How can the battles be over already? A Tier 4 Great Wizard? How is this possible? The various participating guilds were dumbfounded by the information they received. None of them could accept it. However, it was also impossible for these battle videos to be fake, especially with the frightening strength Mythology displayed. The superpowers despaired at the gap between them. Nevertheless, despite having such overwhelming strength, Mythology still ended up defeated. Moreover, it didn't even lose at the hands of a super guild but to Zero Wing, an up-and-coming pseudo-superpower. Didn't they say Zero Wing doesn't have any background? What exactly is Zero Wing? For a time, the various superpowers were filled with curiosity and confusion about Zero Wing. Despite being a small guild with no backing, Zero Wing had produced a Tier 4 Sword Emperor and a suspected Tier 4 Great Wizard. How could they bring themselves to believe this? As for the players in the spectator stands, they too were stunned by this situation. They never thought that during the time Shi Feng was fighting one of Mythology's teams, astonishing battles had taken place elsewhere as well. They also regretted missing these battles. After witnessing Zero Wing's strength, both the Star Alliances and Unyielding Souls upper echelons couldn't help lamenting this situation. They never thought that after not meeting Zero Wing for some time, the other guild had actually grown to such an extent already. Tier 4, this is real power. A passionate flame burned in Purple Eye's heart as she watched the clash between Shi Feng and Sandstorm. So long as I reach Tier 4, the guild will be able to tread the international stage as well. At this time, Purple Eye wasn't the only person to have such thoughts. The various major powers experts in the other VIP viewing rooms also burned with desire and ambition toward attaining Tier 4. Every one of them resolved themselves to do everything they could to reach Tier 4 after this competition. Unlike the audience's excited reactions, Miracle and Sacred Temple were filled with both hatred and shock at Zero Wing's performance. Initially, the two guilds believed the 6th reserve seat was already within their grasp. Now that a powerful competitor had emerged in the competition, the two guilds had no choice but to compete for more resource nodes. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to maintain their current advantage until the end of the competition. Meanwhile, when Seven Wonders received news of Zero Wing's performance, he felt an unprecedented joy and excitement. He truly had not expected the helpers Hong Xinyuan recruited to be powerful enough to pull Frost Heaven out of its hopeless situation and give it a chance to win a reserve seat. To ensure Frost Heaven secured the 6th reserve seat, after Frost Heaven became one of the top 5 ranking guilds on island number 17, Seven Wonders led a team to other islands to compete for more resource nodes. For a time, Miracle, Sacred Temple, and Frost Heaven frantically fought all over the arena. Despite suffering immense casualties, the 3 guilds continued fighting until the bell signaling the end of the competition rang. Meanwhile, after the competition ended, huge holographic screens appeared on top of every island, the screens listing the total points accumulated by the participating guilds one after another. Mythology, 12,610 points. Pantheon, 3,920 points. Sky Dragon Family, 4,550 points. Netherworld Empire, 13,030 points. Miracle, 5,020 points. Sacred Temple, 5,130 points. As the names of the participating guilds appeared one after another, Frost Heaven's members grew increasingly nervous. The point difference between Miracle, Sacred Temple, and Frost Heaven should be incredibly narrow. In fact, partway through the competition, Shi Feng even had to attack other resource nodes personally and let Frost Heaven's members wear the resource emblem to keep Frost Heaven in the competition. Although there were instances where other guilds had successfully stolen some of Frost Heaven's poorly defended resource nodes, most of these nodes were quickly reclaimed. In addition, Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose also wandered between the various resource nodes to avert the ambushes of other guilds. We must succeed. Muxin also grew incredibly nervous as she looked at the screen. Frost Heaven had suffered tremendous losses during this competition. By the end of the competition, Frost Heaven had fewer than 2,000 members left standing. 6 elders, 2 grand elders, and Great Elder Brilliant Blue had even fallen in battle. This was a massive blow to the guild. At this time, even Shi Feng couldn't remain perfectly calm. He never expected that Miracle and Sacred Temple would secretly ally with other guilds to attack Frost Heaven's resource nodes, forcing him to rotate continuously between several islands. He had even had Aqua Rose obliterate 11 resource nodes. Only then did they manage to deter the other guilds from stealing Frost Heaven's resource nodes. Now that Zero Wing had exhausted its trump cards and revealed many things to the various superpowers, if Frost Heaven still failed to secure the 6th seat in this competition, then Zero Wing would have a thorny road ahead of it. The next moment, after more than 20 guilds were listed on the screen, Frost Heaven's name finally appeared. Frost Heaven, 5,260 points. 2732 True Beginning. We won. We really won. Muxin and the other Frost Heaven members were ecstatic when they saw their guild score. Many members even screamed in joy as they reveled in this moment of victory. What a close one. Shi Feng couldn't help a sigh of relief. In the end, Frost Heaven had beaten Miracle by only 30 points, which was just 1 hour's worth of points for an advanced resource node. If not for some of the other guilds giving up on competing for Frost Heaven's resource nodes, Miracle might have won the 6th seat instead. Shi Feng had to admit that Miracle's foundations were much stronger than many super guilds. Fortunately, everything went according to plan. Now that Frost Heaven has secured the 6th seat, we won't have to worry about getting slots to enter the upper zone. We'll also gain the privilege of garrisoning a city and a kingdom. When Shi Feng saw the guilds listed on the screen being reorganized based on their points and Frost Heaven officially ranking 6th, he began considering the next step of his plans. In his previous life, the arrival of the first major update had brought about a complete change in God's Domain's power structure. Because of the NPC Forces addition, the superpowers competitors were no longer limited to just the major powers. The NPC Forces also became huge competitors. These NPC Forces were no ordinary organizations. Before God's Domain underwent its first major update, the NPC population in God's Domain had been minuscule. However, after the major update, the NPC population would increase crazily. Along with the increase in NPC population, the NPC forces normally only mentioned in books or conversations between NPCs would make their debut in the game. In fact, in a few more days, the various major powers would discover a frightening matter. Despite how massive God's Domain's player population was, players made up only a small minority of God's Domain's inhabitants. Yes. Despite the game's current player population being over 10 billion, players were only a minority in the world of God's Domain. In the future, any random kingdom would easily have over 2 billion NPCs. The current player population could, at best, match the total NPC population in 5 or 6 kingdoms, which was roughly equivalent to the standard of one empire. However, God's Domain's players were scattered across the various kingdoms and empires on the 2 main continents. There were also a large number of players in the many other worlds. Hence, in the future, the native powers would become the strongest forces in the various kingdoms and empires. Moreover, after this major update, a severe problem would pop up: the disappearance of the protection mechanism for players. Hence, most players wouldn't notice its existence and true purpose. They merely took its benefits for granted. However, all of this would change in the world of God's Domain in the future. So long as players left the city, they would no longer enjoy this protection mechanism. What did this mean? Ordinary players would most likely have a difficult time imagining the consequences of such a change. However, this would be a disaster for the growing guilds of God's Domain. This was because NPCs would become capable of taking the initiative to attack players. Highway robbery, launching ambushes when players were killing monsters, killing players because of a random mood swing, such incidents would become normal occurrences in the future. In fact, Shi Feng himself had been robbed by Tier 4 NPCs on numerous occasions in his previous life. Of course, powerful NPCs wouldn't rob just anyone they saw. They would focus on stealing incredibly valuable items. Ordinary items would hardly arouse the interest of these powerful NPCs. This change in the game was highly unfavorable for Shi Feng. After all, he carried too many valuable items. As he had the game's rules protecting him before, he hadn't worried about NPCs attacking him. Now that the rules had changed, he had no choice but to act carefully. However, this still wasn't the critical point of the major update. Instead, the fatal change caused by this update was in the management of guild towns and cities. During the early phases of the major update, most players still hadn't noticed a problem with the NPC forces. However, once the local NPC forces finished conducting a thorough investigation on players, they would begin attacking guild towns. If a guild town lacked sufficient combatants to defend it, the territory might very well end up getting taken. This was also one of the main reasons why many superpowers had disbanded after God's Domain underwent its first major update in the past. Meanwhile, the situation now was even worse than during Shi Feng's previous life. In the past, when the first major update hit, the various superpowers already had Tier 4 players defending its territories. However, in this life, let alone Tier 4 players, the superpowers didn't even have many Tier 3 players under their command. It would become a nightmare for the superpowers to defend their guild towns against the various NPC forces. At this point, Shi Feng could already foresee many powers crumbling due to these changes. Compared to his previous life, the first major update's aftermath in this life would definitely be a much more painful sight. Once we get the guild privileges, we'll be able to garrison an NPC city and apply for a guild town teleportation permit. Then, Zero Wing could instantly become a giant in God's Domain during the poaching wars. When Shi Feng thought about the imminent poaching wars, he couldn't help feeling a little excited. In the past, some first-rate guilds had eventually grown into super guilds precisely because they managed to take advantage of the poaching wars. In the early stages of God's Domain, the superpowers had a massive advantage in numbers over the major powers. By the time players had reached level 100, the major powers had mostly divided the available player population among themselves already. Hence, even some of the stronger guilds among the major powers had found it incredibly difficult to grow further. This was because after the average level of players reached level 100, guilds that wished to grow needed sufficient numbers. This was especially true when it came to Tier 3 players. Without sufficient Tier 3 players, effectively defending guild towns against NPC forces and monster armies would become impossible. Meanwhile, most players mainly looked at the number of guild towns a guild possessed and the prosperity of these towns when determining a guild's strength. This was also why the War God's Temple had set the number of guild towns owned as a participation requirement for the reserve seat competition, and if a guild wished to maintain many guild towns simultaneously, a lot of manpower was necessary. Now, although Zero Wing already possessed more members than most first-rate guilds, it was still far from comparable to the various superpowers. Meanwhile, after the Great Collapse, the members of the Fallen Powers would become independent players. So long as Zero Wing took advantage of this opportunity, it could instantly become a bona fide superpower. Moreover, Shi Feng was confident that once Zero Wing had a sufficient player base, the guild could go up against Starlink, Saint's Hand, and even the 5 great super guilds. At the very least, Zero Wing wouldn't be forced to hole up in just a handful of guild towns and cities in an incredibly passive state. In fact, with Zero Wing's current state, it was only a matter of time before the guild crumbled. After all, what allowed the various superpowers to triumph over others were the talents they cultivated. With the resources the superpowers provided, these talents would slowly grow into powerhouses in the virtual gaming industry over time. If Zero Wing did not make sufficient preparations, with the guild's current scale and talent count, the guild would be fortunate to keep itself alive in the future. Meanwhile, along with the release of the official rankings, the spectating players and major powers erupted in an uproar. Crap, Frostheaven actually got a seat. Frostheaven really is lucky. It actually found a dark horse like Zero Wing. With this, Frostheaven really is going to rise to prominence. Zero Wing, is it? While the spectating players and major powers found Frostheaven's victory surprising, they didn't feel particularly surprised by it either. After all, the Tier 4 combatants Zero Wing possessed were simply too terrifying. They were not opponents Tier 3 players could hope to contend with. The major powers paid more attention to Zero Wing than to Frostheaven. Frostheaven can consider themselves lucky. After looking at the guild rankings, Cold Shadow glanced at Shi Feng's information and sneered. However, Zero Wing won't be as lucky afterward. The nail that sticks out gets hammered. This held especially true for a prominent guild like Zero Wing. The various superpowers were greatly limited in the forces they could bring out during this competition. This was especially true for the 5 great super guilds. After all, Tier 3 was the minimum standard for players to participate in the competition. However, there was no such restriction in the outside world. The fact that Zero Wing had revealed 2 Tier 4 players in this competition had provoked the various superpowers' intense envy. Zero Wing was merely a pseudo-superpower, yet it had actually produced 2 Tier 4 players. If someone were to say that there wasn't a secret behind this achievement, nobody would believe them. After this competition, she could easily foresee that both ordinary powers and superpowers would hound Zero Wing until the guild gave up its secret to completing the Tier 4 promotion. Otherwise, only death would await Zero Wing. As the various superpowers began to plot against Zero Wing, Shi Feng remained wholly unaware of the matter. After the War God's Temple announced the winners for the 6 reserve seats and awarded Zero Wing with a War God's Temple official guild certificate, Shi Feng promptly disbanded his team and bid goodbye to Muxin. He did not stay behind to take part in Frostheaven's celebration banquet, but quietly left the Fire Dragon Empire instead. This caused Seven Wonders and Hong Xinyuan to lament the missed opportunity to thank Shi Feng properly. Black Flame really is an unfathomable person. After watching Shi Feng's figure disappear into the distance, Seven Wonders turned to Muxin and said earnestly, "Muxin, you'll be the first Vice Guild leader from now on. You'll be responsible for the matter regarding the upper zone slots, S-rank nutrient fluids, and subsequent affairs relating to our alliance with Zero Wing. I believe you can handle them well." "Guild leader, please rest assured." "I will definitely handle them well," Muxin answered ecstatically. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng left the War God's temple, he did not hurry to return to Zero Wing's residence to preside over the changing situation. Instead, he made his way to the Twin Towers Kingdom, a dilapidated country on the brink of destruction, which would also become one of the most brilliant kingdoms in the future. Twin Towers City, City Hall. "Sir, how may I be of service?" a level 180 Tier 3 male administrator asked when he saw Shi Feng enter the building. "If you wish to purchase land, I will have to apologize in advance. We are no longer selling land to the public." "No, I'm not here to purchase land," Shi Feng said, shaking his head. He then took out the official guild certificate from the War God's temple and said, "I am Zero Wing's guild leader. My guild wishes to officially garrison this city. May I know if that's possible?" 2733. Garrisoning Twin Towers. Vico, the level 180 Tier 3 male administrator, looked at the certificate in Shi Feng's hand and carefully inspected it. "Yes, this is indeed an official guild certificate from the War God's temple." Vico nodded, his gaze turning respectful as he looked at Shi Feng. He then added slowly, "Lord Guild Leader, there is nothing wrong with your guild certificate. However, I'm afraid that as an ordinary guild, your guild does not qualify to garrison our kingdom's capital. You can only choose to garrison another of the Twin Towers Kingdom cities." Sure enough, the guild still can't garrison the capital city. Shi Feng was not particularly surprised by Vico's rejection. Since that's the case, Zero Wing will garrison Skyspring City. Although the War God's temple now recognized Zero Wing as an official guild in God's domain, that was only recognition and nothing more. Initially, Shi Feng thought that with the deterioration of the Twin Towers Kingdom due to the abyssal monsters, Zero Wing might have a chance to garrison its capital. However, it would seem that he had still underestimated the Twin Towers Kingdom. After thinking it through, though, he found this situation reasonable. In his previous life, the Twin Towers Kingdom had shone brightly on the continent of God's domain, thanks to the Tower of Time and Secret Covenant Tower it housed. It had been a kingdom that stood far above other kingdoms. Moreover, while the Twin Towers Kingdom might currently look battered, now that the first major update had taken place, NPCs would start appearing in large numbers across the kingdom. Once that happened, it was only a matter of time before the NPCs turned the tables on the abyssal monsters. Otherwise, Shi Feng wouldn't have rushed to have Zero Wing garrison the Twin Towers Kingdom. "That won't be a problem. Please follow me. I will conduct the procedures for you," Vico said, and led Shi Feng to the third-floor hall. On his way to the third floor, Shi Feng noticed that the number of NPCs inside the city hall had increased significantly. Previously, it was rare to see even one Tier 3 NPC in a city hall. Now he spotted at least a dozen. Moreover, even the weakest of them was at level 140, while the strongest reached level 182. They were not existences current Tier 3 players could hope to contend against. Through this, he could already anticipate a large batch of Tier 3 NPCs appearing inside the Twin Towers Kingdom in the near future. With the combat power of these NPCs, retaking the Twin Towers Kingdom and driving the abyssal monsters back into the abyss would be entirely possible. Meanwhile, the Skyspring City he chose to have Zero Wing garrison was the closest NPC city to the Secret Covenant Tower. This was because the Secret Covenant Tower was a holy land for grinding for levels and acquiring guild resources. Before God's Domain's first major update took place, grinding for levels was a daily chore for players. However, after the first major update, grinding for levels would become deadly. If players did not possess overwhelming strength, then the moment they left the confines of NPC cities, they would have to fight with their lives on the line. This was because both NPCs and monsters gained conscious thought after the major update, and they would no longer let players kill them like idiots. Both NPCs and monsters would fight desperately for survival. Hence, grinding monsters would no longer be simple, repetitive fights for EXP. Instead, it would become a fight where players bet their lives for EXP. In a situation where the two sides were roughly equal in strength, every fight would be incredibly taxing. In fact, after the major update, most players would no longer dare fight monsters that were significantly higher leveled than they were. Of course, the increased difficulty in killing monsters came in tandem with a drastic increase in the EXP monsters awarded, at least 10 times more than what they previously awarded. Even so, leveling up would still become an increasingly laborious task in the future. However, it was a different story in the Secret Covenant Tower. The countless monsters trapped in the Secret Covenant Tower's special space had already gone crazy and did not possess any consciousness or intelligence. The only thing on their minds was slaughter. Yet, despite the lack of intelligence, the monsters inside granted the same amount of EXP as the monsters in the outside world. The only problem was that entering the Secret Covenant Tower cost magic crystals. In addition, the monsters inside did not drop coins or magic crystals. The value of the materials they dropped was also negligible. Fortunately, the secret Covenant Tower wasn't completely barren of loot. Hidden inside the special space were relics belonging to ancient civilizations. The deeper one progressed down the tower, the better the relics one could obtain. Examples would be weapon and equipment designs, master-ranked potion recipes, and even complete legacies for Tier 3 classes. Yes, complete legacies for Tier 3 classes. Unlike the Tier 3 legacies scattered in the outside world, a complete legacy could lower the difficulty of players' Tier 3 promotion by a large margin. A complete Tier 3 legacy could allow a guild to gain a large number of Tier 3 players within a short period. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that, for guilds, a complete Tier 3 legacy was 100 times more valuable than a fragmented legendary item. Meanwhile, complete Tier 3 legacies only started appearing from the 18th floor. This was a place that became available after the first major update. Before this, the Secret Covenant Tower was only a place for pre-level 100 players to grind for levels. It wasn't suitable for players past level 100. However, after the first major update, the Secret Covenant Tower would no longer be the same as before. In the past, after it was revealed that the Secret Covenant Tower dropped complete Tier 3 legacies, the various powers on the Eastern Continent had swarmed to the Twin Towers Kingdom. This, in turn, had made the Twin Towers Kingdom one of the most dazzling kingdoms in God's domain, and Sky Spring City had also become an NPC main city that was second only to the capital city. Shortly afterward, Administrator Vico completed all the formalities needed for Zero Wing to garrison Sky Spring City. Lord Guild Leader, this is your Sky Spring City Guild token. Vico handed a golden token to Shi Feng. He then explained, this token grants you partial authority to manage Sky Spring City, including its security and development. Once Zero Wing garrisons Sky Spring City, it will receive 10% of the city's profits as maintenance and management fees. No problem. Zero Wing will manage Sky Spring City well and turn it into the best city in the Twin Towers Kingdom, Shi Feng said, nodding. Once a guild garrisoned a city, it couldn't arbitrarily decide to abandon the city and seek greener pastures. One could say that the guild and city were bound together for good or ill. Thus, even after guilds obtained the qualifications to garrison an NPC city, they still had to be careful with their choice. Fortunately, Shi Feng didn't have to concern himself with such a problem. Sky Spring City was bound to become one of the important hubs in the Eastern Continent. The money and resources it could rake in would far surpass those of many royal capitals. If developed properly, the city could even rival imperial capitals. I pray that you can fulfill this wonderful goal, my lord, Vico said, feeling slightly surprised by Shi Feng's confidence. Now that Zero Wing has officially garrisoned Sky Spring City, can we enable Sky Spring City's city teleportation network? Shi Feng asked. Obtaining the resources Sky Spring City had to offer was only one of his goals in having Zero Wing garrison the city. What was more important for Zero Wing was the city teleportation network that came with garrisoning a city. This was also the main reason the various superpowers had frantically fought to secure a reserve seat. Certainly. However, your guild will have to handle the cost of binding with Sky Spring City's teleportation magic array, Vico said with a hint of joy in his voice. How much will it cost to construct one large-scale teleportation array? Shi Feng asked. If it is only one, the material fee is 100,000 gold coins and 30,000 magic crystals. The labor cost is an additional 5,000 gold, Vico said. In total, it will cost 105,000 gold and 30,000 magic crystals. You guys sure are ruthless. It's just a bunch of ordinary materials, yet you're actually charging me 100,000 gold. Shi Feng was flabbergasted at Vico's quote. If it were before, he might have accepted this price as normal. However, after gaining experience in constructing teleportation arrays, he knew that the materials needed were much cheaper than what Vico quoted him. At most, the material cost should total around several thousand gold. No. The materials the Twin Towers Kingdom uses are the best. No problems will occur even after 1,000 years of use, Vico assured sincerely while shaking his head. Fine, so be it. However, I want everything done within 2 hours, Shi Feng said after taking a look at the time. It had been nearly a day since the first major update took place. Meanwhile, the first wave of the NPC population boom would occur on the second day after the first major update. This was also the moment darkness would befall the various powers. That won't be a problem, Vico said confidently. May I know which guild city you wish to construct the teleportation array in? Silverwing City, Shi Feng answered after giving the question some thought. Silverwing City was pivotal to Zero Wing's future development and resistance against Saint's Hand. Hence, it was imperative that Silverwing City developed as rapidly as possible. Although it is slightly far, so long as my lord makes the full payment, we will act immediately, Vico said, gritting his teeth as he looked at the map. To Vico's joy, Shi Feng paid the 105,000 gold and 30,000 magic crystals without hesitation. After receiving the coins and magic crystals, the NPC promptly left the private lounge, evidently making his way to Silverwing City. Next, I'll have to see how much the NPC population will increase during the initial wave. Shi Feng's gaze grew solemn after Vika left the room. Hopefully, the number isn't too significant. Although he had managed to execute his plan in time, its success still depended heavily on how much the NPC population grew after the first population boom. If the increase in NPC count was too severe, even Zero Wing would be overwhelmed. After all, the guild simply had too few Tier 3 combatants right now. Meanwhile, Tier 3 combatants were the minimum requirement for maintaining public order in guild towns. At 6 a.m., the sun slowly rose into the sky and shone its dazzling rays onto the various cities of God's domain, symbolizing a new day in God's domain. 2734 New World begins. Typhoon Empire, Typhoon City. The morning sun's rays shone on the secret pavilion's residents. However, nobody in the residence's scorching atmosphere was in the mood to enjoy this cool morning sun. As the competition for the reserve seats had just ended, the many budding talents and matured powerhouses that had debuted during the competition were now a target of attention for the secret pavilion. To sort out the information of these people and sell the information in the next publication of the God's Domain's experts list, the whole secret pavilion had become extremely busy. Every secret pavilion member within the Typhoon City residence was either sending out information to other branches or organizing the information they received from other branches. Everyone was so busy that they lost track of time. Uncle Yuan, the strength Zero Wing displayed this time is truly astonishing. One Tier 4 Sword Emperor and one suspected Tier 4 Great Wizard that wields Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells. Zero Wing has even become a guild officially recognized by the War God's Temple. The various superpowers will have to fear Zero Wing now, Purple Jade exclaimed as she read the report on Zero Wing in her hands. Zero Wing was a guild they had watched grow from nothing to its current state. Initially, Zero Wing had been a small guild that couldn't even be considered third-rate. However, it gradually grew into a large guild that could challenge even first-rate guilds. Afterward, it had fought against superpowers time after time. Now, it even stood on the international stage of God's Domain and aided Frost Heaven in securing the 6th reserve seat, shocking countless powers in God's Domain in one fell swoop. At this point, even the various superpowers had to acknowledge that Zero Wing was a guild to be wary of. The only thing Zero Wing lacked now was a sufficiently strong foundation. It just didn't have the frightening manpower and expansive territory of a superpower. While that's correct, you shouldn't forget that Zero Wing is a guild that is completely reliant on only a handful of individuals to support it. The guild is walking a tightrope, and a single mistake can lead to disaster. Now, it has even become the focus of God's Domain's various powers, Yuan Tianxin said in a low tone, shaking his head. The Tier 4 promotion quest is simply too challenging. You should know this as well. Yet, Zero Wing has 2 people suspected to have completed their promotions. You should know very well what this implies. Uncle Yuan, you mean? Zero Wing has grasped a way to complete the Tier 4 promotion quest easily? Purple Jade was a little shocked. If Zero Wing really found a reliable way to locate Tier 4 legacy lands, this would be an incredibly frightening matter. This is only conjecture. We still don't have any evidence to back it up right now. Moreover, I think the possibility of this being true is low. After all is said and done, God's Domain is a relatively fair game. If Tier 4 legacy lands could be located easily, Tier 4 classes wouldn't be considered powerhouses in God's Domain, Yuan Tianxin said, shaking his head. Even so, just the possibility holds an incredibly fatal attraction for the various powers. According to the inside information we've secured thus far, we can confirm that over a dozen superpowers are already preparing to suppress Zero Wing. In addition, Zero Wing has plenty of enemies. The War-Blood Adventurer team on Dragonheart Island, the Dark World's various powers in the Dark Knight Empire, and Saint's Hand in Starmoon Kingdom. Starlink, Zero Wing's old nemesis, has also been conducting a series of secretive operations recently. Starlink seems to be planning something big by the looks of it. If these superpowers join forces, even if Zero Wing has a Sword Emperor and a Great Wizard defending its territories, the guild will still have difficulty surviving. Purple Jade's complexion turned ugly at Yuan Tianxin's analysis. A pseudo-superpower was actually fighting on 3 different fronts. Moreover, every one of its opponents was either a superpower or an organization backed by a superpower. Anyone that heard this would definitely feel despair. For Zero Wing to survive until now, this was simply a miracle. Of course, Shi Feng and the rest of Zero Wing's upper echelon might not be afraid of the various superpowers as individuals, but it was a different story for a guild with so many members. It would be very easy for the various superpowers to attack such a guild. Meanwhile, if a guild lacked manpower, there were many things it couldn't accomplish. One such example was the collection of resources. Just this point alone would be sufficient to make Shi Feng and the others crumble. What more operating guild towns and cities? This is just the situation on the eastern continent. Zero Wing isn't safe on the western continent either. I heard that many of the western continent superpowers are showing interest in the Starlight Fortress, Yuan Tianxin said, chuckling when he saw the blank expression on Purple Jade's face. You should know by now that Zero Wing has always been walking a tightrope, right? What happens next will depend on what kind of decision Black Flame makes. If Black Flame handles this properly and avoids disaster, with Zero Wing's current foundations, it is definitely possible for the guild to progress further. If it's mishandled, then Zero Wing will be eternally doomed. When Yuan Tixin stated his last sentence, his voice was filled with confidence. That was because, unlike most people, he knew that mythology was most likely the driving force behind the various superpowers' decision to act against Zero Wing this time. Mythology was a behemoth. It had an unfathomable foundation in both the virtual gaming world and the real world. It was an existence that even the current secret pavilion feared greatly. As Yuan Tixin and Purple Jade conversed, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the office door. The next moment, a level 114 Tier 3 Ranger barged into the office, which made Yuan Tixin frown in obvious dissatisfaction with this Tier 3 Ranger's panicky actions. "What's the matter? Why are you in such a rush?" Yuan Tixin questioned in a low tone. "It's bad. Elder Yuan, something big happened." The Tier 3 Ranger reported hurriedly as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. "Just a while ago, our branches sent in news that a large number of NPCs have appeared on the streets of the various cities." "So what if NPCs appeared? What's there to be surprised about?" Yuan Tixin reacted nonchalantly. In God's domain, as a town or city developed, the number of NPC residents would increase. This was a normal occurrence. Moreover, players and NPCs practically lived in two completely different worlds. The interactions between the two sides were few and far between. "But the numbers are far too massive," the Tier 3 Ranger insisted anxiously. "How many?" Yuan Tixin asked, his curiosity piqued. "Too many." "I don't know how many appeared, either." Gulping, the Tier 3 Ranger pointed at the nearby window and said, "I think you should look for yourself, Elder Yuan. This matter has already caused an uproar among the players in the city." "Uproar?" Yuan Tixin couldn't help his puzzlement. However, he felt that the Ranger before him shouldn't be lying. He immediately stood up and approached the window. When the view outside the French window entered his sight, Yuan Tixin froze on the spot in stupefaction. "Uncle Yuan?" Purple Jade grew puzzled as well when she saw Yuan Tixin standing stock-still. She then walked toward the window to take a look as well. NPCs thronged the main street outside the residence, talking and laughing in groups. Many were adventurers clad in exquisite equipment. Even the lowest leveled among them was level 120, while the strongest one reached level 194. Moreover, these NPC adventurers were Tier 3 on average, with even the weakest one at Tier 2. Aside from these NPC adventurers, there was also a large number of NPC civilians on the street. Purple Jade even saw NPC children running around, playing with pebbles on the street, and even fighting each other with wooden swords. These NPCs accounted for over 80% of the people on the main street. 2735 Different God's Domain, Zero Wing's Decision. Why are there so many NPCs? Purple Jade couldn't believe her eyes as she looked at the NPCs chatting merrily on the main street. Their current location was an island nation on the western continent, with an incredibly harsh environment. As a result, the player population here was insignificant, let alone the NPC population. If not for the increased trade between the two main continents, which attracted many powers and merchant players to the Typhoon Empire, the number of people walking on the main street wouldn't have exceeded 100. So, what was with this situation? With just a casual glance, she already spotted more than 1,000 NPCs, many of them NPC adventurers. Players were only a small group of unremarkable existences. After pondering for some time, Yuan Tixin turned around and asked the Tier 3 Ranger, "Have you investigated the origins of these NPCs yet?" "We've investigated already. However, we don't know where these NPCs came from. The only thing we know is that these NPCs seem to have appeared directly inside the various NPC cities," the Tier 3 Ranger replied, shaking his head. Anxiously, he continued, "The appearance of these NPCs has caused a sharp drop in the number of quests available in the Adventurers Association. The number of quests players can pick up is continuously decreasing. Moreover, what else is there?" Yuan Tixin asked curiously. "According to reports, many players have been killed after coming into conflict with NPCs outside the cities. However, this still isn't the most important part." In an uneasy tone, the Ranger continued, "Now, many NPCs have also flooded into the various guild towns and cities, and some NPCs with bad behavior have caused a lot of incidents. Most importantly, according to our observations, various NPC forces are actually secretly investigating us. How is this possible?" Purple Jade goggled in shock. She never thought that there would come a day where the NPCs who only knew how to give quests would secretly investigate them. She got goosebumps at the thought of this. It was as if the dolls they were playing with had suddenly gained life and began secretly observing their every action. At this time, the secret pavilion wasn't the only one shocked by the sudden influx of NPCs in the game. The various powers and players of God's Domain were similarly horrified by this situation. "What's going on? Why are so many NPCs competing with us for quests? That's nothing. I feel that these NPCs are looking at us players as if they are looking at aliens. Some bars in the city are actually refusing entry to players." For a time, independent players had heated discussions over the sudden changes in God's Domain. Everyone felt as if they had truly arrived in a different world. Now, in addition to other players, they also had to compete with NPCs. Moreover, these NPCs were even more difficult to deal with than players. Not only were these NPCs powerful, but they also had an overwhelming advantage in numbers over players. The only advantage players had was their inability to die a permanent death. However, as if understanding this point, the NPCs generally didn't forge irreconcilable feuds with players. Most of them would only teach the players that offended them a lesson. Only the Dark Forces NPCs disregarded this matter. Compared to the independent players, though, the various powers were the ones that had a truly big headache. Damn it, why did all these NPCs come from? Instead of staying in NPC cities, they actually came to make trouble in our guild towns and cities. Many of our businesses can't even operate normally thanks to them. Some NPCs are even robbing our mines and transportation teams. Along with the sudden influx of NPCs, the various powers suddenly found that the difficulty of maintaining the security of guild towns and cities and completing large-scale transportation quests had increased drastically. Some superpowers had even tasted getting bullied for the first time since entering God's domain. However, the current players were simply no match for these NPC forces. Even the superpowers had no choice but to abandon many of their development plans and focus on protecting their territories. As for the major powers, they even began abandoning some of their guild towns to concentrate their forces on defending their crucial territories. For a time, the various player forces in God's domain shrank rapidly. Simultaneously, they also began recruiting members desperately to defend against the NPC forces' assault. Silverwing City, Zero Wing's residents. Due to the sudden increase in the game's NPC population and the many incidents subsequent to this change, Zero Wing's upper echelon had gathered to discuss how to deal with these NPCs. Guild leader, the major powers are frantically recruiting members to consolidate their power. They are also spending a lot of money to hire Tier 3 NPCs from the Adventurers Association to guard their guild towns. If we don't act now, I'm afraid the more powerful Tier 3 NPCs will be snatched up by others, Liang Jing said anxiously to Shi Feng after reading the latest report. The sudden influx of NPCs had caught every player off guard. Originally, the changes to the NPCs after the first major update was already a slight problem. Now that the NPC population far surpassed the player population, this change was no longer just a problem, but a disaster. Zero Wing's 3 guild cities held strategic locations and also had incredible growth potential. Meanwhile, according to the information Liang Jing's subordinates sent her, many NPC forces had already set their sights on Zero Wing's guild cities. These NPC forces refrained from taking action only because they were still investigating Zero Wing's strength. However, once they completed their investigation, they would most likely take action immediately. If an NPC force took action, it could create much more trouble than a player force. While the possibility of a frontal confrontation was low, it wasn't exactly impossible. And even if the various NPC forces did not directly assault Zero Wing's guild cities, they could still dispatch NPCs to lurk around the guild cities' trade routes and ambush susceptible targets. That would be a nightmare for Zero Wing. Hence, Zero Wing had to increase its defenses as soon as possible. That's right, guild leader, if we act slowly, the various major powers will steal all of the powerful Tier 3 NPCs. The other management personnel present nodded in agreement with Liang Jing. In the current situation, even the various superpowers had to lower their heads and hire NPCs from the Adventurers Association. If Zero Wing didn't act now, it would soon be too late. After all, there was a limited number of Tier 3 NPCs available for hire at the Adventurers Association. If the other powers got to pick first, nothing would be left for Zero Wing. Although Zero Wing also had many powerful Tier 3 personal guards, these personal guards were still far from enough to maintain the security of 3 cities. Moreover, the difficulty of directly recruiting Tier 3 personal guards was incredibly high. At best, players could only recruit Tier 2 NPCs with good growth potential. In addition, personal guards cost a lot of money to nurture. On the off chance these personal guards died in combat, Zero Wing would suffer a major blow. However, the Adventurers Association's NPCs wouldn't pose such a problem. Even if these NPCs died, it was none of Zero Wing's concern. The guild wasn't obligated to pay a huge price to resurrect these NPCs. That won't be necessary. Shi Feng shook his head. While hiring the Adventurers Association's Tier 3 NPCs is indeed a solution, it isn't a long-term one. The cost to hire these NPCs is excessive. Any random Tier 3 NPC will cost at least 100 gold per day to hire, and the defense of a small city will require at least 500 Tier 3 NPCs. That's an expenditure of 50,000 gold per day. Only the superpowers could afford to pay a daily maintenance fee of 50,000 gold for one guild city. However, it was a different story for Zero Wing. Zero Wing originally already spent a lot of coins every day. In fact, the guild was reliant on selling coins for credits to maintain the operation of its headquarters in the real world. Hence, it couldn't afford to hire Tier 3 NPCs to safeguard its guild cities at all. But quite a number of NPCs have begun making a ruckus in our cities. Fortunately, we have Tier 4 NPCs defending our cities, so those NPC forces are still cautious when causing a scene. However, if those NPC forces take action against us outside our cities, we'll have a difficult time managing the situation, Yulan said worriedly. Previously, as their opponents were only players, they could still deal with the situation. However, now that their opponents were Tier 3 NPCs that range between level 130 and level 60, Zero Wing was in an incredibly unfavorable situation. Of Zero Wing's combatants, the only ones capable of fighting the hostile NPCs were the guild's personal guards. However, these personal guards were necessary for maintaining order in the guild cities. Let's just stop caring then, Shi Feng said, chuckling. 1. Yulan was stunned by Shi Feng's response. Stop caring? At this moment, let alone Yulan, the other Zero Wing executives present were also stunned. What did Shi Feng mean by that? If they stopped caring about this situation, how would the 3 guild cities generate income? If the guild cities lost their trade routes, the items sold by NPCs would disappear from the cities. If that happened, the cities would lose a significant portion of their attraction for players. Moreover, the taxes collected from NPC merchants made up a large portion of the guild city's income. From today onward, Zero Wing's 3 guild cities will prohibit entry to unrelated NPCs. As for NPC merchants, we'll set an exception for them. However, each shop is allowed to bring only 10 people into the cities, Shi Feng said calmly. In addition, raise the entrance fees in all 3 cities to 20 silver coins and double the rent for the shops. However, partnered powers may receive a 20% discount. Guild leader? Everyone present in the meeting room gaped in shock at Shi Feng's words. They could indeed prevent NPCs from making a ruckus in the 3 guild cities by prohibiting entry to the majority of NPCs. However, the development of the 3 cities would also stagnate. After all, players had to get their quests from these NPCs. Moreover, many of the items sold in the 3 cities were actually sold by NPCs. If they refused entry to NPCs, it would be equivalent to having the income of the 3 cities. As for raising entrance fees to 20 silver and doubling shop rent, that was basically saying Zero Wing wanted no players inside its guild cities. Zero Wing would be digging its own grave if it instituted these measures. Just get it done. I have my reasons, Shi Feng said, not bothering to provide any additional explanations. He then left the meeting room immediately. When the first major update took place in his previous life, the various powers already had plenty of Tier 3 players under their command, with some even having Tier 4 players. However, at present, not only was the NPC population boom much bigger than in the past, but the various powers also barely had any Tier 3 experts under their command. Hence, the damage the various powers would suffer in the ensuing chaos would definitely be much worse than in the past. While Zero Wing indeed possessed great strength and even commanded Tier 4 NPCs, it was still impossible to maintain the 3 guild cities' security with their current manpower. The only solution Zero Wing had now was to take decisive action and thoroughly prohibit NPCs from entering its guild cities. Afterward, he would have Zero Wing's members enter the Secret Covenant Tower in full force to raise their levels and strength. Otherwise, once the NPC population increased even further and the NPC forces began their assault, Zero Wing would be in a ton of trouble. Soon afterward, Zero Wing's 3 guild cities announced Shi Feng's decision to the outside world. All 3 cities immediately went into an uproar. 2736. Crazy Zero Wing? Cold Spring Forest? Stone Forest City? Freedom Hotel? What is Zero Wing thinking? Muling Xia, who was resting in a room in the Freedom Hotel, stood up reflexively in surprise when she saw the announcement Zero Wing made in Stone Forest City, prohibiting NPCs from entering the city at such a time. Even Stone Forest City wouldn't be able to afford such a loss. After reading the city announcement, Unyielding Heart, who sat nearby, pondered before saying, but this is indeed one way to solve the NPC problem, but at the cost of more than half of the city's revenue? Isn't this too huge a price to pay? Moreover, Zero Wing directly raised the city's entrance fee to 20 silver to make up for the loss. I'm afraid ordinary players won't be able to accept such a fee. Even the present Stone Forest City would have a hard time justifying it, let alone Zero Wing's 2 other guild cities, Muling Xia said in confusion. The Dark World side is keeping an eye on us. If we show any signs of weaknesses, the Dark World's powers will make a move. I don't know the exact reason for Zero Wing's decision, but this is undoubtedly good news for our guild, Unyielding Heart said, smiling. Good news? A blank look appeared on Muling Xia's face. She couldn't understand how this situation was beneficial to Unyielding Soul in any way. The increase in Stone Forest City's entrance fee will undoubtedly drive away many players. Meanwhile, you know how excellent Stone Forest City's environment is. It is the best place among the level 100 plus neutral maps for players to get rid of the foreign energy invading their bodies. There is also nothing currently available that can compete with the Freedom Hotel, Unyielding Heart explained. If players start leaving Stone Forest City, empty slots will appear in the Freedom Hotel. We can have our guild members fill these slots. You're right. Muling Xia's eyes glowed in realization. I'll notify the guild leader and have him make the necessary preparations. Even before the first major update, Stone Forest City was incredibly crowded already. Meanwhile, the sudden influx of NPCs had only made the city even more crowded. The city's population had grown so much that the city's management had no choice but to limit traffic into the city. If many NPCs and players left Stone Forest City, it would indeed be a perfect opportunity for Unyielding Soul to develop there. Stone Forest City was one of the few player-owned intermediate cities in God's domain. If Unyielding Soul leveraged this opportunity, its guild members' average level might surpass that of other guilds. Orc Empire, Silverwing City, this is crazy. Zero Wing must be crazy. Zero Wing is awesome. I support Zero Wing. Good riddance to those NPCs. This is a city built by players. I can't even pick up a quest thanks to all those NPCs. The players residing in Silverwing City had mixed opinions regarding Zero Wing's new regulations. Some criticized Zero Wing for being money crazy, while others approved of the decision. Meanwhile, when the various major powers received word of Zero Wing's decision to prohibit NPCs from entering its cities, they were amused. How bold of Zero Wing. I want to see how it's going to continue operating its 3 guild cities. While everyone else is frantically recruiting members and thinking about how to keep themselves alive, Zero Wing is chasing people away. It seems Zero Wing has grown arrogant after helping Frostheaven become one of the 12 reserve guilds. Now that Silverwing City has taken the initiative to step back in the Orc Empire, it's a good opportunity for our guild to grow. Relay my orders immediately. We'll have our guild town's entrance fee. We'll also lower the membership requirements for our guild. When the various major powers saw Zero Wing driving players away from its cities, they promptly took advantage of this opportunity to increase their market share in the Orc Empire. In less than half an hour, the number of players entering Zero Wing's 3 guild cities decreased significantly. Many ordinary players operating in the Orc Empire opted to visit other guild towns instead. The income Zero Wing generated from NPCs also fell sharply. Guild leader, this really won't do. In less than half an hour, our 3 cities have lost more than 20% of their traffic. At this rate, we would be fortunate to retain even 10% of our usual traffic, Yulan said after urgently contacting Shi Feng. She felt herself going crazy over this situation. All of this was money. As Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose currently weren't in a suitable state to manage Zero Wing, the guild's management was left to Yulan and Liang Jing. Previously, they still weren't aware of Zero Wing's exact situation. However, after shouldering the 2 vice guild leaders' responsibilities, they discovered that Zero Wing had always been walking a tightrope. Now, the guild's financial situation was just barely balanced. However, if Zero Wing were to lose most of its 3 cities' income, the guild would most likely lose the ability to operate normally. After all, the training system in the real world required a lot of energy to operate. Moreover, the guild had increased its internal member count to 5,000. Thus, the amount of money the guild spent every day was staggering. To make matters worse, Zero Wing did not accept the investment of major corporations. If the guild lost its income of coins now, it wouldn't take more than a week for the guild to go bankrupt. I understand. Shi Feng nodded and chuckled when he saw Yulan's anxious expression. But this is only spare change. Spare change? Yulan felt as if she was going to faint. They were losing hundreds of thousands of gold coins per day. Moreover, the various large guilds operating in the Orc Empire hadn't been slacking in developing their respective guild towns. Although none of them had created a basic city yet, they did have advanced towns. In addition, these guilds received a lot of funds from their investors. Hence, the facilities their towns had weren't that far from matching Silverwing cities. The main difference was that the security and convenience level in these towns were far from comparable to Silverwing cities. Shifting his camera angle, Shi Feng smiled and asked, "Can you tell what this building in front of me is?" The next moment, what appeared on Yulan's screen was a massive, 5-story tall building. High walls surrounded this building, thoroughly isolating it from the outside world. The density of the mana within the walls was also considerably higher than that of the outside world. Moreover, the building looked the same as the teleportation halls found in NPC cities. A teleportation hall? Yulan gasped. That's right, a teleportation hall. Shi Feng nodded. Moreover, this teleportation hall is the same as the ones found in NPC cities. The only difference is that this thing can teleport people to only one designated NPC city. But even if it can teleport players to an NPC city, I'm afraid the teleportation fee isn't something ordinary players can afford, Yulan said after calming down. It was indeed a great convenience for a guild city to have a teleportation hall. That way, players seeking to travel to Silverwing City or NPC cities could do so within a short period. However, this convenience did not come for free. The cost of teleporting between countries was incredibly high, ranging from several dozen silver coins to several gold coins. This was the reason most players opted to travel by mount or by airship. If players were merely using Silverwing City as a teleportation hub, they wouldn't save themselves much trouble. As for teleporting from the Orc Empire to NPC cities, they could use return scrolls. What you say is correct, but this teleportation hall is linked to a somewhat special location, Shi Feng said, smiling. He fully understood what was going through Yulan's mind. Isn't the destination an NPC city? Yulin asked, puzzled. Even if Silverwing City's teleportation hall were connected to an empire's capital, it wouldn't be of much help to the current Zero Wing. The target destination is indeed an NPC city, but this NPC city is somewhat different from others. Shi Feng nodded. He then added slowly, you won't understand even if I explain it to you. The teleportation hall is already constructed. Contact Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor and have them send representatives to Silverwing City. Tell them I have a business proposition for them. Are we inviting them over now? Yulin asked in confusion. The various superpowers were currently shrinking their spheres of influence, and none of them were having a good time. Even if Shi Feng invited Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor for a discussion, the two guilds would most likely be incapable of solving Zero Wing's predicament. Yes, right now. I'm afraid this is something Zero Wing will have difficulty monopolizing, so we'll need some helpers, Shi Feng said, nodding. Guild leader, what are we going to do? Yulin couldn't help asking out of curiosity. The Zero Wing of today was no longer the same as before. It already possessed incredible strength, yet Shi Feng intended to ask two superpowers for help. This was undoubtedly going to be a huge operation. Moreover, he had even chosen such a precarious time to carry it out. Any mistake could easily lead to huge problems for the guild. Hearing Yulin's question, Shi Feng chuckled and said casually, it's nothing. It's just an operation to turn Zero Wing into a true giant in God's domain. 2737, wealthy Shi Feng Silverwing City, Southern District. On a sparsely populated street, 4 players wearing black cloaks walked slowly into an alleyway. They would also occasionally observe their surroundings to guard against being followed. After the 4 of them walked a certain distance into the alleyway and verified that there were indeed no players following them, they breathed out a sigh of relief. What is this black flame trying to do? Why must we act so secretively and not let others notice us? A female guardian knight with shoulder-length hair demanded in dissatisfaction. Blue. Illusory words, the cleric in holy white robes, glared at the female knight standing beside her. I made an exception and brought you here this time. You'd best pay attention to your words and actions. Blue Gown was the vice commander and lead MT of the main force under Illusory Words' command. She ranked 3rd among the guild's new talents and was also Illusory Words' confidant, who would succeed Illusory Words as vice guild leader in the future. Unfortunately, Blue Gown had a common failing, one that plagued all newcomers trained by superpowers. She did not place anyone outside of super first-rate guilds and super guilds in her eyes. After Illusory Words' scathing reprimand, the beautiful female knight dared not continue with her complaints. Big sis Illusory, I won't talk about this anymore, so you mustn't forget to bring me along for future matters, Blue Gown said pitifully. Pay attention next time, Illusory Words said as she gave Blue Gown a pampering look. She then turned to Unyielding Soul and Mulingsha and said, I apologize for letting you see such a joke. It's normal for newcomers to be a little arrogant. You can't achieve anything if you don't have such arrogance. You don't have to mind us, Vice Guild Leader Illusory, Unyielding Heart said. He had long since gotten used to similar sights. In any other virtual reality game, being one of the top-ranking newcomers of a super first-rate guild was indeed something worth boasting about. After all, a single super first-rate guild or super guild was more than enough to rule an entire virtual reality game back then. How could the top talents of such guilds not be a little arrogant? Hence, it was only natural that these newcomers looked down on up-and-coming guilds. However, the situation was different now. At this point, God's Domain was practically a unique existence already, a game that even international corporations poked their hands into. The influence the various powers in God's Domain held was thousands of times greater than what they held in other virtual reality games. One couldn't use common sense to judge the powers operating within the game at all. However, I wonder why Guild Leader Black Flame called both our guilds over this time. He even instructed us to keep our visit a secret, Mulingsha said. The current Zero Wing was like the midday sun. Its current problems had a very easy solution: let major corporations invest in the guild. So long as Zero Wing possessed sufficient capital and background, maintaining its current sphere of influence would be a piece of cake. However, Shi Feng did not do so. Instead, he had asked their 2 guilds over to discuss business. Mulingsha couldn't help her puzzlement over Shi Feng's solution to Zero Wing's current predicament. I can't even begin to guess Guild Leader Black Flame's thoughts, but based on his approach this time, I suspect this isn't going to be a simple matter, Illusory Words said, shaking her head. Shi Feng had brought her too many surprises and miracles. Now, she wouldn't find it surprising if he created another miracle. After all, Zero Wing had even managed to help Frost Heaven secure the 6th reserve seat. We don't need to guess anymore. Pointing at tall walls some distance ahead, Unyielding Heart said, that should be the place Guild Leader Black Flame told us about. Let's just head inside and listen to why he called us over. When Illusory Words and the others saw the walls Unyielding Heart indicated, they were a little surprised. They never thought that the depths of this small alley would conceal such a massive structure. Although the walls were only around a dozen meters in height, the area they occupied was significant. The enclosure they formed could easily fit a football stadium. Based on the enclosure's size, the building inside should be at the advanced construction standard at the very minimum, yet nobody had discovered its existence even now. When the group of 4 arrived before the steel gate in one of the tall walls, they were dumbfounded. 4 level 130 plus fine gold guards manned the gate. There was even a level 133, tier 3 dark gold, ranked great mage protecting the gate in secret. The level of security was astonishing. At this stage of the game, if these 5 NPCs worked together, they could annihilate a 1,000-man team of tier 3 players. Moreover, the various large guilds were treating fine gold and dark gold guards like precious treasures, showering them with all sorts of resources and ensuring their safety as much as possible. On the other hand, Zero Wing was actually using these precious guards as gatekeepers. This is private property. What business do you have here? A fine gold guard clad in gray leather armor asked in a hostile tone when he saw Unyielding Heart's group. We were invited by guild leader Black Flame. Unyielding Heart promptly took out the invitation he received from Zero Wing, which had Zero Wing's guild leader's seal to prove its authenticity. The magical mark is correct. The tier 3 assassin clad in leather armor nodded. He then said, "Please follow me." Okay. Unyielding Heart's group then followed the tier 3 assassin through the gate. Upon walking through the entrance, Unyielding Heart and the others gasped automatically. A teleportation hall? How is this possible? Aren't teleportation halls restricted to the national level? Bluegown couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the 5-story tall teleportation hall before her. She never thought Zero Wing could actually construct this sort of transportation tool in Silverwing City. Even now, teleportation arrays were incredibly rare items among the superpowers. What more, a complete teleportation hall? Teleportation halls might be common in NPC cities, but for guild cities, they were priceless treasures that could skyrocket a guild city into prominence. The world of God's domain was massive. It took a long time for players to travel to level 100 plus maps even on flying mounts, and much longer for players without flying mounts. Many powers and adventurer teams would be willing to break the bank if it meant they could teleport directly to somewhere close to level 100 plus neutral maps. After all, time represented both money and opportunities for these people. Unlike ordinary players, they couldn't afford to progress at a leisurely pace. So, this is why we were required to come here quietly? How astonishing. Unyielding Heart smiled bitterly as he looked at the teleportation hall. This should be one of the privileges given to guilds officially recognized by the War God's Temple, Illusory Words said, a hint of envy in her eyes. With such a privilege, developing a guild city would be a piece of cake. Moreover, Silverwing City possessed an excellent environment and strategic location. That's right. This is indeed one of the privileges of an official guild. A voice suddenly entered the ears of Illusory Words and the others, answering the question in their hearts. Guild leader Black Flame, is this teleportation hall the important matter you wish to discuss? Unyielding Heart asked in slight confusion as he pointed at the teleportation hall. A teleportation hall was a godly development tool. So long as Zero Wing publicized the existence of its teleportation hall, combined with Silverwing City's defenses, Silverwing City would have no problem developing rapidly. Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor's participation wouldn't make a difference in the endeavor. In fact, their 2 guilds would want to ask Zero Wing for help instead. Yes, but that's not all of it. Shi Feng nodded. He then smiled and said, "There's no point in telling you about it now. Follow me." After saying so, Shi Feng promptly made his way inside the teleportation hall. After Unyielding Heart, Muling Sha, Illusory Words, and Bluegown exchanged looks, they followed him. The next moment after the 4 stepped onto the teleportation array inside the teleportation hall, they found themselves inside the Twin Towers Kingdom's Sky Spring City. At this time, however, Sky Spring City didn't have many players. Over 99% of the city's population consisted of NPCs. When these NPCs saw Unyielding Heart's group, they even began eyeing the group curiously, as if they had just encountered some rare creatures. Let's go. There are too many people here. After glancing at the NPCs observing them, Shi Feng took out a tier 3 group teleportation scroll from his bag and activated it. Before Unyielding Heart and the others could react, they were already over 10,000 yards outside of Sky Spring City. Afterward, Shi Feng summoned the Thunder Eagle and ferried the group through the air for over half an hour. At the end of their journey, the group arrived at an ancient tower that pierced the clouds. The tower was easily over 1,000 meters tall. The Secret Covenant Tower? Illusory Words instantly recognized the ancient tower. Curious, she asked, "Why are we here?" She knew a little about the Twin Towers Kingdom's Secret Covenant Tower. The Secret Covenant Tower was an excellent leveling ground for players who had yet to reach level 100. And while there was an entrance fee of 1 magic crystal per person, so long as players didn't die, they could grind inside the tower for as long as they wanted. Initially, many large guilds had brought their new members here to increase their levels quickly. Only after the introduction of several expansion packs, many more leveling spots became available. Since the monsters inside the Secret Covenant Tower didn't drop any good loot, the various powers had opted to power level their new members elsewhere. With mainstream players having long since exceeded level 100, the Secret Covenant Tower was now a thing of the past. "To grow stronger," Shi Feng said, chuckling. "To grow stronger?" Illusory Words was slightly surprised by Shi Feng's words. "But we have long since passed level 100. The current Secret Covenant Tower's limit is no longer level 100, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Before the major update, the tower's open underground levels were only up to the 18th floor. Back then, the tower was, at best, suitable for players up to level 99. However, the tower's open underground levels are now up to the 36th floor, and the monsters inside reach up to level 150. Vice Guild Leader Illusory, I'm sure you understand what this means, right? When Shi Feng finished speaking, the eyes of Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart lit up with excitement. Nowadays, due to the large number of NPCs competing for quests and monsters, leveling up had become incredibly troublesome. Yet, levels were what players currently lacked the most. If, at the cost of 1 magic crystal per person, players could freely grind the crazed monsters inside the Secret Covenant Tower, their leveling speed would be much faster than what they could achieve in the outside world. Guild Leader Blackflame, do you mean for us to cordon off the Secret Covenant Tower, monopolize it for ourselves, and let our guild members level up rapidly? Unyielding Heart asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. It had originally already been difficult for players to level up past level 100. With the additional competition from NPCs, the endeavor only became even more challenging. However, if Zero Wing, Unyielding Soul, and Crimson Emperor had a way to allow their members to reach level 120 rapidly and start challenging their Tier 4 promotion quests, their guild's development speed could surpass the other superpowers by a large margin. No, I don't mean to cordon off the Secret Covenant Tower. Shi Feng shook his head. Then? Unyielding Heart prompted, confused by Shi Feng's answer. I want to thoroughly seal off Skyspring City. Shi Feng's eyes gleamed with a manic light at this proclamation. Aside from the members of our 3 guilds, we will prohibit all outsiders from setting foot in Skyspring City. Cordon off the entire Skyspring City? Unyielding Heart was stunned. Guild Leader Black Flame, isn't that a little overboard? Illusory Words asked in confusion. While the Secret Covenant Tower can indeed provide faster leveling, the manpower required to thoroughly cordon off an NPC city is too much. With the current state of the game, it will be incredibly taxing for our 3 guilds to do so. Due to the NPC population boom, the various superpowers were short on manpower. Meanwhile, even if Skyspring City was in decline, its player population still exceeded 100,000. The manpower required to chase away all these players from the city was no laughing matter. Not to mention, their 3 guilds would also have to station many players in the city long term. If we were doing this only for levels, it would indeed be a waste to cordon off the entire city, Shi Feng said. He then walked to the Secret Covenant Tower, pointed at the second-floor teleportation array that led to the 19th underground floor, and looked at Illusory Words and the others. He then smiled and continued, but what if the Secret Covenant Tower contains complete legacies for the various Tier 3 classes? 2738 Tripartite Partnership. Illusory Words, Blue Gown, Unyielding Heart, and Mulingsha couldn't help staring at Shi Feng in shock and disbelief. This was especially true for Crimson Emperor's talented rookie Blue Gown. She found Shi Feng's words fantastic. In the current era of God's domain, the various kingdoms and empires already had a lockdown on Tier 3 legacies. They treated Tier 3 legacies as priceless treasures, and outsiders like players shouldn't even think of referring to these legacies. The only option players had for reaching Tier 3 was to search for the lost and fragmented Tier 3 legacies hidden in level 100+ neutral maps. Yet, Shi Feng was telling them that they could get their hands on complete Tier 3 legacies. How could she possibly believe this? Is what you say true, Guild Leader Black Flame? Illusory Words had to ask. If the Secret Covenant Tower were only good for providing players with a faster leveling speed, it wouldn't have too significant an impact on a superpower like Crimson Emperor. This was because tiers were everything in God's domain, levels were only secondary. However, the various superpowers were currently already having trouble with the Tier 3 promotion quest, let alone the elusive Tier 4 promotion quest. In fact, the difficulty of the Tier 3 promotion was so high that the various superpowers were using the number of Tier 3 players they had as a comparison of strength. If what Shi Feng said was true, and the Secret Covenant Tower contained complete Tier 3 legacies, then this was an incredibly astonishing matter. If news of this matter leaked out, it would most likely send the entire God's domain into an uproar. After all, despite many players having reached level 100 already, the players that had completed their Tier 3 promotions were still incredibly rare. If one could get a complete Tier 3 class legacy, then completing the promotion quest for the specified class would become significantly easier. This was why NPCs had a much easier time reaching Tier 3 than players. If the difficulty of players' Tier 3 promotion quests were reduced, the number of players successfully reaching Tier 3 would definitely skyrocket. You can personally verify this matter afterward, Shi Feng said, chuckling. However, we must first decide whether we will cooperate or not. Unyielding Soul will do it. Unyielding Heart said without hesitation. Tip. You can rest assured on this point. Since you agree to cooperate, what follows next is simple, Shi Feng said, chuckling. He then took out a pale gold token and explained, this is Skyspring City's guild token. Zero Wing has already garrisoned Skyspring City and gained a portion of the city's management rights. A portion of the city's management rights? Illusory Words' eyes widened in shock as she looked at the guild token. NPCs manage the NPC cities of the various kingdoms and empires. Hence, any guild that successfully acquired even a small portion of an NPC city's management rights would have a solid hold over the city. Other guilds would have no way of wresting control over the city away from the ruling guild. In other words, Skyspring City was already Zero Wing's possession. So, this is the privilege an official guild receives from garrisoning a city. Unyielding Heart looked at the token in Shi Feng's hand with envy. He had to admit that this privilege was truly amazing. With this privilege, it was only a matter of time before Zero Wing surpassed its rival guilds. While a guild city indeed possessed excellent development potential, NPC cities still dominated the current god's domain. Travel between NPC cities was incredibly convenient. Moreover, NPC cities all had shops and auction houses that sold the essentials that the various powers and independent players couldn't do without. Thoroughly occupying an NPC city meant acquiring a gold mine with a steady income and no need to manage the city to obtain such significant income. This was something the various superpowers dreamed of having. That's right. This is a privilege for guilds officially recognized by the War God's Temple, Shi Feng said, not bothering to hide the truth. With this token, I can enact a magic ban over Skyspring City, preventing the use of any teleportation tools within it. This way, players can only walk if they wish to exit the city. In addition, for the sake of keeping the Secret Covenant Tower's Tier 3 legacies a secret, our 3 guilds should rely on only our main force members to hunt for the legacies. To begin with, it's pointless to have a large number of players hunt for them. Ordinary Tier 3 teams can't even survive on the lower floors, let alone search for the complete legacies. Of course, it's impossible to keep this secret forever. However, at this stage of the game, I wish to keep it hidden as long as possible. Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart nodded in agreement. They, too, felt that this was the only way they could go about doing things. So long as their guilds acquired complete Tier 3 legacies, they would already have a significant lead over the other superpowers. And the longer they could keep this secret hidden, the greater the benefits they could reap from it. Let's sign a contract then, Shi Feng said as he pulled out 2 guild contracts. Initially, Shi Feng had wanted to invite the Secret Pavilion as well. However, the Secret Pavilion was a business-oriented guild and always held itself detached from the struggles between guilds. If the Secret Pavilion suddenly cordoned off an entire NPC city, it would create a huge commotion. In other words, it would seem quite abnormal. Hence, Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor were much more suitable for this partnership. After all, the 2 guilds were currently in a weakened position. Cordoning off an entire NPC city for the sake of acquiring more resources would be very normal for them. Even if the other superpowers found out that the 2 guilds' objective was the Secret Covenant Tower, the superpowers would, at most, think that the tower provided players with faster leveling. As for permanently cordoning off Skyspring City, Shi Feng had never intended to do that. Zero Wing was in dire need of funds. Cordoning off Skyspring City to allow the guild to gain some advantages might be fine in the short term, but sealing off the city forever would be unprofitable. Fortunately, although it would be impossible to earn money off other players and powers while Skyspring City was cordoned off, the income from Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor would still be considerable. After all, both Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor had guild residences in Silverwing City. Compared to teleporting to Skyspring City from the NPC cities of other kingdoms and empires, which would cost a minimum of 4 gold, it only cost a little over 1 gold per person to teleport from Silverwing City. Meanwhile, Zero Wing would get half of the profits generated by Silverwing City's teleportation hall. At that time, Zero Wing would earn a bunch in teleportation fees and entrance fees from Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor. After all, the 2 guilds would be sending a lot of players to the Secret Covenant Tower to level up. This income would easily offset the loss Zero Wing suffered from barring NPCs from its guild cities. Nevertheless, raking in money from the 2 guilds wasn't a long-term plan, as both guilds had limited players and coins. Afterward, Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart signed a guild contract with Shi Feng on behalf of their respective guilds. The terms of the contract were simple. Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor would help with cordoning off Skyspring City from the outside. And aside from their main force members, the 2 guilds' other members were prohibited from visiting the Secret Covenant Tower's 30th underground floor and beyond until the tower's secret had been discovered. Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor would also share the magic crystal cost of maintaining Skyspring City's magic ban. This condition was incredibly disadvantageous for the 2 guilds. They were basically contributing both manpower and resources. However, Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words did not voice any opinions about this condition. After all, Shi Feng had given their 2 guilds an opportunity to surpass the other superpowers. Moreover, Zero Wing could still partner with other superpowers. On the other hand, their 2 guilds had only Zero Wing. After the 3 signed a contract with each other, Illusory Words and the others promptly returned to their respective guilds to brief their guild executives. At the same time, they also began making the necessary preparations to cordon off Skyspring City and send personnel into the Secret Covenant Tower. This matter was of utmost importance to their 2 guilds, so they had no choice but to be incredibly careful in their actions. It would also take some time to fully cordon off Skyspring City. Likewise, Shi Feng had Fire Dance, Yulan, and the others prepare for the Secret Covenant Tower. After seeing that there was nothing left for him to do, he chose to go offline to rest. Although staying logged into the game for more than 24 hours wouldn't cause him any harm, he still had to do his daily exercises. Zero Wing's headquarters, top floor lounge. By the time Shi Feng returned to the real world, the sun outside was already illuminating the entire room. It was close to noon. Guild leader, you're finally out. Liang Jing suddenly contacted Shi Feng. In a slightly joyful tone she said, Miss Muxin has been waiting in the reception room for quite some time now. She says she's here to deliver all the things agreed upon previously. Moreover, she is also going to give Zero Wing a 300 million capital injection at no cost. 300 million credits. With this much money, Zero Wing could survive for quite some time even without selling coins for credits. She sure came quickly. Shi Feng was startled by the speed. He had anticipated having to wait for a few days. After all, the remuneration Frost Heaven promised Zero Wing was significant. The 3 upper zone reserve slots aside, just the 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid should take Frost Heaven quite some time to gather. Do you want to meet her now? Liang Jing asked. 2739 upper zone. After Shi Feng finished tidying up, he made his way to the lounge. Upon entering the room, he noticed 2 girls sitting by the window and enjoying the scenery outside. Of the 2 girls, the elder one was Muxin, whom Shi Feng had met quite a few times now. Muxin wore a purple cyan one-piece dress. Like the summer sun, she exuded an indescribable warmth. Her aura in the real world was quite unlike the solemn aura she had in God's domain. The younger girl, sitting beside Muxin, wore a white sweatshirt and a pair of jeans. Although the younger girl gave off a sense of purity and sassiness, her petite figure only made her look like a little girl pretending to be an adult. This younger girl was someone else Shi Feng had met in God's domain before. She was Kerui, Muxin's younger sister. Shi Feng, you finally decided to show up. Do you know how long you made us wait here? Kerui said, her face full of resentment as she looked at Shi Feng. Don't listen to her. We didn't wait very long, Muxin said, shaking her head. My sister and I can also take advantage of this time to relax and appreciate the city scenery in the outside world. And from what I've seen thus far, I have to say that this is quite an enjoyable feeling. Muxin's words confused Shi Feng a little. Appreciate the outside world city scenery? Oh, right. I haven't told you about it yet. Noticing the confusion on Shi Feng's face, Muxin smiled faintly and said, My sister and I have always lived in the upper zone, and we very rarely come out from there. I see. Shi Feng nodded. However, Muxin's answer only served to confuse him further. Miss Muxin, is there no urban landscape inside the upper zone? All upper zones were established in first-tier megacities. Logically, urban landscapes should be very common in such cities. In fact, the scenery these megacities offered should be much more spectacular than what was visible from Zero Wing's headquarters. You'll understand once you visit the upper zone, Muxin said, a friendly smile appearing on her face. The upper zone is different from other places. Although Uncle Hong has given you the reserve slots, you still need to register with the upper zone first before you can enter. However, you're probably unfamiliar with the upper zone, so Uncle Hong sent me to escort you so that you can avoid any unnecessary troubles. That's right. If you don't have the guidance of veterans like us, you'll face a lot of trouble once you enter the upper zone, Kerui said delightedly. You might even get kicked out of the upper zone because of a single mistake. Muxin did not refute Kerui's words. Looking at Muxin, Shi Feng said, I'll have to trouble you then. It's no trouble. Muxin shook her head. She then continued softly, It is only thanks to you that Frost Heaven has managed to become a reserve guild. There are 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid here. You should store them well, Muxin said after opening the briefcase. She then warned, however, while the S-rank nutrient fluid is indeed an excellent product, it's best to avoid overusing it as it is still incomplete. It isn't a finished product? Shi Feng was surprised by this revelation. The S-rank nutrient fluid was something countless people fought to obtain. Just the fact that it could maintain a person's youth was already unbelievable. Yet, this drug wasn't actually a finished product? That's right. It isn't a finished product, so you should drink as little of it as possible, Kerui said, nodding. She then continued in a surprisingly soft voice. As you're about to enter the upper zone, there are some things you are allowed to know now. The S-rank nutrient fluid is only a defective product. However, as it indeed has amazing effects on the human body, the Green God Company sells it in small quantities. Nonetheless, in the upper zones, drinking it isn't recommended. Muxin nodded in support of Kerui's words. Thus far, Kerui and I have drunk only 2 or 3 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids because of special circumstances. Uncle Hong even severely warned us and banned us from drinking more. Uncle Hong isn't someone who would harm us, so you should also be careful when using the S-rank nutrient fluid, Muxin said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Shi Feng couldn't help becoming a little wary of the S-rank nutrient fluid. He then said, I understand. I'll have my people drink as little of it as possible. If even the upper zone advised its residents against drinking the S-rank nutrient fluid, then there were definitely problems with this product. However, as to what exactly these problems were, most likely, only a small number of people knew. Fortunately, aside from himself, everyone else in the guild hadn't consumed a significant amount of S-rank nutrient fluids. Now that our matters here are settled, since her elder sister had already transferred the S-rank nutrient fluids to Shi Feng, Kerui said excitedly, Let's go to the upper zone. We're going there now? Shi Feng was a little stunned. The upper zones were established only in certain first-tier cities, which were several hours of flight away. At this time, half the day had gone by already. Of course, we have a supersonic jet ready, Karui said nonchalantly. If we miss today's opportunity, it'll be very troublesome to schedule another appointment. Karui is right. Although Uncle Hong has given you the status required to enter the upper zone, entering it isn't easy. Since our matters here have been concluded, we should head over immediately, Muxine said in agreement. Okay. I'll make some arrangements here and go with you afterward, Shi Feng said without much hesitation. After all, he too wanted to visit the upper zone. Not to mention, Gentle Snow and Aqua Rosa's situation wasn't exactly optimistic. If left alone for too long, they might even fall into a coma. Moreover, during his previous life, the upper zone was a place that even the executives of the various super first-rate guilds and first-rate guilds yearned to live in. As for the guild leader of a second-rate guild like himself, visiting the upper zone was something he never even dared to dream about. Muxin being willing to escort him to an upper zone was naturally to his advantage. After Shi Feng passed on his guild affairs to Liangjing, he went to the airport with Muxin and Karui. During their journey, Shi Feng had to admit that the Boulder Corporation was indeed wealthy and influential. With the corporation's private supersonic jet, a trip that should have originally taken several hours on an ordinary airplane was completed in just 1 hour. At the end of the flight, the trio found themselves in Yuantian City, one of only 3 first-tier megacities within the country to house an upper zone. While crossing the city districts on a high-class maglev train, Shi Feng couldn't help lamenting ruefully. As a megacity with a population of more than 100 million, Yuantian City far outstripped other cities in terms of prosperity. It was also one of the cities Shi Feng had always wished to develop Zero Wing in, as it had many important resources rarely found in the outside world. In fact, almost all super first-rate guilds and super guilds operating in the virtual gaming industry had their headquarters in cities hosting an upper zone. This was because the upper zones would occasionally release some of its resources to the outside world. The various corporations based in the megacities hosting the upper zones would quickly divide these resources among themselves, and very rarely would any of these resources leave the city limits. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that only corporations that had set roots in an upper zone city could be considered a truly top-tier corporation. The road before Zero Wing was still very long. Meanwhile, after traveling inside the city for close to an hour and passing through many tunnels, Muxin parked the car in a vast area surrounded by steel walls. She then pointed at a huge door nearby and said, "We're here." After saying so, Muxin got out of the car and led Shi Feng to the huge door. "Suro, the upper zone is beyond this thing?" Shi Feng was amazed as he took in the 50-meter-tall stone door and the energy walls that enveloped the space above the enclosure. In his previous life, he had only ever heard about the upper zone, and the information hadn't been much. Now that he was looking at one himself, he could only describe the upper zone as a titanic building made entirely of steel. "Let's go in," Karui said to Shi Feng. As she pointed at the passageway underneath the huge door and a line of several dozen people entering it, she beamed at him and continued, "However, you have to be careful once you enter." "Is there something special about it?" Shi Feng asked, confused. "You'll understand once you go in," Karui said, her smile growing even brighter when she saw the confusion on Shi Feng's face. "However, you'd best be mentally prepared. Once you go inside, you won't have a chance to return to your own world." Afterward, Karui stopped speaking and walked toward the passageway. Muxine had remained silent all the while. However, after a moment, Muxine took a deep breath and looked at Shi Feng. She then said earnestly, "Although Karui is right, there are unimaginable opportunities available in the upper zone. If you can prosper inside, even the various international corporations will have to treat you with respect." 2740 Mental Path. However, before Shi Feng and the others could catch their breath, Zorak started chanting once more and summoned another threefold magic array. How is this possible? This is a lie, right? How can it still use another Tier 4 curse? Everyone's complexion paled when they saw the ancient lich using another Tier 4 curse. Most of the bosses in God's domain possessed only one team, white move, and even if a boss had multiple team white moves, it wouldn't use them back to back. Now, however, Zorak was chanting another Tier 4 curse right after using one. The ancient lich thoroughly shattered the conventions of God's domain. It's not even waiting for the ambient mana to recover. At this moment, let alone everyone else, even Shi Feng was surprised by this situation. He was not surprised that Zorak was using Tier 4 curses back to back. After all, the ancient lich was a magically oriented boss. However, Zorak had just used a Tier 4 curse, so the mana around it was still extremely sparse. If the lich used another Tier 4 curse now, the power of the curse would be significantly weaker. Zorak should have waited for the ambient mana to recover before using another killing move, yet the lich did not do so. Even for Shi Feng, this was a fresh development. It's over its casting speed is too fast. We don't even have time to use tier 3 curses to defend ourselves. Crimson Star despaired when she saw the fully formed threefold magic array. She never thought that, after Shi Feng destroyed the 4 mana towers and blocked one of the ancient lich killing moves, things would turn out this way. With Dragon Breath on cooldown, it should not be possible for Shi Feng to use it again within a short time. In addition, he was simply too far away from Zorak. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't interrupt the ancient lich's spellcasting. Meanwhile, the formation of a tier 3 curse took at least 3 or 4 seconds. They simply didn't have enough time to defend against the ancient lich's second attack. Just as Zorak was about to incant the final verse of its curse, however, a lithe figure suddenly appeared before it and slashed her greatsword down at the lich. In the next moment, a flash dazzled everyone's eyes as the greatsword smashed into the ancient lich's skull. Not only did the attack forcefully interrupt the ancient lich's spellcasting, but it also made the lich itself stumble 2 steps back, suffering over 4 million damage. Gentle Snow? Over 4 million damage? How high is her strength? While the ancient lich was indeed a magically oriented boss, the basic attributes it possessed were still far superior to ordinary mythic monsters. Without strength surpassing that of ordinary mythic monsters, one wouldn't be able to budge the ancient lich in the slightest. Meanwhile, after Gentle Snow interrupted Zorak, Shi Feng immediately flew forward to keep it busy. He gave the lich no opportunities to cast any more tier 4 curses. Good, a chance. Everyone, charge! Wildfighter yelled excitedly when he saw the ancient lich occupied. Now that the mana towers were gone, so long as the ancient lich was prevented from using any more tier 4 curses and they could get within melee range of it, they would have an opportunity for victory. After all, what magically oriented bosses feared the most was melee combat. So long as they managed to pull Zorak into a melee, the boss's threat would be halved. Violet Swords and Azure's members charged at the Trial Monster's defensive line with renewed vigor. Taking the lead, Wildfighter, Crimson Star, Sinful Flame, Duan Hanshan, Solitary Frost, Yan Xiaoqian, and Floating Light were like the team's spearhead. They instantly broke a hole through the defensive line and allowed the team's other members to flood through it. However, the higher up the altar the team ascended, the more trial monsters they encountered. As a result, the team's advance gradually slowed. Damn it, there are too many trial elites. At this rate, we'll get killed before we can even close with the boss. Floating Light cursed as he fought 3 Grand Lord ranked trial elites simultaneously. Previously, he still had the upper hand when he went up against 2 trial elites. However, as they ascended the altar, the number of trial elites they came across increased. Now, facing the simultaneous attacks of 3 trial elites, he didn't even have the opportunity to retaliate and could only passively defend himself. His HP also continuously decreased, and he needed the support of the healers in order to stay alive. At this moment, everyone was struggling in their fight against the trial monsters, their HPs continuously decreasing. Now, they were completely reliant on the team's healers to keep their HPs above a safe margin. We can't continue dragging the fight out like this. Violet and Wonder, you two open up a path. Everyone else, follow them. Ill hold the rear. Aqua Rose commanded when she saw that the team was already surrounded. Follow the 2 of them. The Violet Sword and Azure members present were confused by Aqua Rose's command. Yan Xiaoqian, in particular, found it unbelievable. Setting aside Violet Cloud, who held the upper hand even while going up against 3 trial elites simultaneously, Silent Wonder was just barely holding her ground against 3 trial elites. In fact, Yan Xiaoqian was faring even better than Silent Wonder right now, yet Aqua Rose wanted Silent Wonder to spearhead a breakthrough in the encirclement. However, before anyone could object to Aqua Rose's strange command, Violet Cloud and Silent Wonder both nodded and charged toward the thick of the monsters. What are they doing? They're already outside the range of the healers. Crimson Star suspected that Violet Cloud and Silent Wonder had gone crazy when she saw the 2 charging into the mob of trial monsters. Although Violet Cloud and Silent Wonder possessed relatively high combat standards and extraordinary combat power, they would still take significant damage if they went up against too many trial monsters at once. Without the support of healers, they wouldn't last very long. Even if Violet Cloud was a cleric herself, she currently had to focus on attacking and defending. She didn't have any time to spare casting healing spells. However, as soon as Crimson Star finished speaking, blades of mana started appearing around the 2 women. Void Blade, Shadow Rage, the 2 of them combined had summoned over 300 magic blades. Moreover, every magic blade carried so much power that the space around them trembled. The power of these magic blades was definitely at the tier 4 standard. Go. 2741, Steel Mind Infant Black Dragon, Great Lord, level 122, HP 410 million, 410 million, 410 million set in crap. Shi Feng cursed out loud when he saw the 3 infant black dragons zooming toward him. Although his opponents were merely tier 3 infant dragons, as creatures belonging to the apex race in God's domain, they were still far stronger than ordinary tier 4 mythic monsters. Not to mention, there were 3 of them. With the power these infant dragons wielded, they could easily destroy the current Silverwing City. They simply weren't existences individual Tier 3 players could hope to go up against. In fact, even Tier 4 players would have to take the long way around if they came across a force of 3 Tier 3 infant dragons. To make matters worse, not only was Shi Feng currently stuck to a cliff, but an incredibly powerful gravitational force was also dragging on his body. Despite having Heavenly Dragon's power activated right now, he couldn't move his body normally. Clashing with these infant black dragons would simply guarantee an early death. He immediately unsheathed Killing Ray and stabbed it into the cliff wall as well. He then started climbing up the cliff with all his might using his 2 swords. However, the gravitational pull from the abyss was simply too powerful, and Shi Feng could not climb quickly even if he wanted to. In the end, before he could climb 20 yards, one of the infant dragons had already arrived before him and sent its massive claw smashing at him. The speed of the claw was also so fast that his only option was to receive it. Scram! Shi Feng bellowed as he swung the abyssal blade at the claw. The power the magic weapon carried so great that it even tore through space itself. When the abyssal blade came into contact with the infant dragon's claw, not only did the magic weapon repel the gigantic claw, but the force of the blow even pushed the infant dragon backward by more than 10 yards. This result shocked the infant dragon, and its golden eyes gazed at Shi Feng in astonishment. As a member of the apex race that represented destruction, it had actually lost to a lower existence of the same tier in a direct confrontation. Normally, something like this should be impossible, yet this impossible feat had actually occurred just now. However, despite having repelled the infant dragon's attack, Shi Feng did not show any signs of excitement at all. Meanwhile, Heavenly Dragon's power had a very limited duration. Once he lost the strength buff from the Berserk skill, he would have a much harder time coping with the infant dragon's attacks. Roar! As the repelled infant dragon roared angrily, another infant dragon appeared beside Shi Feng and attacked him. While Shi Feng had his hands full with the second infant dragon's attack, the first infant dragon, which had gotten repelled, actually opened its mouth and used dragon breath on him. Even with his current basic attributes, Shi Feng did not dare take on the dragon breath of a true dragon. Gritting his teeth, he yanked Killing Ray out of the cliff and let the gravity drag himself down. When produced by a true dragon, a Tier 3 dragon breath carried enough power to rival even ordinary attacks at the peak Tier 4 standard. Moreover, dragon breath was an AoE attack, so defending against it with normal attacks was impossible. Although Shi Feng had the option of using his mana technique, with how thin the ambient mana was in this legacy land, by the time he gathered enough mana to execute Light Shadow, he would have already been burned up by the infant dragon's dragon breath. Boom! In the next moment, a black beam struck at the spot where Shi Feng was originally hanging and bored a hole into the cliff. As for Shi Feng, after dodging the attack, he quickly stabilized himself further down the cliff. As expected of a true dragon breath, I'd probably get pushed back even if I used Light Shadow against it. Shi Feng could not help his astonishment as he gazed at the massive hole that had appeared some distance above him. With just one attack, the infant black dragon had carved a hole with a 30-yard radius into the sturdy cliff. Shi Feng, on the other hand, was just barely able to stab his swords into the cliff, even with the boost from Heavenly Dragon's power. Without the Berserk skill's help, he would be able to stab only half their length into the cliff, at best. However, before Shi Feng could fully appreciate the infant black dragon's Tier 3 dragon breath, the 2 other infant dragons used their dragon breaths on him as well. Roar! 2 black beams instantly shot at Shi Feng, the range they covered making it utterly impossible for him to avoid them. Seeing this, Shi Feng instinctively activated Absolute Defense to block the 2 dragon breaths. However, because the cliff he was clinging to got vaporized, he lost his foothold and started plummeting toward the bottomless abyss once more. It seems it's over. Shi Feng could not help a bitter smile when he looked at the bottomless abyss beneath him, then the 3 infant black dragons chasing after him. Not only was there a bottomless abyss that exerted an insane gravitational pull on him, but there were even 3 infant black dragons roaming the area. The difficulty of this legacy land was simply unheard of. He couldn't even keep himself alive for more than a few minutes in this legacy land, much less search for the ancient legacy hidden here. In other words, this legacy land was basically made to toy with players seeking to challenge their Tier 4 promotion quest. However, just as Shi Feng was mentally preparing himself to give up on his Tier 4 promotion quest, several gleaming lights suddenly appeared on the pitch-black cliff. The lights carried a faint hint of divine might that made his soul shudder involuntarily. The ancient legacy fragments? Shock and excitement flashed in Shi Feng's eyes when he looked at the fading lights. Just now, had concluded that this legacy land was a prank on players. However, it now looked like that was not the case at all. Although the gleaming lights coming from the cliff had soon vanished from sight due to his rapid descent, he was certain he had sensed divine might coming from those lights. The Tier 4 promotion quest was basically a quest for players to enter a legacy land and obtain as much of their legacy's power as possible. Normal classes generally needed to accumulate 70% of their legacy's power to reach Tier 4, while peak classes needed roughly 85%. He had seen quite a few streaks of light on the cliff, which meant that there should be a considerable number of legacy fragments there. If he could reach that location, he might be able to obtain enough legacy power to complete his promotion quest. After reaching this conclusion, Shi Feng abandoned the idea of giving up on this legacy land. Locating the legacy fragments hidden within a legacy land was generally incredibly difficult and time-consuming. Now that he knew where they were, he naturally couldn't give up without trying. However, despite his change of mind, thinking back to the 3 infant black dragons gave him a huge headache. It might have been fine if his opponents were any other Great Lord-ranked monsters. In fact, even if he had to go up against 3 Tier 4 mythic monsters simultaneously, he was confident he could collect the legacy fragments while keeping himself alive. However, going up against 3 Tier 3 dragons simultaneously was simply too much. In fact, 1 infant black dragon would most likely be more than enough to whittle him to death within a short time. After all, the gravitational pull the abyss exerted was simply too powerful. While subjected to this gravitational pull, he couldn't bring out even half of his strength. At the same time, he didn't have any footholds he could shift to, which made dodging and blocking the infant dragon's attacks extraordinarily difficult. No, that's not right. So long as I can create a sufficient number of footholds, it might be possible to go up against 3 infant black dragons simultaneously with the dragon's domination's effects. While free-falling down the cliff, Shi Feng suddenly recalled the gigantic holes the infant black dragons created. If he could carve out a sufficiently spacious path into the cliff, then defending himself against the 3 infant dragons wouldn't be an impossible dream. 2742 Grade 1. Authority. How is this possible? Whitefeather exclaimed almost instinctively. The selection lasted less than 10 minutes. How could nearly 900 Tier 3 great experts slaughter each other so thoroughly within that time? Without a large gap in strength, a fight between Tier 3 experts would take at least 2 to 5 minutes to finish. This rule of thumb was already widely accepted in God's domain. Upon reaching Tier 3, almost every player would have at least a few life-saving skills. They could easily fight a battle of attrition. Hence, there was a popular saying that while Tier 3 experts could be defeated easily, killing them was challenging. No, they didn't fight each other. Cold Shadow shook her head. She then added calmly, according to our insider, over half of the foreign aid teams chose to forfeit. Forfeit? Whitefeather grew even more confused at this revelation. She felt that the more she delved into this matter, the more incomprehensible it became. Meanwhile, inside the gloomy hall, 1,000 Miles and the upper echelons of the many superpowers present also received news on what happened during the selection battle. They were inevitably bewildered. Have they lost their minds? Over half of them forfeited? 1,000 Miles cursed out loud when he saw his subordinates report. Investigate immediately. Anyone who chose to forfeit shouldn't even think of receiving any of the promised benefits. With the huge numerical advantage they had, they could have annihilated Zero Wings members even if they had to throw bodies at them. Vice Guild Leader Miles. The gray-robed berserker standing before 1,000 Miles shrank back slightly before saying quietly, "The ones that forfeited daren't our guild's foreign aid. What happened to our foreign aid then?" 1,000 Miles asked in response. Our foreign aid? After peeking at 1,000 Miles, the gray-robed berserker answered hesitantly, "Black Flame killed them all." Moreover, he didn't kill just our foreign aid, but also the other 3 guilds' foreign aid. Are you sure Black Flame did it alone? Are they not messing with you? 1,000 Miles asked in disbelief. I've verified with them already. The gray-robed berserker nodded. Black Flame indeed killed them by himself. Out of the 400 players that targeted Zero Wing, not a single one survived. Alone? He annihilated all 400 Tier 3 great experts? 1,000 Miles suddenly felt a little dizzy. This information was too much for his brain to process. He even felt that he was hallucinating right now. Not only did a player obtain a mana domain, but said mana domain was even so powerful. If someone had told him such a thing before, even he would consider that person crazy. Either that or this person was a newcomer in God's domain and ignorant about mana domains. A mana domain? 1,000 Miles' expression stiffened at this term. How can he have a mana domain? At this time, 1,000 Miles wasn't the only person dumbfounded. The other superpowers upper echelons were similarly bewildered when they heard this piece of news. After all, it was far more unbelievable than Shi Feng's feat of single-handedly annihilating 4 foreign aid teams. In God's domain, the mana domain was the standard that determined whether an NPC was strong or weak. So long as an NPC had a mana domain, they would be considered a true powerhouse in the whole of God's domain. After Frostheaven's members received a detailed report of what happened during the selection battle, they too fell silent. Brilliant Blue in particular wore an extremely wrinkled and ugly look on his face. Previously, no one from Frostheaven believed what Shi Feng had said. In their opinion, Shi Feng was only talking big. Brilliant Blue had even mocked Shi Feng for his arrogance. However, insiders were now telling them that everything was true. Moreover, the situation was far more terrifying than how Shi Feng described it. Old Hong, did you and Muxin know about this since the beginning? 7 Wonders couldn't help asking Hong Xinyuan. We knew a little. Chuckling, Hong Xinyuan added, however, for confidentiality's sake, we didn't tell anyone. Muxine also nodded in agreement. Only, even she was surprised by such an excellent battle record. She never expected that Shi Feng's mana domain would be so powerful when released. It was at least 10 times stronger than what she experienced. You two really know how to keep us in the dark. When Seven Wonders looked at Hong Xinyuan's indifferent expression and recalled the situation with Shi Feng before, he smiled bitterly. In that case, I'll leave Zero Wings matters to you in the future. After glancing at the silent brilliant blue, Hong Xinyuan faintly smiled and said, Guild leader, please rest assured. After the end of the selection battle, news about Zero Wings spread like the plague. This was especially true for the details regarding Black Flame. Many of the major powers that had come to spectate the competition were shocked. Not only had Black Flame single-handedly dominated the preliminary selection, but he even possessed the rumored mana domain. This battle record instantly made Black Flame the focus of discussion for many players all over the Fire Dragon Empire. Quite a number of the Empire's players even sought to join the pseudo-superpower known as Zero Wing. War God's Temple, Mythology's Lounge, Vice Guild Leader, the situation has become somewhat troublesome now. Not only does that Black Flame possess a mana domain, but his fame has also spread throughout the Fire Dragon Empire. I'm afraid it'll become very difficult to realize our acquisition plan now, Whitefeather said anxiously when she saw that Black Flame's name was being mentioned everywhere in the Fire Dragon Empire's forums. This situation might even affect Miracle's ranking. Mythology had chosen to partner with Miracle for the competition this time. In terms of guild foundations and strength, Miracle was above Frost Heaven. However, not only did Miracle lose all its foreign aid, but Frost Heaven even had Zero Wing supporting it. The gap in strength between the two guilds had instantly narrowed by a large margin. Black Flame has indeed become a big variable now. Glancing at the battle report she received, Cold Shadow smiled and added, however, at the end of the day, the struggle for the reserve seats isn't something that can be decided by one person. Not to mention, even with a mana domain, Black Flame won't be able to survive for long in this competition. That great personage has already said he would personally take action against Black Flame. That great personage is going to make a move? This news surprised Whitefeather. Black Flame still thinks he is invincible just because he has a mana domain. He doesn't know that there is always someone stronger. Even a mana domain cannot save him now, Cold Shadow sneered as she read the detailed report on Shi Feng. While a mana domain was indeed powerful, it was a negligible existence in front of absolute strength. While the various superpowers were patiently waiting for the official competition to begin, Shi Feng secretly paid a visit to a bar called Moonfire in Flame Dragon City's outskirts. At this time, only one woman was sitting quietly at the bar counter. This woman wore delicate light blue robes, and just the view of her back could mesmerize countless people. However, this woman's aura was as hot as flames, deterring people from summoning up the courage to approach her. You're here. When the woman saw Shi Feng enter the bar, she greeted him as though welcoming an old friend she hadn't seen for a long time. Meanwhile, this woman was none other than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilions. Phoenix Pavilion Master. 2743 Astonishing Upper Zone. Yes, this is indeed an official guild certificate from the War God's Temple. Vico nodded, his gaze turning respectful as he looked at Shi Feng. He then added slowly, Lord Guild Leader, there is nothing wrong with your guild certificate. However, I'm afraid that as an ordinary guild, your guild does not qualify to garrison our kingdom's capital. You can only choose to garrison another of the Twin Towers Kingdom cities. Sure enough, the guild still can't garrison the capital city. Shi Feng was not particularly surprised by Vico's rejection. Since that's the case, Zero Wing will garrison Skyspring City. Although the War God's Temple now recognized Zero Wing as an official guild in God's domain, that was only recognition and nothing more. Initially, Shi Feng thought that with the deterioration of the Twin Towers Kingdom due to the abyssal monsters, Zero Wing might have a chance to garrison its capital. However, it would seem that he had still underestimated the Twin Towers Kingdom. After thinking it through, though, he found this situation reasonable. In his previous life, the Twin Towers Kingdom had shone brightly on the continent of God's domain, thanks to the Tower of Time and Secret Covenant Tower it housed. It had been a kingdom that stood far above other kingdoms. Moreover, while the Twin Towers Kingdom might currently look battered, now that the first major update had taken place, NPCs would start appearing in large numbers across the kingdom. Once that happened, it was only a matter of time before the NPCs turned the tables on the abyssal monsters. Otherwise, Shi Feng wouldn't have rushed to have Zero Wing garrison the Twin Towers Kingdom. That won't be a problem. Please follow me. I will conduct the procedures for you, Vico said, and led Shi Feng to the third-floor hall. On his way to the third floor, Shi Feng noticed that the number of NPCs inside the city hall had increased significantly. Previously, it was rare to see even one Tier 3 NPC in a city hall. Now, he spotted at least a dozen. Moreover, even the weakest of them was at level 100, while the strongest reached level 102. They were not existence's current Tier 3 players could hope to contend against. Through this, he could already anticipate a large batch of Tier 3 NPCs appearing inside the Twin Towers Kingdom in the near future. With the combat power of these NPCs, retaking the Twin Towers Kingdom and driving the abyssal monsters back into the abyss would be entirely possible. Meanwhile, the Skyspring City he chose to have Zero Wing garrison was the closest NPC city to the Secret Covenant Tower. This was because the Secret Covenant Tower was a holy land for grinding for levels and acquiring guild resources. Before God's Domain's first major update took place, grinding for levels was a daily chore for players. However, after the first major update, grinding for levels would become deadly. If players did not possess overwhelming strength, then the moment they left the confines of NPC cities, they would have to fight with their lives on the line. This was because both NPCs and monsters gained conscious thought after the major update, and they would no longer let players kill them like idiots. Both NPCs and monsters would fight desperately for survival. Hence, grinding monsters would no longer be simple, repetitive fights for EXP. Instead, it would become a fight where players bet their lives for EXP. In a situation where the two sides were roughly equal in strength, every fight would be incredibly taxing. In fact, after the major update, most players would no longer dare fight monsters that were significantly higher leveled than they were. Of course, the increased difficulty in killing monsters came in tandem with a drastic increase in the EXP monsters awarded, at least 10 times more than what they previously awarded. Even so, leveling up would still become an increasingly laborious task in the future. However, it was a different story in the Secret Covenant Tower. The countless monsters trapped in the Secret Covenant Tower's special space had already gone crazy and did not possess any consciousness or intelligence. The only thing on their minds was slaughter. Yet, despite the lack of intelligence, the monsters inside granted the same amount of EXP as the monsters in the outside world. The only problem was that entering the Secret Covenant Tower cost magic crystals. In addition, the monsters inside did not drop coins or magic crystals. The value of the materials they dropped was also negligible. Fortunately, the Secret Covenant Tower wasn't completely barren of loot. Hidden inside the special space were relics belonging to ancient civilizations. The deeper one progressed down the tower, the better the relics one could obtain. Examples would be weapon and equipment designs, master-ranked potion recipes, and even complete legacies for Tier 3 classes. Yes, complete legacies for Tier 3 classes. Unlike the Tier 3 legacies scattered in the outside world, a complete legacy could lower the difficulty of players' Tier 3 promotion by a large margin. A complete Tier 3 legacy could allow a guild to gain a large number of Tier 3 players within a short period. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that, for guilds, a complete Tier 3 legacy was 100 times more valuable than a fragmented legendary item. Meanwhile, complete Tier 3 legacies only started appearing from the 18th floor. This was a place that became available after the first major update. Before this, the Secret Covenant Tower was only a place for pre-level 100 players to grind for levels. It wasn't suitable for players past level 100. However, after the first major update, the Secret Covenant Tower would no longer be the same as before. In the past, after it was revealed that the Secret Covenant Tower dropped complete Tier 3 legacies, the various powers on the eastern continent had swarmed to the Twin Towers Kingdom. This, in turn, had made the Twin Towers Kingdom one of the most dazzling kingdoms in God's Domain, and Skyspring City had also become an NPC main city that was second only to the capital city. Shortly afterward, Administrator Vico completed all the formalities needed for Zero Wing to garrison Skyspring City. Lord Guild Leader, this is your Skyspring City Guild token. Vico handed a golden token to Shi Feng. He then explained, this token grants you partial authority to manage Skyspring City, including its security and development. Once Zero Wing garrisons Skyspring City, it will receive 10% of the city's profits as maintenance and management fees. No problem. Zero Wing will manage Skyspring City well and turn it into the best city in the Twin Towers Kingdom, Shi Feng said, nodding. Once a guild garrisoned a city, it couldn't arbitrarily decide to abandon the city and seek greener pastures. One could say that the guild and city were bound together for good or ill. Thus, even after guilds obtained the qualifications to garrison an NPC city, they still had to be careful with their choice. Fortunately, Shi Feng didn't have to concern himself with such a problem. Skyspring City was bound to become one of the important hubs in the eastern continent. The money and resources it could rake in would far surpass those of many royal capitals. If developed properly, the city could even rival imperial capitals. I pray that you can fulfill this wonderful goal, my lord, Vico said, feeling slightly surprised by Shi Feng's confidence. Now that Zero Wing has officially garrisoned Skyspring City, can we enable Skyspring City's city teleportation network? Shi Feng asked. Obtaining the resources Skyspring City had to offer was only one of his goals in having Zero Wing garrison the city. What was more important for Zero Wing was the city teleportation network that came with garrisoning a city. This was also the main reason the various superpowers had frantically fought to secure a reserve seat. Certainly. However, your guild will have to handle the cost of binding with Skyspring City's teleportation magic array, Vico said with a hint of joy in his voice. How much will it cost to construct one large-scale teleportation array? Shi Feng asked. If it is only one, the material fee is 100,000 gold coins and 30,000 magic crystals. The labor cost is an additional 5,000 gold, Vico said. In total, it will cost 105,000 gold and 30,000 magic crystals. You guys sure are ruthless. It's just a bunch of ordinary materials, yet you're actually charging me 100,000 gold. Shi Feng was flabbergasted at Vico's quote. If it were before, he might have accepted this price as normal. However, after gaining experience in constructing teleportation arrays, he knew that the materials needed were much cheaper than what Vico quoted him. At most, the material cost should total around several thousand gold. No. The materials the Twin Towers Kingdom uses are the best. No problems will occur even after 1,000 years of use, Vico assured sincerely while shaking his head. Fine, so be it. However, I want everything done within 2 hours, Shi Feng said after taking a look at the time. It had been nearly a day since the first major update took place. Meanwhile, the first wave of the NPC population boom would occur on the second day after the first major update. This was also the moment darkness would befall the various powers. That won't be a problem, Vico said confidently. May I know which guild city you wish to construct the teleportation array in? Silverwing City, Shi Feng answered after giving the question some thought. Silverwing City was pivotal to Zero Wing's future development and resistance against Saint's Hand. Hence, it was imperative that Silverwing City developed as rapidly as possible. Although it is slightly far, so long as Milord makes the full payment, we will act immediately, Vico said, gritting his teeth as he looked at the map. To Vico's joy, Shi Feng paid the 105,000 gold and 30,000 magic crystals without hesitation. After receiving the coins and magic crystals, the NPC promptly left the private lounge, evidently making his way to Silverwing City. Next, you'll have to see how much the NPC population will increase during the initial wave. Shi Feng's gaze grew solemn after Vico left the room. Hopefully, the number isn't too significant. Although he had managed to execute his plan in time, its success still depended heavily on how much the NPC population grew after the first population boom. If the increase in NPC count was too severe, even Zero Wing would be overwhelmed. After all, the guild simply had too few Tier 3 combatants right now. Meanwhile, Tier 3 combatants were the minimum requirement for maintaining public order in guild towns. 2744 Half-Step Master. Aside from sand, there was nothing else within the 1,000-yard radius displayed in the video. However, after careful inspection, she noticed piles and piles of fallen trees stacked outside the 1,000-yard radius. Many of these trees were uprooted, and most of them had shattered into dozens of pieces. The video then zoomed out, and she found that the so-called sandy area actually lay within a large forest. It looked as if something had thoroughly smoothed out the area. How is this possible? A Tier 3 Great Mage at the Void Realm exclaimed. That sandy area doesn't have any mana. At this Great Mage's reminder, Lena and the others also came to this realization and gasped. They had forgotten that the so-called battle video was actually a type of recording magic in God's domain. It could perfectly record the battlefield situation, which included the ambient mana. This allowed players to analyze the battle situation accurately. Meanwhile, they had watched this battle video as if they were watching a video in the real world. They had completely neglected the presence of mana, or lack thereof. Is this Zero Wing's doing as well? Lena asked when she saw the wasteland in the middle of the forest. The wasteland had a 1,000-yard radius. Moreover, the attack used had thoroughly consumed all mana in the area. Even Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells would have difficulty accomplishing such a feat. Not to mention, the only Tier 4 player known to exist was Black Flame. Yes, someone from Zero Wing did it. According to subsequent reports, that person should be Aqua Rose, one of Zero Wing's Vice Guild leaders. Her specific strength is still a mystery, Odin said, nodding. However, based on the spell scale, we can think of her as a Tier 4 Great Wizard who wields Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells. Her destructive power is roughly 10 times that of Black Flame. How is this possible? Isn't Zero Wing just an up-and-coming pseudo-superpower? After hearing Odin's simple analysis, Mythologist members fell silent for a long time. They couldn't help doubting the veracity of the reports. Not only did Zero Wing have a Tier 4 Great Wizard, but this Great Wizard even possessed Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells. If this was the case, then this matter was much more serious than they imagined. After all, a Great Wizard wielding large-scale destruction spells could easily destroy even major NPC cities. At this stage of the game, such an existence would be invincible, be it in offensive or defensive battles. Butare, we really going to just give up? Lena asked. Mythology was one of the 5 great super guilds. It was sheer humiliation for the guild to get provoked on such a stage. If mythology didn't do something, the whole world would start to look down on it. Of course not. Odin suddenly smiled. We must settle this account one way or another, but now isn't the time for that yet. Instead, we should learn from Miracle's example. Learn from Miracle? Lena parroted, confused. Tossum Aver, Miracle was merely a slightly above average superpower. What could mythology possibly learn from it? Sir Odin is right. We have to learn Miracle's way of doing things, Prosciutto said with brightened eyes. We have to publicize this matter so that all the guilds will know about it. Zero Wing might be able to help Frostheaven secure the 6th seat this time, but what they don't know is that the real doomsday will come after they secure the seat, the reserved seats of God's domains. 12 great guilds were meant for the capable. If a guild relied on the strength of only a handful of individuals to secure one of these seats, then only destruction would await this guild. Moreover, after this competition, Zero Wing would also debut on the international stage. A guild capable of using mythology as a stepping stone wasn't a problem for only mythology. The other 4 of the 5 great super guilds couldn't afford to ignore Zero Wing either. Hence, the 5 great super guilds would not allow such an existence to exist in this world. Good. I will leave this matter for you to handle. Odin nodded in satisfaction when he saw Prosciutto realizing what had to be done. He then vanished from the group as if he had never been there. Shortly afterward, every participating guild in the competition received an astonishing piece of news. Zero Wing had defeated Mythology and stolen 5 of Mythology's resource nodes. The battle videos at the 5 resource nodes even spread to the various superpowers. The sight of Black Flame killing Sandstorm in one move, Gentle Snow killing over 30 Tier 3 peak experts in one move, Aqua Rose flattening a resource node with one spell, Violet Cloud forcing the Divine Spear Demon into retreating, and a handful of Zero Wing's members killing the Lightning Hammer were thoroughly etched into everyone's mind. After all these accomplishments, Frostheaven became the biggest dark horse in this competition. The mind-blowing news shook the various participating guilds in the arena. This is fake. This must be fake. Didn't Zero Wings and Frostheaven's members launch an attack on Mythology only recently? How can the battles be over already? A Tier 4 Great Wizard? How is this possible? The various participating guilds were dumbfounded by the information they received. None of them could accept it. However, it was also impossible for these battle videos to be fake, especially with the frightening strength Mythology displayed. The superpowers despaired at the gap between them. Nevertheless, despite having such overwhelming strength, Mythology still ended up defeated. Moreover, it didn't even lose at the hands of a super guild but to Zero Wing, an up-and-coming pseudo-superpower. Didn't they say Zero Wing doesn't have any background? What exactly is Zero Wing? For a time, the various superpowers were filled with curiosity and confusion about Zero Wing. Despite being a small guild with no backing, Zero Wing had produced a Tier 4 Sword Emperor and a suspected Tier 4 Great Wizard. How could they bring themselves to believe this? As for the players in the spectator stands, they too were stunned by this situation. They never thought that during the time Shi Feng was fighting one of Mythology's teams, astonishing battles had taken place elsewhere as well. They also regretted missing these battles. After witnessing Zero Wing's strength, both the Star Alliances and Unyielding Soul's upper echelons couldn't help lamenting this situation. They never thought that after not meeting Zero Wing for some time, the other guild had actually grown to such an extent already. Tier 4, this is real power. A passionate flame burned in Purple Eye's heart as she watched the clash between Shi Feng and Sandstorm. So long as I reach Tier 4, the guild will be able to tread the international stage as well. At this time, Purple Eye wasn't the only person to have such thoughts. The various major powers experts in the other VIP viewing rooms also burned with desire and ambition toward attaining Tier 4. Every one of them resolved themselves to do everything they could to reach Tier 4 after this competition. Unlike the audience's excited reactions, Miracle and Sacred Temple were filled with both hatred and shock at Zero Wing's performance. Initially, the two guilds believed the 6th reserve seat was already within their grasp. Now that a powerful competitor had emerged in the competition, the two guilds had no choice but to compete for more resource nodes. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to maintain their current advantage until the end of the competition. Meanwhile, when Seven Wonders received news of Zero Wing's performance, he felt an unprecedented joy and excitement. He truly had not expected the helpers Hong Xinyuan recruited to be powerful enough to pull Frostheaven out of its hopeless situation and give it a chance to win a reserve seat. To ensure Frostheaven secured the 6th reserve seat, after Frostheaven became one of the top 5 ranking guilds on island number 17, Seven Wonders led a team to other islands to compete for more resource nodes. For a time, Miracle, Sacred Temple, and Frostheaven frantically fought all over the arena. Despite suffering immense casualties, the 3 guilds continued fighting until the bell signaling the end of the competition rang. Meanwhile, after the competition ended, huge holographic screens appeared on top of every island, the screens listing the total points accumulated by the participating guilds one after another. Mythology 12,610 points, Pantheon 3920 points, Sky Dragon Family 4,550 points, Netherworld Empire 30,030 points, Miracle 5,020 points, Sacred Temple 5,080 points. As the names of the participating guilds appeared one after another, Frostheaven's members grew increasingly nervous. The point difference between Miracle, Sacred Temple, and Frostheaven should be incredibly narrow. In fact, partway through the competition, Shi Feng even had to attack other resource nodes personally and let Frostheaven's members wear the resource emblem to keep Frostheaven in the competition. Although there were instances where other guilds had successfully stolen some of Frostheaven's poorly defended resource nodes, most of these nodes were quickly reclaimed. In addition, Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose also wandered between the various resource nodes to avert the ambushes of other guilds. We must succeed. Muxin also grew incredibly nervous as she looked at the screen. Frostheaven had suffered tremendous losses during this competition. By the end of the competition, Frostheaven had fewer than 2,000 members left standing. 6 elders, 2 grand elders, and Great Elder Brilliant Blue had even fallen in battle. This was a massive blow to the guild. At this time, even Shi Feng couldn't remain perfectly calm. He never expected that Miracle and Sacred Temple would secretly ally with other guilds to attack Frost Heaven's resource nodes, forcing him to rotate continuously between several islands. He had even had Aqua Rose obliterate 11 resource nodes. Only then did they manage to deter the other guilds from stealing Frost Heaven's resource nodes. Now that Zero Wing had exhausted its trump cards and revealed many things to the various superpowers, if Frost Heaven still failed to secure the 6th seat in this competition, then Zero Wing would have a thorny road ahead of it. The next moment, after more than 20 guilds were listed on the screen, Frost Heaven's name finally appeared. 2745 Different World Shi Feng was stunned momentarily by the rewards Xia Qingying mentioned. He couldn't believe that just by clearing the mental path above the age of 20 he would get 50 times the reward of everyone else. They're not particularly excellent. However, they're the best rewards I can give you within my authority. If you were one of the Green God Company's internal members, you would receive a much more generous reward. In fact, your authority level would even be elevated to the advanced grade directly, Xia Qingying said. She then smiled and asked, "May I know if you are interested in joining our company?" "Thank you for your offer, General Manager Xia, but I am used to operating freely by really don't wish to be restrained." Joining the Green God Company might be the dream of many people, but he knew that the Green God Company had many restrictions. This was also the reason Muxine and Kerui did not join the company but retained their connection with the Boulder Corporation instead. What a pity, Xia Qingying sighed when she heard Shi Feng's answer. If a talent like Shi Feng joined the Green God Company, he would have climbed to a position not lower than hers in the upper zone. After all, mental strength masters were incredibly valuable to the upper zone. The Green God Company paid astronomical prices to cultivate mental strength masters. However, even now, the company hadn't managed to cultivate many. Shi Feng, this is a good opportunity for you. If you get 50 bottles of Phantom Potions, which is of equivalent value to Life Potions, you might be able to elevate your mental strength to the next level, Kerui said, her eyes glowing with excitement when she heard Xia Qingying's offer. Although Life Potion was something that could be exchanged and each bottle cost only 5,000 points, there was a limit on the number of bottles a person could exchange. People without authority could exchange for only 1 bottle per year, while Grade 3 authority could exchange for 2 bottles per year, and Grade 2 authority for 5 bottles per year. If one wanted to purchase more, they would have to buy them at a much more exorbitant price from other people. Meanwhile, the Phantom Potion was an incredibly magical drug the Green God Company developed that could sharpen and improve one's mental strength. Anyone with ambition in the upper zone would try to exchange for it. 50 bottles of Phantom Potions. She had never even seen so many Phantom Potions in her life before. With that many Phantom Potions, she could definitely achieve a breakthrough within a year and elevate her authority to Grade 2. General Manager Xia, does the Green God Company have any medicine that can heal mental damage? Shi Feng asked as he looked at Xia Qingying. We do, but these medicines are much more valuable than Life Potion, Xia Qingying answered as she looked at Shi Feng strangely. She couldn't understand why Shi Feng would want something like this. However, she still explained, out of all the injuries out there, mental trauma is the most difficult to treat. If you wish to purchase such medicine, you can only do so after entering the middle layer. However, you are not qualified to enter the middle layer yet. I can buy them only in the middle layer? Shi Feng frowned. He then said, General Manager Xia, I've decided. I will take the ordinary house. When Hong Xingyuan heard Shi Feng's decision, he couldn't help looking at the young man in surprise. Hurriedly, he dissuaded Shi Feng, You're crazy. It's not easy to get 50 bottles of Phantom Potion. Even with your Grade 1 authority, you'd need 5 years to redeem that many. The Green God Company has a completely different evaluation for those who reach advanced grade authority before and after the age of 25. Before the age of 25, humans would still be in their growth stage. Reaching the advanced grade authority before 25 meant they still had potential for growth. The Green God Company would prioritize nurturing such talents even if these talents were outsiders. An example of this would be how Xia Qingying was showing so much care for Shi Feng right now. However, if Shi Feng was already over 25 years old by the time he reached the advanced grade authority, the Green God Company's evaluation of him would plummet. Before Hong Xinyuan could continue trying to dissuade Shi Feng, Xia Qingying suddenly extended a hand to stop the older man. She then looked at Shi Feng with a strange gaze. It seems you are adamant on restoring mental trauma. You actually gave up the possibility to improve yourself rapidly within a short period and settled for a house that can just barely maintain and heal a person's mental state, Xia Qingying said, seemingly having seen through Shi Feng's intentions. She then smiled lightly and continued, Okay, since this is your decision, I won't meddle with it. However, I should still give you a reminder. The upper zone isn't as simple as you think it is. Life here is not easy. If you wish to help someone, the fastest way to do so would be to raise your own authority. Anything else is just futile effort. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, General Manager Xia, Shi Feng replied gratefully. Also, I wish to participate in the contribution competition. Can I register for it now? An individual of Sha Qingying's status probably wouldn't pay people like himself a second glance under normal circumstances. She had gone out of her way to help him this time only because she admired the excellent potential he had shown. However, Shi Feng understood himself very clearly. In reality, he was still far from the standard of a mental strength master. Even with the Phantom Potion's help, he could, at best, elevate his mental strength to the special grade. In his situation, such an achievement would be of no help whatsoever. Rather than doing something meaningless, he would rather stabilize Gentle Snow's and Aqua Rose's conditions by relying on the upper zone's environment. After all, from what he heard from Karui, people who entered the upper zone without gaining any authority would have to struggle to survive in the upper zone unless someone provided them with accommodation. However, obtaining a residence in the upper zone was easier said than done. Even an ordinary housing unit cost 1 million trade points. 1 million trade points. That was equivalent to 10 billion credits in the outside world. Moreover, even if he had that kind of money, it would still take him a very long time to exchange for 1 million trade points. Most importantly, every housing unit had a limited occupancy. An ordinary housing unit could accommodate 5 people at most, whereas the independent villas could have up to 20. For the various major corporations, let alone 20 slots, even 100 slots wouldn't be enough. After all, who didn't have close friends? Who didn't have sons and daughters? Who wouldn't wish to live in the upper zone forever? Hence, he would be dreaming if he thought he could borrow other people's houses. It might be fine if he were alone, but if he wanted to help other people, he would need an ordinary housing unit of his own. The contribution competition? It seems you're more extraordinary than I thought. In that case, I have nothing more to say, Sha Qingying said, nodding. She then transferred a message from her quantum watch to Shi Feng's and said, "This housing unit in the 6th Southern District will be yours from now on." Shi Feng was overjoyed when he saw the information displayed on his quantum watch. Although it was called an ordinary house, its floor area was still more than 200 square meters, definitely enough for 5 people to live comfortably. I have registered you for the contribution competition. However, I'm afraid the likelihood of you catching up with the other participants is low, especially if you are aiming for the top 3. Every one of the top 3 participants has more than 100,000 points already. I heard they have the backing of God's Domain super guilds. It's impossible for you to catch up to them now, Sha Qingying said as she looked at Shi Feng. However, you can try competing for the top 20 positions. Our company plans to offer the top 20 winners the right to purchase 3 items from the middle layer. You can give it a try at that time. Shi Feng was slightly surprised by Sha Qingying's words. Hurriedly, he thanked her. Thank you, General Manager Xia. Afterward, Sha Qingying spoke a few words with Hong Xinyuan before departing the building. From her haste, it was evident she was truly busy. Meanwhile, Karui was greatly angered and frustrated by Shi Feng's decision. She never thought that Shi Feng would give up on such an excellent opportunity to improve himself. Even Hong Xinyuan shook his head over Shi Feng's decision. After instructing Karui to guide Shi Feng, he also gave Shi Feng a few reminders. However, unlike Karui and Hong Xinyuan, Shi Feng felt very happy with his current situation. This was because he had reaped a massive harvest from his visit to the upper zone this time. He had also finally understood the importance of 7 Luminaries crystals and found a way to heal Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose. He had even found a way to help outsiders into the upper zone. Once his authority reached the advanced grade and he entered the upper zone's middle layer, he could spend 100,000 contribution points to exchange for 1 upper zone reserve slot. While he could exchange for only 3 slots per year with this method, this was still good news for him. After all, his goal wasn't simply to live in the upper zone by himself. As the sun set, Karui brought Shi Feng to his residence in the 6th Southern District and left without saying a word, evidently unhappy with Shi Feng's decision. This left Shi Feng standing alone in front of the residential building's entrance. Isn't this house a little too amazing? Shi Feng was stunned when he entered Unit 02 on the 35th floor. Not only was the housing unit fully equipped with smart facilities, but it even boasted a comprehensive array of exercise equipment. After entering the house, Shi Feng also felt much more comfortable than before, as if his whole body was soaked in a nutrient solution and he could continuously improve his physical fitness even without doing any training. His brain also felt clearer than ever, like when he was in a mana-rich environment in God's Domain. Moreover, every bedroom in the house was equipped with a state-of-the-art fearless virtual gaming cabin, something even more amazing than the virtual gaming cabin Zero Wing had purchased. According to Shi Feng's memories, the fearless virtual gaming cabin was a model that would appear in the outside world only 3 years later. The fearless cabin did not just allow players to fully immerse themselves in God's Domain. It also improved the player's sensitivity. In particular, the cabin improved mana sensitivity by at least 20% and allowed players to exhibit 100% of their mental strength in God's Domain. Back when the fearless cabins were first released to the public, the various corporations had fought over them frantically. Each unit had sold for at least 100 million credits. Moreover, the fearless cabins were always in short supply. Even 10 years after God's Domain's launch, first-rate guilds could only afford to supply their executives with fearless cabins. The situation of second-rate guilds had been even worse. Even a guild leader like Shi Feng did not get to use a fearless cabin. I never dreamed I would have the opportunity to experience the fearless cabin in this life. Shi Feng was deeply moved by this situation. At this moment he finally understood why people who entered the upper zone would be unwilling to leave it. The various environmental benefits aside, just the technology one could enjoy here was leaps and bounds ahead of the outside world's technology. A 20% increase to mana sensitivity. Even ordinary Tier 3 experts would experience a huge boost in combat power if they received such an improvement. What more peak experts and apex experts? The increase in mana sensitivity would also help players tackle their future promotions. After all, mana was the foundation of everything in God's domain. The more one understood about the operation and control of mana, the stronger one would become. It seems I should have Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose come over as soon as possible. These fearless cabins alone could increase their chances of reaching Tier 4 by at least 10%. As Shi Feng looked at the pitch-black gaming cabin that was the size of a double bed, many thoughts and plans ran through his mind. After he gained a rough understanding of the house's functionality, he hopped into his fearless cabin without hesitation, intending to experience the effects of this legendary gaming cabin properly. Not to mention, it wouldn't be easy for him to return to Zero Wing's headquarters at this time. 2746 Fearless Cabin's effects as a level 90 map in the Twin Towers Kingdom, the Fiery Ridge was popular with level 90+ players who would come here to grind for levels. However, these players didn't do so just because it was suitable for players of their level. Instead, it was also because the Earthfire Pterodactyl, a level 96 world boss, would appear in the Fiery Ridge from time to time. Compared to other world bosses, the Earthfire Pterodactyl was much easier to raid. So long as players met the high requirement for fire resistance, even a 100-man team made up of Tier 3 players could take it down. Hence, while grinding for levels in the Fiery Ridge, the various large guilds' newcomers would also check whether the Earthfire Pterodactyl had respawned. If the world boss had respawned, they would notify their guilds immediately, and their respective guilds would send a team to raid it. Not only could the players contributing to the world boss's discovery earn a bunch of GCPs, but they might even get a piece of level 100 fine gold equipment if they were lucky. More and more NPCs have been competing with us for monsters recently. Fortunately, this place is quite far from NPC cities, and there aren't any villages or towns nearby. Otherwise, we would lose even this leveling spot, a level 97 Tier 2 shield warrior said. As he looked at the corpses of a dozen level 95 chieftains and one level 96 lord before him, he couldn't help sighing ruefully. Ever since the major system update, the good days of grinding as many monsters as they wished were no more. Now, NPCs were frequently seen hunting monsters in groups in almost all leveling maps. Moreover, these NPCs would generally be 10 levels higher than the map they were grinding in. They also boasted enviable weapons and equipment, with even the lowest quality piece being at the Dark Gold rank. Many of these NPCs even wielded epic weapons. As a result, almost no player would dare mess around with these NPCs. Indeed, we are lucky. According to some of the Tier 3 big shots in the guild, level 100 neutral maps are infested with level 130 plus Tier 3 NPCs. There are more NPCs than monsters in some places. This forced the others in the guild to travel to farther locations. Now, their travel time is twice as long as before, a level 91 Tier 2 Oracle commented. However, this is also our chance. Now that the leveling speed of players under level 100 is much faster than of players above level 100, if we catch up to the average level of the mainstream players and get promoted to Tier 3, we'll be set for life, a level 95 Tier 2 Ranger said excitedly. Although God's Domain had been popular since its early stages, it wasn't as popular as it was now. At present, almost nobody in the real world did not know of God's Domain's existence. At present, the various guilds were frantically recruiting Tier 3 experts, with some guilds even promising a considerable monthly income. Some students that played God's Domain were currently earning more money than society's white-collar elites. This situation drew more and more working-class members and elderly people into joining God's Domain to earn extra income to subsidize their living expenditures. As the members of this six-man party were conversing among themselves, a sudden shockwave swept over them. Boom! The intense shockwave made the surrounding trees sway and shake. Even the earth shuddered slightly. What's going on? The level 97 Guardian Knight looked toward the shockwave's source in astonishment. However, before anyone could react to the situation, a high-pitched noise forced the 6 players to shield their ears. This is definitely the Earthfire Pterodactyl's screech. The young ranger said, his eyes glowing. So long as they reported this piece of news back to the guild, they would make a great contribution. The Earthfire Dragon should be in that location, the Guardian Knight said, pointing toward a valley in the west. Quick, this thing won't wait for anyone. After briefly exchanging looks, the 6 players dashed toward the valley. Although they didn't know who angered the Earthfire Pterodactyl, all they needed to do now was locate the world boss and wait for the guild to send a Tier 3 team to raid it. As for the possibility of other guilds discovering the Earthfire Pterodactyl first, that did not matter. After all, the level 96 world boss wasn't such a pushover that tier 2 players could take it down, especially after monsters in God's domain gained a semblance of sentience. Now, smarter monsters would even flee for their lives when the situation looked bad for them. The process of chasing these monsters down would be incredibly troublesome and time-consuming. This would give their guild's tier 3 team more than enough time to arrive. The Earthfire Pterodactyl's screech attracted player teams to its location in the dozens. All of these teams reported the world boss's appearance to their respective guilds, and they were all adamant in securing the Earthfire Pterodactyl's kill. After all, as a world boss, the Earthfire Pterodactyl's loot was extraordinarily good. It would drop not only inferior legendary materials, but even epic weapons and equipment that could be used up to level 120. If one were lucky, one could even get fragmented legendary items. Less than a minute after these dozens of teams began running, they arrived before the valley where the pterodactyl was. However, when these teams saw the Earthfire Pterodactyl, they gasped involuntarily. The world boss before them right now was completely different from the Earthfire Pterodactyls they had seen before. Why is this Earthfire Pterodactyl so big? Why does it have 9 HP bars? A 50-meter-tall pterodactyl was hovering inside the valley. The pterodactyl's body burned with ethereal flames, and its flapping wings generated powerful gales that shredded the surrounding terrain. Just its roar was enough to send players stumbling backward. It had transformed the environment into a scorching field that could burn players with fire resistance below 400 points to a crisp instantly. Earthfire Pterodactyl, World Boss. Mythic, Realm Lord, level 99, HP 3,000,000. The players that arrived before the valley fell into fear and despair when they saw the Earthfire Pterodactyl's massive frame. After all, the World Boss had flattened the terrain with just a flap of its wings. At this moment, they would most likely turn into ashes just by approaching the Earthfire Pterodactyl, let alone fighting it. In fact, they even doubted that the Tier 3 players of their respective guilds could go up against this behemoth before them. "Wait, it's injured," a level 97 Tier 2 ranger exclaimed after carefully inspecting the Earthfire Pterodactyl. At this Tier 2 ranger's shout, everyone noticed the many bone-deep wounds on the World Boss's body. They realized that the World Boss had less than half of its HP remaining. While everyone was shocked by the Earthfire Pterodactyl's injuries, a figure suddenly descended toward the World Boss from the sky. Not only did this figure send a sword light cutting at the Earthfire Pterodactyl's wing, but the sword light even cleaved the ground, opening a 150-yard-long fissure. Immediately afterward, a mind-blowing number appeared above the World Boss head. 5,167.64. Over 5 million damage in one attack? Is he an NPC? No. Although we can't see his information, that person has a player icon above his head. He should be a player. How is this possible? How can a player be so strong? Is he trying to solo the Earthfire Pterodactyl? The players present couldn't help gaping when they saw the results of the slash, their minds refusing to believe their eyes. However, before anyone present could snap out of their daze, the figure that attacked the Earthfire Pterodactyl executed another slash with his sword. Immediately, a phantom greatsword manifested in the air and sliced down on the World Boss's wing. Slash. The next moment, the Earthfire Pterodactyl let loose a heaven-shaking shriek as one of its 30-meter-long wings fell to the ground. Golden blood then poured out of the World Boss's wound, splashing all over the ground and creating a sea of flames. 31,547.34. The next moment, the Earthfire Pterodactyl's HP fell by a visible chunk. Is he even human? He dealt over 30 million damage in one attack. He can't be human. Monster. That person must be a humanoid monster. Everyone present fell into a daze once more when they saw the damage from the unknown person's second attack. Some players even pinched their own faces, thinking that everything in front of them was just an illusion. However, the unknown assailant in the air was not at all surprised at the power of his attack. Sure enough, it's easier to manipulate mana. The burden of using Light Shadow is even much less. As expected of the Fearless Cabin. It's no wonder all those superpowers had so many more Tier 4 experts than first and second-rate guilds. Shi Feng sighed ruefully as he looked at the dense mana condensed around the Abyssal Blade. Although the Fearless Cabin did not improve his basic attributes, it still increased his overall combat power by at least 20%. The refinement in his control over combat techniques and mana techniques was especially notable. With his ability to use 100% of his mental strength, the power of these techniques had risen to a whole new level. More and more people are gathering. It's about time I finished it and left this place. After glancing at the Earthfire Pterodactyl, which could no longer fly, Shi Feng immediately flew toward the World Boss. Upon seeing him, the Earthfire Pterodactyl let loose an angry roar and used its strongest move, the Tier 4 skill Earthfire Rupture. The next moment, flaming rocks up to 40 meters in diameter went smashing toward Shi Feng one after another. Even space itself shattered from the power within the flaming rocks. A meaningless resistance. Shi Feng pointed the Abyssal Blade at the oncoming flaming rocks. Tier 4 legacy skill, Blade Domain. Immediately, magic swords appeared around Shi Feng one after another. The swords then turned into streaks of light as they shot at the oncoming rocks. Boom, 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 boom. A shattered space formed above the battlefield. Before the spectating players could return to their senses, the magic swords had already shattered all of the flaming rocks the Earth Fire Pterodactyl summoned. Afterward, more magic swords formed around Shi Feng and subsequently shot at the world boss itself. 220,000, 3046,000, 544, 40,000, 601 cc, NE 2047 c 60 fouls. Damages exceeding 20 million appeared above the Earthfire Pterodactyl's head one after another. No matter how much the world boss struggled, even to the point of turning the surroundings into a sea of flames and voidits, HP still decreased rapidly. 2747, Crazed Eastern Continent. Silence enveloped the valley, a silence so overwhelming that it felt as if time had stopped inside the valley. When the various spectating players looked at the cloaked man wielding the runic black sword, fear and awe filled their eyes. It was as if they had just seen a god. Is he really a player? Such thoughts surfaced in the spectating players' minds as they looked at Shi Feng hovering in midair. Shi Feng had killed a level 99 mythic ranked world boss, just like that. Rather than a world boss, it looked more like some elite monster he found by the roadside, one that was utterly incapable of putting up any resistance. Who is he? Therese, no way a player can be this strong. That's a level 99 world boss we're talking about. Even a 100-man tier 3 team wouldn't necessarily be able to take it down. He must be an NPC in disguise. When looking at Shi Feng's hovering figure, some players even hugged their heads and began laughing maniacally. They simply couldn't bring themselves to believe that such a massive gap between players could exist. However, Shi Feng paid the shocked players and the maddened players no heed whatsoever. Instead, he arrived beside the Earthfire Pterodactyl's corpse and began collecting its loot. God's domain was not reality. In the game world, just the gradual accumulation of basic attributes was sufficient to turn a player into a monster in the eyes of other players. What more the qualitative improvements brought about by tier upgrades. Moreover, there was a 2-tier gap between Shi Feng and the spectating players. In the eyes of tier 2 players, tier 4 players would be no different from gods. In fact, a tier 4 player could kill scads of tier 2 players with just a flick of their hand. The world boss Shi Feng fought hadn't even reached level 100. In God's domain, monsters that hadn't reached level 100 couldn't be considered strong at all. Otherwise, the various major powers wouldn't be contesting so frantically for world bosses below level 100. It was precisely because these powers were incapable of defeating level 100 plus world bosses that they had to settle for pre-level 100 world bosses. Oh? A good piece of epic equipment dropped. Shi Feng was slightly surprised as he looked at the sacred mage robe in his hands. Whistling light robe, cloth armor, epic rank, level 40, level 110, equipment requirement, intelligence 1500, vitality 1300, defense plus 340, level 40. Strength plus 20, agility plus 24, intelligence plus 63, vitality plus 31, endurance plus 25, ignore levels plus 4, defensive skills plus 2 levels, additional passive skill 1, spiritual light, when the user's concentration falls below 50%, mana consumption is reduced by 30%, and casting speed increases by 30%. Additional passive skill 2, mana armor, automatically absorbs mana in a 100-yard radius to protect the user. Improves mana perception by 20%, increases magic resistance by 20%, and improves spell effects by 20%. 2-piece set effect. The upper level limit of all Whistling Light set pieces is increased to level 150. 4-piece set effect. All attributes are increased by 20%, and the effect of all spells is increased by 20%. 6-piece set effect. Gain the protection of light, improving physique by 30% and mana affinity by 20%. Gain the mana heart skill. When activated, forcibly elevates the strength of the user's mana by 1 tier for 1 minute. The skill has a 1-hour cooldown. The Whistling Light set had 7 pieces in total. It could be considered top tier even among epic set equipment. So long as a magical class player had 2 set pieces, they could use the set until they reached level 150. If tier 4 Great Wizard managed to gather 6 pieces of the set, they would become a devastating existence. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Whistling Light set was one of the best set equipment for magical class players under tier 5. However, only world bosses under level 150 dropped the Whistling Light set. The drop rate was also random, hence collecting a full set would be incredibly difficult. I can get Fire and the others to raid world bosses under level 120 more frequently. If we can gather a full set, be it Violet or Aqua who uses the set, neither will have to replace their equipment before reaching tier 5. When Shi Feng looked at the Whistling Light robe, he felt the need to collect the full Whistling Light set. If Violet Cloud or Aqua Rose equipped the full set before reaching tier 5, they would become nigh invincible against tier 4 opponents. Shi Feng stored the Whistling Light robe and collected the remaining items the Earthfire Pterodactyl dropped. Besides the Whistling Light robe, the level 99 world boss had dropped a dozen pieces of level 100 dark gold and fine gold weapons and equipment, a large amount of materials, magic crystals, potion recipes, etc. After putting all these items in his bag space, he promptly flew away from the valley. When the various major powers members saw Shi Feng leaving, they sighed in relief. With that longsword and that frightening destructive power, he should be Black Flame, right? I tagged along with my guild executives to watch the reserve seat competition. That guy indeed looks a lot like Black Flame. They must be the same person. Black Flame is also the only known Tier 4 player in the game right now, and only Tier 4 classes could possibly display such scary strength. So, he's the Sword King? Isn't he a little too amazing? After Shi Feng's figure was out of sight, some of the spectating players guessed Shi Feng's identity. And in no time at all, everyone present began talking about him, their discussions becoming especially heated when the topic touched on Tier 4 classes. When the players present recalled the scene of Shi Feng chopping off one of the Earthfire Pterodactyl's wings, they couldn't help yearning to reach Tier 4. Previously, no one had a clear concept of Tier 4 classes. Even the players who had spectated the reserve seat competition at the War God's Temple did not find Tier 4 classes to be particularly amazing. At most, Tier 4 existences were invincible among Tier 3 players, but now, everyone was truly shocked by the strength of Tier 4 classes. A Tier 4 player had actually single-handedly defeated a mythic-ranked world boss. How could anyone not yearn for such strength? Very quickly, news of Shi Feng slaying the Earthfire Pterodactyl spread across God's domain. After the various major powers executives watched Shi Feng's battle video, they gained a newfound appreciation of Tier 4 classes. Simultaneously, their eyes burned with a passionate flame as the ambition they had lost due to the NPC's upsurgence returned. Tier 4, mobilize all available manpower in the guild to find out how Zero Wing managed to complete the Tier 4 promotion quest. The era of Tier 3 classes is over. From now on, we have only one goal, and that is Tier 4. So long as we can secure ourselves a Tier 4 player, we'll be unstoppable. For a time, the various powers searched frantically for information relating to Tier 4 legacies, going as far as trying to plant spies in Zero Wing. Some superpowers even directly contacted Zero Wing's executives and offered to pay astronomical prices for all information regarding Tier 4 classes. Simultaneously, a wave of discussion spread through the various kingdoms and empires forums. Just the video of Shi Feng's fight against the Earthfire Pterodactyl alone had garnered over 1 billion views already. Everyone on the forums discussed what exactly Tier 4 classes were, what the upper limit of these classes' combat power was, and whether a Tier 4 player could solo a mythic monster of the same level. The topic of Tier 4 swept across the entire eastern continent, setting off a craze. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng left the Fiery Ridge, message prompts and call requests immediately inundated his communication interface. At a glance, he noticed that the message prompts had already reached the upper limit of 9,999. He had also received several hundred call requests. Moreover, this was with his interface set to automatically reject communication from non-friends. Without this block in place, his communication interface would probably have blown up. Guild leader, you really caused a huge mess this time. When Yulin finally managed to get through to Shi Feng, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The entire world is now looking for Tier 4 legacy lands. Zero Wing has also become the target of all the powers. Everyone is trying to get information about Tier 4 legacy lands from us. Currently, all of Zero Wing's executives were being harassed by the various powers. Yulin herself had been contacted by over 20 superpowers, with every one of them offering to purchase information on the Tier 4 promotion quest at astronomical prices. If Zero Wing did not respond to these requests, it would be akin to offending all of these superpowers. At that time, Zero Wing would really be in danger of extermination. An accident. It really was an accident, Shi Feng said apologetically. I didn't expect something like this to happen either. He had only thought to try out the Fearless Cabin's effects. He had not anticipated such a development. Not to mention, from a certain perspective, the Fearless Cabin's effects were truly astonishing. What should we do now? Yulin asked, frowning. If we refuse all of them, we'll make an enemy out of every superpower on the eastern continent. After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng said, how about this? Announce that Zero Wing is willing to sell information on the Tier 4 promotion quest. However, the price of the information is 5,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystals. 5,000 units? Guild leader, isn't this a little? Yulin gaped at Shi Feng's price. The price tag of 5,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal already went beyond gouging. Shi Feng was basically asking the various superpowers to hand over their lives. A superpower could be considered wealthy if they even had 3,000 or 4,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal on hand. With many superpowers having participated in the recent reserve seat competition, they definitely would have much fewer 7 Luminaries crystals available than before. Hence, the price of 5,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal would be beyond most superpowers right now. Just notify them, Shi Feng instructed, having no intention whatsoever of compromising. I've already set my price. As for their willingness to purchase the information, that is none of our business. All right, but I won't care for what happens next, Yulin said as she nodded her head helplessly. ch2701, better to die on your feet than live on your knees. In a forest where crimson rain poured, a team of 1,000 Tier 3 players was frantically fighting a horde of over 10,000 level 120-plus bloodthirsty beasts. Even the weakest of these bloodthirsty beasts were level 121 chieftains, while the strongest were level 126 grand lords. On the players' side, shield-wielding guardian knights and shield warriors stood in the forefront. On the bloodthirsty beasts' side, iron-armored beasts, whose strength lay in their defense, spearheaded a charge against the guardian knights and shield warriors. After the first group of iron-armored beasts completed their ramming attack, another group would immediately follow in an endless loop. Meanwhile, the Herculean beasts standing at the rear of the bloodthirsty beasts formation would uproot the crimson trees around them and hurl the trees at the players, the trees dyeing the sky an extra tint of red. The bloodthirsty beasts' terrifying formation was one that even Tier 3 players accustomed to group battles would be afraid of. Ordinary Tier 3 players wouldn't risk a frontal confrontation with these monsters. However, despite facing such a fierce and ruthless assault, the 1,000-man team fighting the bloodthirsty beasts remained unfazed. "We've attracted enough. Magical team, attack." A valiant, long-haired woman standing near the front line of the team commanded as more and more bloodthirsty beasts gathered around the team. Immediately, the several hundred magical class players standing at the center of the team's formation began chanting complex incantations simultaneously. Every verse the players chanted drew more of the ambient mana, making it stronger and more violent. 4 seconds later, the ground began to shake violently. Huge cracks then appeared 500 yards away from these magical class players, right under the bloodthirsty beasts, causing the monster's formation to collapse instantly. Swordsmen and berserkers open a path. Rangers and assassins prioritize killing the bloodthirsty chieftains commanding the monsters. Upon seeing the bloodthirsty beast formations collapse, the long-haired woman had the team disperse into multiple units and prioritize killing the bloodthirsty beasts that led the horde. As for the long-haired woman, like a demon in the night, she instantly appeared behind a 7-meter-tall, level 126 Grand Lord. The next moment, she brandished the daggers she wielded, the weapons distorting space and repeatedly stabbing the Grand Lord's back over a dozen times. Every stab inflicted over 500,000 damage, the series of attacks instantly plundering nearly 8 million HP from the bloodthirsty chieftain. After the successful attack, darkness enveloped the long-haired woman's body. This cloak of darkness then expanded to envelop the Grand Lord entirely before rapidly recondensing in front of it. Blood suddenly spurted from the bloodthirsty chieftain's 4 limbs. Not only did its mobility get reduced significantly, but its HP was even falling at a rate of 700,000 per second. The 3 level 24 Great Lord ranked bloodthirsty guards nearby faced similar fates. Blood gushed out of their limbs, and their mobility plummeted as if their bodies had become frozen. After around 15 more minutes of battle, this bloodthirsty chieftain and 3 bloodthirsty guards collapsed to the ground, the life in their eyes vanishing. Meanwhile, the other bloodthirsty beasts on the battlefield were also mostly dead. The items they dropped were strewn all over the place. However, none of the combatants chose to pick up these items. Instead, they continued advancing deeper into the Crimson Rainforest in an orderly manner, leaving behind a few parties of assassins to clean up the battlefield. At this time, a level 119 female guardian knight approached the long-haired woman in command of the team. She then said quietly, "Vice Guild Leader, news just came from Zero Wing. They say they're willing to sell information on the Tier 4 promotion quest." "Oh? He's actually willing to sell the information?" Cold Shadow was surprised to hear Whitefeather's words. In her opinion, the information on the Tier 4 promotion quest was Shi Feng's greatest trump card in God's domain. It was something he definitely would not sell to other people. "He is willing to sell, but the price he demands is incredibly high," Whitefeather said with an ugly expression, emphasizing the words incredibly high. "Incredibly high?" Chuckling, Cold Shadow asked, "How much does he want?" 5,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal, Whitefeather replied in a low tone. "Shi Feng obviously has no intention of selling that information. He's clearly just messing with us." 5,000 units? "He really knows how to set a price," Cold Shadow said, smiling. "I'm guessing that those superpowers are fuming at Zero Wing at this point. They'll most likely disregard all costs and take action against Zero Wing, that's for sure. There's no way those superpowers can afford to pay 5,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. If they want that information, their only option is to work together and declare war on Zero Wing," Whitefeather said, nodding. Shi Feng was basically treating the various superpowers as fools by demanding such an exorbitant price. The various superpowers would be insane to go along with him. "Fine, go and notify Zero Wing that I'm buying it," Cold Shadow said, smiling. "You're buying it?" Whitefeather's eyes widened immediately as she stared at Cold Shadow in disbelief. "Vice Guild Leader, that's 5,000 units of 7 luminaries crystals we're talking about?" While mythology could indeed disburse 5,000 units of 7 luminaries crystals, it would still suffer from the loss. Not to mention, the guild's higher-ups kept reiterating that the 7 luminaries crystal was the guild's most important resource and must not be used randomly. "That's right, I'm buying it." Cold Shadow nodded. She then asked Whitefeather, "Do you think Zero Wing's people are fools?" After giving the matter some thought, Whitefeather answered, "They shouldn't be, but they're still too arrogant." Yes. Zero Wing was arrogant to the bones. The guild was not taking the various superpowers seriously at all. That's enough then. Since they're not fools, they should be aware of the consequences of pulling such a stunt. In a slightly resentful tone, Cold Shadow added, although I detest Zero Wing, the fact that Zero Wing has survived until now shows that the guild isn't as simple as we think it is. Even Sir Odin gave up on killing Shi Feng. You can tell how extraordinary he is. But that's 5,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal. White Feather couldn't help repeating herself. The guild definitely won't agree to this transaction. I already said that I would buy it, not the guild, Cold Shadow said, shaking her head. So, we don't need to worry about what the guild will say about this. Vice Guild Leader, if you buy it, you'll be giving away all the 7 Luminaries crystals you've saved to Zero Wing. White Feather was even more shocked at Cold Shadow's words. Hurriedly, she warned, in this case, I'm afraid you will have to postpone becoming the first Vice Guild Leader indefinitely. 7 Luminaries crystals had always been very important to mythology. Hence, Cold Shadow had constantly been stockpiling the crystals since early on so that she could contribute them to the guild during a critical moment and have the guild recognize her value. However, if Cold Shadow used up her entire stockpile, gaining recognition would be difficult. While 7 Luminaries crystals are indeed important, getting promoted to Tier 4 is much more important right now. Gazing at the endless crimson forest ahead of her, Cold Shadow said seriously, the places Tier 3 players can visit are too limited. Only after reaching Tier 4 can players venture into more valuable locations. Hence, our first priority now is to reach Tier 4. Then, we can easily earn back those crystals. In reality, Cold Shadow felt extremely upset by Shi Feng's actions. She wanted nothing more than to give him a few hundred deaths right now. However, in the current God's domain, only Shi Feng knew how to get promoted to Tier 4 quickly and the exact details of the Tier 4 promotion quest. Getting her hands on this information would be equivalent to securing herself an absolute advantage. After all, she had reached level 120 already. With Zero Wing's information, she could undoubtedly reach Tier 4 ahead of everyone else in the guild. She could be the first to venture into places that players currently considered taboo and continuously strengthen herself. At that time, even becoming the strongest expert of mythology's younger generation wouldn't be impossible. I understand. I'll make the necessary preparations now. Seeing the determination in Cold Shadow's eyes, White Feather understood that there was nothing she could say to dissuade Cold Shadow from her decision. At present, the various superpowers should already have players at level 120. If Cold Shadow could reach Tier 4 ahead of everyone else, her authority in the guild would definitely increase. Of course, Cold Shadow was also making a gamble. She was betting that Zero Wing would not lose to the various superpowers and that Zero Wing could survive the upcoming battle. In that case, she would obtain an absolute advantage. However, White Feather wasn't aware of how crazy Cold Shadow actually was. In Cold Shadow's opinion, it did not matter whether Zero Wing could survive or not. She would be satisfied so long as she could get her hands on this opportunity. Orc Empire, Silverwing City, damn it. Zero Wing is clearly toying with us. That's right. We are kindly offering to purchase his information on the Tier 4 promotion quest, yet has repaying us like this. Let's just join hands. So long as we join forces to hinder Zero Wing's operations, Zero Wing will have to yield to us. Yes. With our combined strength, there's no chance whatsoever that Zero Wing will survive. Many of the superpowers operating in Silverwing City secretly came to an agreement to suppress Zero Wing. They began targeting Zero Wing's members to force Zero Wing into obediently surrendering the information on the Tier 4 promotion quest. Meanwhile, inside Zero Wing's residence, Shi Feng received a call from Yuan Tiexin. Guild Leader Black Flame, you've gone too far this time. Even if you want to sell the Tier 4 promotion quest's information, you could have just asked for 1,000 units. I believe most superpowers would be willing to pay such a price. You will also get to make a big profit. Why must you have Zero Wing make an enemy out of the superpowers? Yuan Tiexin said in exasperation. For the various superpowers, paying 5,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystals was akin to forking over their lives. However, a price of only 1,000 units would still be palatable to many superpowers. At that time, not only would Zero Wing earn a bunch of 7 Luminaries crystals, but the various superpowers also wouldn't seek trouble with Zero Wing. It would be the best of both worlds. Yet, Shi Feng had chosen to take the worst possible action. Make enemies? Chuckling, Shi Feng said, I never intended to become enemies with them. Also, you're wrong about one thing, Elder Yuan. They are the ones forcing Zero Wing to sell information on the Tier 4 promotion quest. We aren't selling it because we want to. I've given them my price. If they can't afford it, how is it my fault? What you say is indeed correct. Yuan Tiexin naturally understood Shi Feng's take on this situation. However, Zero Wing's circumstances were inferior to the various superpowers. Meanwhile, having wealth without the strength necessary to protect it became a sin. But those superpowers won't share your way of thinking. They will definitely cooperate in secret to target Zero Wing's members. At that time, Zero Wing's members will shed a river of blood. The various superpowers might be incapable of breaking through the defenses of Zero Wing's guild cities right now, but having people target Zero Wing's members out in the fields would be a piece of cake. There was no way Zero Wing's members could avoid going out to grind for levels. There was also no way Zero Wing could have peak experts escort and protect every guild member. Once the various superpowers took action, Zero Wing would eventually lose members in large numbers. As for Zero Wing retaliating against the various superpowers, the superpower scheme wasn't going to be something as straightforward as a frontal confrontation. Instead, they would be taking covert action against Zero Wing. In that case, how could Zero Wing possibly determine which superpower was actually taking action against it? Moreover, even if Zero Wing managed to identify the superpowers responsible for the attacks, with there being so many superpowers, could Shi Feng possibly win against them all? He would exhaust himself to death just by running about the numerous maps. 2749 Tier 4 Promotion Quest Secret. After hanging up the call, Yuan Tiexin fell speechless. He never thought that Shi Feng would be so stubborn. Shi Feng clearly could have settled things easily so long as he made some concessions, yet he had adamantly refused to do so. Uncle Yuan, many of those superpowers have already begun joining forces. When they find out that Zero Wing is unwilling to concede at all, they will definitely take action, Purple Jade said as she read the report her subordinate just sent her. Zero Wing's present situation could be said to be very bad. According to the report, over 15 superpowers had already agreed to work together to deal with Zero Wing. Forget it. He can do whatever he wants. The clash between the various superpowers and Zero Wing will most likely drag on for some time. After all, Zero Wing's 3 cities are too difficult to take down. We'll see who can last until the end, Yuan Tiexin said, shaking his head. A glimmer of light then flashed in his eyes as he continued. Also, we still have more important matters to deal with. If we succeed in this upcoming operation, the secret pavilion can thoroughly surpass the various superpowers. At that time, even the 5 great super guilds will have to fear us. It'll make the necessary preparations, Purple Jade said, her eyes similarly filled with joy and excitement. Tier 4 had never been the end of God's domain. Instead, it was only the beginning. The secret pavilion had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Now, it could finally fulfill its long-cherished wish. Dark Knight Empire, Starlink's residence. Ha ha ha, good. That's what Zero Wing should do. That's right. Go and thoroughly offend those superpowers. Lu Xingluo laughed happily when he received news of Zero Wing's actions. Previously, he had had a huge headache over how to deal with Zero Wing. However, Zero Wing had actually taken the initiative to offend even more superpowers. With this, he would have a much easier time destroying Zero Wing. As Lu Xingluo was celebrating in joy, a robust man covered in a black cloak and runic bandages suddenly entered his office. Sorry for the long wait, young Master Lu, the robust middle-aged man said as he arrived before Lu Xingluo. He then continued in a low tone. We have resolved most of the troubles there already. We are only waiting for your side now. Good, you came at the perfect time. This time, even the heavens want Zero Wing dead. Lu Xingluo grew even more excited when he looked at the mysterious middle-aged man. Leave it to me. It'll definitely persuade those old fellows to give you their full help. Thank you, young Master Lu, the robust man said. So long as this operation succeeds, the lord of our household will also assist young Master Lu in quelling all your enemies. Be it this robust man or the person backing him, Lu Xingluo placed immense trust in them. In the eyes of these people, the various superpowers were negligible. Given enough time, these people could even take on the 5 great super guilds simultaneously. This was because the 5 great super guilds did not understand God's domain at all. What they knew now was only the tip of the iceberg. Orc Empire, Zero Wing's residence, guild leader, aside from one person, no superpower has stepped forward to purchase the information on the Tier 4 promotion quest, Yulan said. As she watched Shi Feng casually sort the information on the Tier 4 promotion quest, her head throbbed. Judging by the other superpowers' actions, they don't plan to buy it. Since these superpowers had no intention of purchasing the information, their next action was obvious. They would fight for it. They would fight a war of attrition that would last days and weeks. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's opponent this time would no longer be just 1 or 2 superpowers. Instead, almost all of the Eastern Continent superpowers would become Zero Wing's enemies. Therese actually a fool trying to buy it? Shi Feng was surprised when he heard Yulin's words. Truthfully, he had never once thought that any of the superpowers would purchase his information at the price he quoted. He was sorting through the information on the Tier 4 promotion quest only because his own guild needed it. After all, quite a few Zero Wing members already possessed the strength and level required to challenge their Tier 4 promotion quest. All they lacked was the knowledge of how to search for their respective Tier 4 legacy lands and the process of obtaining their Tier 4 legacies. Yulan was momentarily rendered speechless by Shi Feng's response. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "You know this person, guild leader." "I know them? Is it the secret pavilion's Yuan Tiexin?" After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng felt that among his acquaintances, only the secret pavilion's Yuan Tiexin could afford to purchase his information. As for Frost Heaven, the guild had just participated in the reserve seat competition. It definitely did not possess 5,000 units of 7 luminaries crystals at this point. "No, it's mythology's cold shadow," Yulan said, shaking her head. She then asked hesitantly, "Guild leader, are you really planning to sell it to her?" Due to the reserve seat competition, Zero Wing was now on mythology's radar. If they sold information on the Tier 4 promotion quest to mythology now, it would be incredibly disadvantageous for Zero Wing. Of course, why wouldn't I sell it? Shi Feng answered without hesitation. We already announced our intention to do business. Since we said we would sell the information, we naturally can't go back on our word. Otherwise, the various superpowers will have even more reason to target us. He was in urgent need of 7 luminaries crystals right now. Although he had some methods for obtaining a large amount of the crystal, these methods required a lot of time to execute. He wasn't certain he could collect enough 7 luminaries crystals to surpass the top 3 rankers of the upper zone's contribution competition within the next 2 months. At best, he could secure one of the top 20 positions. Gaining 5,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal now would save him a lot of trouble. However, White Feather has stated that we cannot mention this transaction to anybody else, Yulan said. They want this to be a secret between only our 2 sides. They also want to sign a contract to this effect. That won't be a problem. Even if they didn't suggest it, we would have asked them to sign a confidentiality agreement that restricts them from sharing the information with outsiders, Shi Feng said. Information on the Tier 4 promotion quest was like a hot potato right now. Anyone holding it would be struck with misfortune. Even a super guild like Mythology wouldn't be safe. Hence, it was very normal for Mythology not to want outsiders to find out about this transaction. Make a copy of everything here and give it to them, Shi Feng instructed, as he handed the compiled information on the Tier 4 promotion quest to Yulan. Everything? Yulan was surprised to hear Shi Feng's words. The players of God's Domain were still ignorant of the Tier 4 promotion quest. In fact, even Zero Wings members knew nothing about it. If they sold all this information to Mythology, that would be akin to throwing away all their advantages. Everything, Shi Feng nodded. Since the other party is willing to pay an astronomical price for this information, I naturally won't be stingy. Not to mention, the secret to the Tier 4 promotion quest isn't a secret at all. Once the various superpowers learn about it, we can let them know how ridiculous their fantasies about the secret are. Information on the Tier 4 promotion quest was indeed incredibly precious. At the very least, that was the case now. However, once one of the various superpowers experts successfully reached Tier 4, the information he was selling would be worthless. It didn't matter how much information he provided about the Tier 4 promotion quest. The real value of his information was simply in helping to produce the first Tier 4 player as quickly as possible. Moreover, the so-called information on the Tier 4 promotion quest couldn't actually be considered a secret. This was because locating the Tier 4 Legacy Land and resolving the problems one would encounter in the Legacy Land were both problems that players needed to resolve on their own. The only information he could provide was the method to search for Tier 4 Legacy Lands. Whether one could locate their Legacy Land with this information would still depend on their luck. After all, Tier 4 Legacy Lands did not have a fixed position. They would appear at random in God's Domain. The Tier 4 Legacy Lands were all located in spaces outside of the main continents. What players needed to do to visit these Legacy Lands was find the randomly occurring spatial nodes that could teleport them to these Legacy Lands. In addition to the information on how to search for Tier 4 Legacy Lands, the only other valuable information he provided was the process of learning one's legacy during the promotion quest. With this information, one wouldn't go into one's promotion quest blind. Even so, the amount of help this information could provide was limited because the process of learning one's legacy depended entirely on the individual. Outsiders couldn't help in this matter. Meanwhile, the method he provided to search for Tier 4 Legacy Lands was to venture into incredibly dangerous neutral maps of at least level 100. The more dangerous a neutral map was, the more likely one could find a Tier 4 Legacy Land. Only by searching in these maps would one have a greater chance of locating a Tier 4 Legacy Land. Aside from this method, there was no other way. If he excluded these bits of information, then the information on the Tier 4 promotion quest he sold would be nothing but a scam. After reading the information, Yulan was stunned. This is the Tier 4 promotion quest's secret? Yulan suddenly felt the urge to laugh. The various superpowers were currently desperately trying to obtain information on the Tier 4 promotion quest. However, if they were to learn the exact details of the information, they would most likely lose their minds. After all, in the information Shi Feng compiled, there was nothing whatsoever that could increase one's success rate with the Tier 4 promotion quest. The funny thing was, the various superpowers thought that they could have an easier time producing Tier 4 players so long as they had this information. In fact, they were so staunch in their belief that they were waging war against Zero Wing. In reality, by targeting Zero Wing, all the superpowers were doing was wasting precious time when they could be improving themselves. That's right. This is the information on the Tier 4 promotion quest, Shi Feng said, chuckling. I can even announce to those superpowers, right now, that they have already been eliminated from the struggle for hegemony in God's Domain. As Shi Feng and Yulan were conversing, Liang Jing suddenly entered the room. Guild Leader, Unyielding Soul, and Crimson Emperor are ready. They can take action as soon as you give the command, Liang Jing said excitedly. 275D. Daunting Silverwing City. Due to the news of the various superpowers targeting Zero Wing, the number of players occupying the city's business plaza declined. Many players were afraid of becoming collateral damage. The independent players that were initially planning on joining Zero Wing also began hesitating, and here I thought I could join Zero Wing and spread my wings after coming to Silverwing City. From the situation now, it seems I've made the wrong call. I heard that many Zero Wing members withdrew from the guild. The ones that chose to stay don't even dare set foot outside Zero Wing's guild cities. If I were to say which guild is the strongest right now, it would have to be Saint's Hand. Why don't we join Saint's Hand? If we do, we won't have to worry about those faux saint monsters. The players inside one of the city's bars inevitably discussed whether they should head to other places to develop themselves. At this point, they no longer held any hope for Zero Wing. Meanwhile, in a corner of the bar, several cloaked men listened quietly to these conversations. The younger men among them revealed sneers on their faces when they heard about Zero Wing's present situation. And here I thought the guild she joined was some powerful existence, a level 122 tier 3 assassin youth who radiated an aura that made even tier 3 experts quail, said with displeasure. It seems we were being overly concerned. To think we even went out of our way to come to this backwater. Zero Wing isn't even comparable to one of the main continent's super guilds. I really don't know how it got so lucky to actually get her to join. Now, she's not even willing to join us. Old Six, don't say that. Although this place isn't much, I heard that those super guilds and super first-rate guilds have quite a few capable experts. We can use this opportunity to investigate these people and understand the standards of the experts here. A cool-headed, middle-aged man sitting at the head of the group said, chuckling, "As for Zero Wing, we can just report the truth to the higher-ups once we return. At that time, she will definitely panic. I guess so." Smiling, the assassin youth said, "If she's willing to join us, I wouldn't mind helping Zero Wing out a little." Just when the various superpowers and independent players thought that Silverwing City would become a ghost city, large groups of players suddenly appeared on the city's streets one after another. These players filled the main streets and alleyways of the city, easily numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Moreover, every one of these players was formidable. In just half an hour, the two guilds had gathered over 3 million members in the city, livening up the previously desolate city significantly. Heart, has your guild gone mad? You're actually betting all your chips on Zero Wing. Is Crimson Emperor trying to make an enemy out of us? In this situation, the various superpowers had to contact Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words, who were in charge of the operation this time. Although they knew that Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor could be considered Zero Wing's allies, Zero Wing was currently going up against almost all of the Eastern Continent's superpowers. Standing with Zero Wing now was no different from suicide. Yet, to the various superpowers' astonishment, both Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor declared their intention to side with Zero Wing. Moreover, they even announced that they wouldn't sit still and do nothing should those superpowers take action against Silverwing City. However, Zero Wing's move was even more unexpected than Unyielding Soul's and Crimson Emperor's. Zero Wing actually ordered all members above level 100 to gather in Silverwing City. More than 2 million Zero Wing members appeared in Silverwing City. At present, not only was Silverwing City far livelier than before, but the number of Tier 3 experts gathered in the city had also exceeded 10,000. This was more than what any other guild city on the main continent had. With more than 10,000 Tier 3 experts garrisoning Silverwing City, let alone the various superpowers, even the 5 great super guilds would have to be wary of the city. It was no exaggeration to say that with this kind of power, Silverwing City could trample the various powers operating in the Orc Empire. If the superpowers wished to create any waves in Silverwing City, they would have to disregard cost and dispatch a large number of Tier 3 experts into the city's surroundings. Anything less would be futile. Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor must have gone crazy. They're actually willing to go to such an extent just to help Zero Wing? When Cold Shadow received news of Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor's actions, she too was surprised. She had anticipated that Zero Wing had a trump card prepared. Otherwise, it wouldn't have dared to provoke the various superpowers. However, never had she expected Zero Wing's trump card to be something like this. At this moment, let alone Cold Shadow, someone who was hostile to Zero Wing, even Frostheaven's 7 Wonders was dumbfounded. He never imagined that Zero Wing could make 2 super first-rate guilds bet all their chips on it. With the combined force of the 3 guilds, even the superpowers wouldn't dare mess around. After all, those superpowers had dared to target Zero Wing before only because the guild lacked background, resources, and funding. With their advantage in numbers and funding, they could easily suppress Zero Wing and make the guild submit. However, now that Zero Wing had 2 superpowers backing it, numbers and funding were no longer its weaknesses. If the superpowers wished to persecute Zero Wing, they would have to pay at least 10 times the price they had to pay before. The various superpowers weren't the only ones confused by this situation. Even Zero Wing's internal members were at a loss. Damn, our guild was actually so awesome. But why did the guild gather all of us in Silverwing City? Are we going to occupy the Orc capital city? The assembled Zero Wing members speculated exuberantly. After all, the strength currently gathered in Silverwing City was no laughing matter. A force of 10,000 plus Tier 3 experts was more than enough to flatten the Orc capital city's inner area. They might even be able to put up a fight in the core area. Guild leader, all our level 100 plus members have arrived. The two guilds are also ready to set off for Sky Spring City at any time, Liang Jing reported excitedly. She had maintained her calm while everyone else in the guild was panicking over Zero Wing's predicament. This was because she had found out about the secret Covenant Towers matter ahead of time and Zero Wing's settlement into Sky Spring City. So long as Zero Wing sealed off Sky Spring City, outsiders would have difficulty setting foot out of the city. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's members could travel freely to the secret Covenant Tower to grind for levels. They wouldn't need to worry about heading elsewhere to level up. At that time, it would become almost impossible for the superpowers to harm Zero Wing's guild members. Not to mention, when the various superpowers members grinded for levels out in the fields, the interference of those troublesome NPCs would greatly reduce their leveling speed. This, in turn, would further widen the gap in leveling speeds between the superpowers members and Zero Wing's members. Alright, open the teleportation hall now, Shi Feng said, nodding. Although things had developed somewhat differently from his original plan, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. Afterward, all Zero Wing had to do was watch as the various superpowers struggled to cope with the increasing number of NPCs and NPC forces. Understood. With great excitement, Liang Jing instructed her subordinates to remove the walls and various camouflage buildings around the teleportation hall. The next moment, several 7- and 8-story tall buildings along the city's main street disappeared. Not only did the disappearance of these buildings create a spacious plaza, but there was even a massive 5-story tall building in the center of this plaza. When the players walking on Silverwing City's main street saw this building, they were immediately dumbfounded. The building sitting in the plaza was something very familiar to